Hello everybody and welcome to the Virtual Endurance Championship, 6 hours of Suzuka. It is round 7 of season 13 and we're just 3 rounds away from knowing who will be our champions for the 13th season of this illustrious championship. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Hugo Barral for the first 3 hours of 6 hours of racing here tonight, and we're massively looking forward to this one. We've got 2 fantastic championships to look forward to, and this is where we've come. We've gone Silverstone, Nürburgring, Imola, then we've gone for 3 races in the United States at Nola, Sebring and Indianapolis. Now we're here at Suzuka. We've got Spa and Le Mans to go after this as well, of course, coming up on the 8th of May and the 5th of June respectively. But as I mentioned, 2 great championships to look forward to, and I guess we can start in LMP2, Hugo, because Varga Sim Racing have been dominating these last few rounds, or I'll say these last few rounds, this whole season really. They've not finished below second yet, and the question remains, is there anybody going to be able to topple them in this season?
Well, yeah, it's quite close. I mean, Burst Edge Esports, they're 28 points behind, however, or 18 points behind rather. They're close, but that's going to be quite a difficult margin to make up because they've been doing very, very well as well. They've been very consistent. But Varga have just been ridiculously quick. So Burst Edge Esports will have to do a really good job to take the title off Varga. But that number 27 car hasn't run away with it quite yet. We've still got 3 races to go, as you said. And it's not going to be wrapped up this evening, or it shouldn't be anyway. And they've got quite the work cut out to hold on to it. But with their current form, I think they're very likely to be able to go home with the title this year.
Yeah, absolutely, but you never know what can happen. There's still 105 points on the table for the maximum you can get from this one, as we're just currently in warm-up, by the way. It's very dark out there, as you can see, and there's a mad dash for a little bit of track space at the moment. But that's going to be something that we're going to talk about a lot here. Track space, lappery, getting through cars, very, very difficult around here. And in LMP2, I've been told that it might actually change the strategy here. Talking to Dennis Jordan a few hours before the race, he's driver for Burst Edge Esports, by the way, he said that the guys might be single stinting tyres throughout the whole entire event because you want those new tyres to get through the traffic nice and efficiently.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite difficult, especially with this track. It's not the longest, it's relatively narrow, but it's very high speed, and that's where it becomes difficult to try and make those overtakes. So we'll see what the different cars can do. Of course, these LMP2s have a lot of downforce, but also the GTE Championship, that's going to be something else to look out for, because the top 2 are separated by 1 point at the moment. There's Cesarez Velix, the number 60, currently sitting in first in the GTE Championship, 410 points. The number 99 Wave Freem car is on 409 points, and not far behind is the Varga Sim Racing number 69 on 402 points. And as you go down, it's still pretty close. So GTE as well, that's going to be yet another one to look out for this evening. I'm definitely excited to see how that plays out. But yeah, single stinting tyres will also be something to watch out for. And we'll see how that affects strategies if everyone goes for the same one.
Let's take a look at the starting grid then, as we're just over 5 minutes away from the beginning of the Suzuka 6 hours. It's Marcel Chinchik. Who takes pole for Varga Sim Racing alongside Dennis Jordan? As you might expect, Wave Freem Esports with Lorenzo Risi are in third ahead of Zano Simsport, who've managed to get themselves into fourth. The Knight of Alex with Rory McDuff ahead of Yuri Zvaev, who is into sixth place ahead of Michi Hoyer, and then Kalakuri in the other Agio Racing car. Then we've got Moritz Mel in the Go Team Racing car in 9th place ahead of Luca D'Amelio and Rick Van Earl in 10th and 11th. Black Hawk Racing Pescara have managed to get themselves into 12th place with Roman Jakubovic starting the race. For those guys, Heiko Kolvenbach is driving for Butler Powell Motorsport for this race. 13th place for them ahead of Juan Carlos Fernandez, who qualifies in 14th ahead of Anthony Jans. And then on the very last row of the grid, we've got Chris Shepherd and Andrea Martino, who are in 17th and 18th to round off the LMP2 grid. And in GTE is a somewhat surprise pole for Zancho. Wasn't expecting it particularly, especially from a Corvette as well. But they've managed to take it ahead of Michal Sedlacek and then the Your Name Here Racing team car. Then we've got Christian Michel, Martin Darland on the next row ahead of Nikodem Wivneski and Adam Baldwin in 7th and 8th positions in this qualifying session. On the next row, we've got Andrea Terzi and Ferris Stanley. That's rounding off your top 10 ahead of Christian Malglera and Lorenzo De Quitis, who is in 12th place. Alexander Palmgarten's gone into 13th for Ramada Motorsport. Ahead of Blackhawk Racing, Mosa Ben Amar is into 14th, ahead of Cameron Sanso. And the Sim Racing for Holland cars in 16th place ahead of Alex Broutigam. And the Satellite Racing car is into 18th, ahead of Blažas Mesk for World of Sim Racing there in 19th. Mark Veit is in 20th. And we're still going here, massive GTE field. Rookie Monsters alongside World of Sim Racing, their other car in 21st and 22nd. Then we've got Andy Dixie in 23rd, ahead of Your Name Here Racing in 24th position. And that might be it, or there might be another row. It's a huge GTE grid, it really is, and it's going to be massive for the LMP2 cars to try and get through all of those cars. Because there's just so many of them. You mentioned it earlier. There's a narrow circuit, and there's a lot for grabs in GTE, as we mentioned. The top 5 cars in that championship separated by 14 points, and so the stakes are going to be very, very high tonight.
Yeah, that GTE class is looking very spicy, especially with Zancho on that pole position. Not what I don't think people will be expecting that, and to see how they carry that through to the race itself. We've got 6 hours here, so not quite as long as Sebring was last time. We're less than half the time this evening, although as we move towards the end of the season, that's going to be increasing quite a lot, rounding out with the 24 hours of Le Mans. But we've got Marcel Shinchik here, the Vargas Sim Racing car on pole. Oh, well, this is Casper Hemmingsen, rather, with the Burst Esports car, and they will be challenging Varga this evening. So we'll see what they do. But also, we're starting the race at 1 a.m. in-game time, so only really in the last hour or so will it be turning to light, so stick around for that. But that does give these drivers a bit of night practice, but it also does mean that they're going to have to be extra wary about other cars, because it does make it a little bit more difficult to see. And you can see there, getting a little bit close on the outlap, 2 teammates, I believe.
Yeah, they are 2 teammates, both Burst Esport registered cars in this race. We're just in warm-up at the moment, by the way, that's what you're seeing on your screen right now. And in just about 2 minutes' time, just over, we'll be heading into the race. In fact, we're heading in right about now, and we'll get on with the formation lap before we begin 6 hours of racing. Yeah, we're starting in the darkness today. I remember a race that not only started in the darkness, but finished in the dark. It was a long time ago now. It might have been season 9 or 10. Where we had Istanbul 12 hours entirely in the dark. It was right in December or January, which is why we were able to get so much darkness. But we haven't been quite that cruel. We are going to see the light just at the end of this session, but it will certainly change things. Not being able to see where you're going quite as much as before will affect things ever so slightly. But these guys are all professionals. They know what they're doing, and they will have done their practice certainly. So yeah, these guys will all be prepared. I'd imagine the cooler temperatures might be a bit kinder on tyres, but as I mentioned earlier, speaking to Dennis Jordan earlier, that doesn't really seem to be the case.
Yeah, and just the reminder for the drivers to have their headlights on, because they're going to be quite important, as I'm sure you can guess, this evening as we get ready to start the formation lap, which will be under the pit limiter, and then we will get going. You can see definitely quite a busy field as we head through, and it looks like that's the Burst Edge car has yet to put his headlights on, so he'll have until the end of the lap to do so, and I'm sure he'll be getting told by his teammate and maybe even the race director to get that light showing. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, as you were saying, the cooler temperatures at night will definitely be a lot kinder on tyres. So yeah, there you go. And yeah, we'll have cooler temperatures. They'll help brakes as well. So we'll see what effect that has, and that definitely does benefit those who will be wanting to single stint those tyres.
Yeah, I was just concerned a little bit for Dennis Jordan at the moment there. They hadn't assigned the button to turn your headlights on. It would be a bit strange to see that. I've never seen someone not assign that button, but there's always, in those I don't want to say it, but so some of the events in sim racing, you see occasionally some Muppets forgot to enable the pit limiter button on their steering wheel and things like that. But obviously Dennis Jordan knows what he's doing, and they've all got their headlights on now, so nothing to worry about. And we're on our 2x2 formation lap, and on the pit limiter at the moment. When we head back down to the start-finish straight for the first time, we will be going racing for 6 hours around this 5.8 kilometer circuit. A real fan favourite. To be fair, I don't really like it. I must be the only person in the world who doesn't like driving around here, but it really is a kind of a driver's favourite circuit, beautifully flowing. And yeah, the cars to watch through Sector 1 are just going to be absolutely incredible today. It's going to be a sight to behold, but some scary moments as well in the darkness.
Yeah, it's going to be all about maintaining the balance of the car as they go up that hill in the first sector. But yeah, watching the drivers, I think turn one, we might see some risky overtakes happen there, which will definitely be very exciting. It's, of course, that extremely late apex turn, that first corner, and then it's followed by some sweeping S's, so you really want to get ahead for that. And with that, we'll be seeing potential moves into turn one. Although people will want to be careful, we've got 6 hours, of course, to get done this evening. So we'll see how the drivers manage that. And yeah, with GTE as well, watching them go through here, they won't be quite as quick, and that might hold up some of these faster LMP2 drivers. However, it does mean that it's going to be very competitive all through, and we have got a lot of LMPs as well to deal with. So we'll see the relative difference between each of the cars. But yeah, Marcel Ginzik is leading the pack at the moment, and we'll see what they do at the start of this race. Of course, they're going to be wanting to just get a little bit of a safe gap done under that first lap, just to give themselves a bit of rear protection, because that's going to be really important. I think strategy as a result of that is going to be, well, overtaking is slightly difficult on here, not too bad though, and strategy is going to play a role as well, as we've been discussing quite a lot, as well as fuel levels as well, because heavy cars are going to get slowed down quite a lot, especially in that first sector where it is ever so important.
Yeah, you mentioned there that it's the kind of biggest disparity between the two cars, excuse me, in that Sector 1 where the corners are so high speed. The downforce will be important, and these guys in LMP2 have got a lot of it. Not that GT have got less, well, they have got less, but they've got a decent amount, just not as much. Yeah, we're heading into the final chicane at the moment. Just under 6 hours of racing when we actually go green here, but it's going to be important to get your way into turn one nice and cleanly. It's a 6-hour race, and there's no need to go flying off into turn one for the first time.
Yeah. Communication issues, I think, for one of the teams.
Yeah, it's a difficult start to the race for whoever that is going to be. But yeah, we're about to get the green flag here in a moment. Cars being held just for now. It's Marcel Ginzik versus Dennis Jordan on the front row of the grid, arguably for this championship as well. Varga versus Burst Edge Esports, lining up side by side at Suzuka. The green flag will be in the air in a moment, and there it is. The cars all fan out, cross 3 and 4 wide. Dennis Jordan is on the inside line here, might be able to take the lead, but Marcel Ginzik sweeps around the outside, and he does take the lead for the moment. It's very close between the two championship protagonists, but Marcel Ginzik sweeping around turn 1 and 2. He takes the lead away from Dennis Jordan. It was a good attempt from the German, but Ginzik is just holding on for now in GTE. Ibrahim Khan has held on to the lead. He's actually got away with one of the Porsches a little bit further away from the rest of the field. There's been a lot of battling going on. Your Name Here Racing have got themselves into second place, but Knights of Alex, good start from Christian Michel. He rolled off 5th today, and he's already into 3rd.
Yeah, and we saw a very busy grid barreling towards turn 1 just there, and I fear that we'll see a lot more action soon, because some of these cars are very close as we head through the Degners now. You can see the headlights lighting up the track, but yeah, good start for Christian Michel. He's got a bit of room to gain to that Porsche in front of him. However, behind, he's already increasing a little bit of a gap, up to 1 second now, and that's going to give him a little bit of breathing space. As you can see, I think that's the Varga car really putting pressure onto the Drive Game Seat racing team Ferrari. So through that first lap then, we've had some position changes already, and in LMP2, of course, that lead very closely contested, even on the exit of that turn where they right up the diffuser. However, yeah, Christian Michel, great start up at the front of GT. I don't think the position's changed, but down to 4th, we have got quite an interesting situation. You can see a train of about 4 cars led by the Drive Game Seat and rounded out by that BMW of Williams, but that's only the first short group of cars, so we'll see what they can do now. We've got Martin Dillon right now with the Jean Esports Aston Martin as we head towards the chicane. It's going to be unlikely that he'll try and make a move here. However, if he can get a good exit onto the main straight, as you see a Pollard go absolutely flying, he could have a crack into turn 1. So we'll see what kind of speed he's able to carry out onto the straight. And this is Alexander Palmgarten as well. He's got 8 seconds to the lead at 8.8 seconds, but behind he's only got 0.7 seconds. So we'll see many position changes, I think, so far.
Yeah, single file going down towards turn 1 at the moment in GTE. Couple of guys just showing the nose a little bit, but nothing really doing. Those battles are really very important, though, up towards the front of GTE as we go up towards the front of LMP2. Marcel Cincic has already got a 1.2 second margin over Dennis Jordan. It just keeps expanding, really, as these guys go through the Degners for the second time of asking here today. A little bit wide for the 4th place car, which is Nitro Bellic's, their LMP2 effort. Rory McDuff is currently driving that car, as you can see. And Waveframe currently tucks in their 3rd position as well. That's Lorenzo Arisi, who is currently in that position, and they're 4th in the championship at the moment, by the way. However, the gap between 2nd and 3rd in the championship is quite massive, so Waveframe are going to need a big performance today, and they're going to need some bad luck for those around them if they do indeed want to make inroads in this championship. It'd be still good for them, or they're still at least showing some very good pace here, really hounding the back of Dennis Jordan is Lorenzo Arisi very early on now.
Yeah, and I think, though, this is a bit of a demonstration of why Varga are leading the championship. You can see they're already stealing this lead. They're extending that gap quite massively, and that camera angle from up high does demonstrate it. As you can see, taking quite a liberal line across the curb there through the chicane. However, speed is speed, and you can see just behind, though, it is still very close. And I think Marcel Cincic here, he's going to be quite happy, sitting very nicely. Dennis Jordan, on the other hand, he's got quite a lot of pressure from that Waveframe. Remember, it's the Burst Esports car that are challenging Varga Sim Racing for the title. Waveframe aren't quite as close, so it's obviously to a further detriment to Burst Edge Esports if they get overtaken here, because it's going to severely limit their opportunity to try and take that championship. Ibrahim Khan then taking the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:56.5. But with 2 races to go after this, Burst Edge Esports need all the points they can get.
Yeah, Dennis Jordan stopped the bleeding a little bit on that lap. He lost a second on the first one. He's lost 4 attempts on that one. So Cincic very quick out of the blocks there, but not so quick on the second lap, although he is comfortably quicker than everybody else in the field at the moment. And Dennis Jordan was the closest man to him in terms of lap time. Yeah, Cincic showing once again why he and Yuri Toman have basically single-handedly got themselves the lead of this championship. Oh, they got Daniel Wisner, and they've also got the other driver, Michał Schmidl, is ready or was registered on the LMP2, although he's often driving the GTE. So we'll see about that one. But Daniel Wisner definitely has been driving that LMP2 car for those guys. However, for the most part, it's been just Cincic and Toman on their own. I just sent a quick message to Yuri Toman before the race began to see if they had any issues at all with this circuit, or if they'd experienced any issues in testing at all. Absolutely none, as you'd expect, because yeah, they know what they're doing, as we know, and so yeah, they had absolutely no issues with this circuit in particular. It's just kind of another day at the office for them, although Cincic has just lost a little bit of time on that particular lap, 1/10 of a second. So it is a little bit closer than it has been in previous times, I have to say. You know, last time out at Sebring, Varga managed to get 2 penalties, and they still won by more than a minute, I think it was. So, you know, the gaps are not quite as big as they were back then, but, you know, still just out of reach for Dennis Jordan at the moment, as we've got battling going on towards the chicane and through 130R as well. Look at this in GTE.
This is very close. You can see round the outside through the chicane as well, and I think we've just seen the Jean Lacey car make up the position. I'm not quite sure why they have a replay of that, because I think we saw 2 overtakes happening simultaneously, or 2 attempts at overtakes anyway, and you can see now moving right up to the pit wall, trying to break that toe that is going to the Ferrari behind as they head towards turn 1. That Porsche holding the inside line. It's all about the speed they can maintain through here, and it looks like the positions are going to keep firm for now, although it looks like a good exit there for Martin Bierland in the Jean Lacey Esports Aston Martin as they head up the hill now through the S's and towards the Dunlop curve, which is this right-hander that they're heading towards now. And it is really quite close between these guys. An overtake that we did just see, and we could see a couple more. We've got both of the Waveframe Ferraris sitting behind the Juice's Motorsport Porsche, which is following this Aston Martin. So as much as they're looking ahead, they'll also have to look behind because they don't want to lose too much time battling each other. As we head through the Degnas now towards the hairpin, we could see a potential movers over the bridge go the LMP2s, just saying how much quicker they are than the GTEs, already pretty much halfway around the circuit, further than they are. And we head through the hairpin then, no changes yet. However, it was all bunched up and they head towards Spoon Curve. Spoon Curve isn't the easiest to make a move because you've got to try and maximise the exit speed onto that back straight. So we might not see a move, however I don't want to speak too soon because it looks like we are going to see one, not quite close enough there. However, on the exit there you go, and you're seeing this is really quite a close battle as Nassar, Ben and Amar in the Black Hawk Racing 10th position, Aston Martin, trying to get past one of these wave frame cars, although they are one behind the other, which is going to give them a slight advantage considering they are teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to just help them out a little bit. That's a bit wide for the Aston Martin there for the Black Hawk Racing team, but just about gathering things up. And speaking of Aston Martin, we've got one in 6th place as well at the moment. Martin Diamond driving that car. He's behind Francesco Morente in the Drive Game Seat car. A little bit of weaving on the straight, try and break the slipstream. That's the Varga Porsche trying to just do that from 4th place at the moment, but they're going to turn 1 and things are all single file. However, things are going to get very interesting soon because we've got Chinsik just heading. Oh, sorry, that's not Chinsik. That's the number 14 car. It's not had a very good start. Arms Sim Racing, so they're just a little bit in front. But the main body of the pack just heading towards 130R at the moment, and the very back of the GTE field is just going into turn 1. So we're not all that far away from, you know, the Lappery beginning, and so that's going to be a very, very crucial part of this race. We've mentioned it already, how it's going to be, how you get through traffic might even be how you win today's race, just being efficient through there. You know, you can have all the pace in the world, but if you can't get through GTE traffic efficiently, then you're going to be no good in a multi-class endurance race.
Yeah, and it looks like, given how close both classes are to each other, we could get quite a congested track, and that is going to really play into the hands of some drivers, and it's going to take away from the others, as that old adage goes with the traffic. But right now, it's looking still pretty good for Marcel Chinchik and Dennis Jordan here. He's leading that Wave Frame LMP2, still not getting too much pressure from behind, but he's certainly not able to catch up to that Varga quite yet. And we've got the tower up on the left-hand side. You can see 1.5 seconds in front, just 3.5 tenths behind. So definitely a bit of pressure on Dennis Jordan to not make any mistakes. You see just how much speed they can carry through the first Degna there as they head out on towards the hairpin here. And oh, look behind as well. We've got the Jira racing car, I think that is. No, that's the Nita Velix rather, on the Wave Frame. So that's going to be quite interesting. You can see they're closing up recently. 2.5 tenths of a second, got really close in towards the hairpin. So we'll see what happens between those two. And if that Nita Velix can try and catch up to this car currently sitting in P2, and maybe even further to that car in P1.
We thought that Marcel Chinchik would be the one to run away today. The gap's only 1.1 seconds as we see in this live at the moment, but the gap in GTE is 6.7. Ibrahim Khan is on an absolute mission at the moment. Zancho Simsport, that is the number 87 GTE car, and he's absolutely flying at the moment. Your Name Here Racing are in second, and to be honest, I wasn't expecting either of those two teams to be in the top two early on. Look at that. I quite like that livery, but Jimmy might shoot me if I say that too many times, so I'll be careful. Yeah, they're putting in a great performance though. Christian Heidemarsh, no matter what the livery looks like, he's driving it very quickly at the moment, just ahead of Nigel Velix by just under a second. Christian Mikel, sorry, is in 3rd place. That's important for the championship, let's not forget. But I was speaking to Turka Hakkinen a little bit earlier on, his Nigel Velix driver, of course. He said that the Corvette was not as strong around here as it has been at other circuits, you know, particularly these high-speed corners where we're going down towards turn 1, trying to brake and turn at the same time, which is a difficult corner on its own, and the high curb at Degna 1, he said that might be a little bit of a problemo for them as well, but they might make up some time on the straights and in the heavy braking zones. Well, at the moment, we're not really seeing any evidence of the Corvettes being slow at all, because they're 1 and 3 at the moment. It's a good performance from them so far.
Yeah, they are looking pretty strong, and we'll see whether they can carry that momentum forward. We've also got Adam Baldwin here. He's been trying to make his way past Martin Bierland. However, he's actually found himself behind a Ferrari as a result of those battles. I think you can see right on the curve there, maybe getting a little bit of oversteer. But yeah, carrying speed through here. He's also got both of those wave frame cars behind him. So he is going to have to be wary of that. Although that Juice's Motorsports car looking quite strong this evening so far, but we'll see whether they can try and make their way forward, or are they going to start to drop back. You can see now looking towards the inside into turn 1 on that Ferrari under brakes, and it looks like, yeah, he's just going to be able to squeeze ahead just because of the amount of speed you carry through turn 1. If you're offline, it's going to really make it difficult for you, although he is going to have someone back at the outside of him. And look at this, wave frame, that first car might just be able to squeeze through. In fact, they're battling each other now as a result of that. However, just the nature of those S's heading up the hill mean that we're not going to see any position changes apart from turn 1, I don't think, and that's Andrea Terzi in the first of the 2 wave frame cars, sitting in 8th position right now, trying to capitalise on that battle ahead of him. Just didn't quite manage it, but he has got a lot of pressure now from his teammate behind him.
Yeah, he has indeed, going through Degner 2 at the moment, and yeah, you're right, Andrea Terzi, was really sideways through the first sector there. I'm almost surprised he managed to gather it up, but he did a good job to catch the car, but now he's got his teammate right all over the back of him, and he's not the only wave frame car under pressure, I'm afraid to say, because Lorenzo Risi got attacked by Rory McDuff going to, I think it was into turn 1 as well, but it didn't come off for McDuff, so he's still behind, but the leaders now are in traffic. We have reached the moment. Marcel Cincic is just on the back of the 252 Drive Game Seat car, currently in 19th in GTE. That's not the main body of the pack quite. It's not quite in this craziness that you're seeing on your screen right now. When they start to get inside the top 10 in terms of lapping cars, then maybe it will excuse me, then maybe it will come a little bit more tricky for these guys, but for the moment Cincic and Jordan are dealing with it well, because the cars are not coming quite as thick and fast as they are going to later on.
Yeah, and it's not going to take long for them to catch up to those first cars, I don't think. Zancho Simsport already in the pits, so maybe they forgot to add fuel. That's obviously not where you want to be for the second pole. Oh, it might have been a penalty, yes. I wasn't keeping an eye on it in the top left. But Marcel Cincic, he is already cutting his way through the order now, heading up towards the first turn to start the next lap. We've already had 15 minutes, and it looks like it's going to be within 20 minutes. The whole pack, sorry, will have been lapped. So yeah, it's going to be very congested quite quickly now. You've got Lorenzo Orisi. He's following that Ignited Velox car that is currently sitting at 3rd in the LMP2 field. We've got Michi Hoyer in the Burst the Burst Esports Complexity, and that looks like quite interesting, getting past a car there. I think that was the Ajira that went off track slightly.
It was Butler Palmer, but Heiko Kolvenbach going very wide into turn 1, and Michi Hoyer was all too pleased to sniff up that opportunity, and he got through. Roy McDuff did indeed get through on Lorenzo Risi as well, and he's actually applying a bit of pressure to Dennis Jordan, who's just been halted in traffic ever so slightly as we're really getting towards some very busy moments. I can see heading towards the hairpin at the moment now, the leaders are, but it's all going to chop and change again. Just to illustrate to you the lead that Ibrahim Khan had, he's only down to 11. I'm presuming it was a drive-through penalty for him, because he didn't seem to stop in his box for any amount of time from what I saw. So I think it was a drive-through penalty for him, and he's down to 11th place. But you know, normally that would drop you. Oh, contact already in LMP2 involving Dennis Jordan, who's gone way out wide at Spoon Curve, and he's still in contact with that Porsche. I think it's World of Sim Racing, quite possibly, and he could be down to 5th here as another one of the cars slips through down on the inside. That's Jan van der Heide in the Zancho number 48. He gets into 4th place. Goodness me, that's a very big moment for Dennis Jordan. Apologies, we can't get a replay for you just at this particular moment, but that's a very interesting moment for him. Didn't see the start of that accident, and I believe it was World of Sim Racing. I'm just going to have a quick look for you to see. Let's see whoever's behind Sim Racing for Holland. Rookie Monsters, actually it was, excuse me, the number 73 car. But yeah, it doesn't really matter to Dennis Jordan. Big moment there, a lot of contact, and I didn't really see who was at fault, but it's cost him an awful lot of time.
Yeah, and it might be some slight aero damage, nothing too significant. However, that is going to cost positions, which are going to be quite hard to come by this evening, and it's also really bad news for their championship stance. We've got yellow flags in Sector 3, not entirely sure what the cause of that is. However, yeah, this is the car that was battling for the championship, and a currently in 5th. That is going to be devastating towards their points, but I think that collision might just have been a result of the way the track is really busy, and that's a car, that's an LMP2 going pretty slowly, letting other drivers through. So yeah, unfortunately there's no replay of that. However, that was in the upper part of the GTE field, or quite close to it anyway, and I think that was just the catalyst for the incident. And now we've got other cars that are trying to navigate through this GT traffic, and it is all becoming quite busy on the track right now. And yeah, we'll see whether there's any major contact again. But yeah, Dennis Jordan and Burst Edge Esports, they're not going to be too happy about that, because that will have had quite an impact on their championship prospects. However, Varga, that's going to make them quite happy. Although saying that, they're still only 1.2 seconds ahead of the car currently sitting in seconds. They are by no means safe quite yet.
No, definitely not. The yellow flag a moment ago in Sector 3 there was for Mark Vavate, who's driving the Black Hawk Racing number 77 GTE car, but he's back going again now, and he didn't come into the pit lane, so there was no damage, but he was off at 130R, and there are no small accidents there, so I do wonder what happened, but we didn't catch that one for you. Here he is then, Dennis Jordan, or is this Dennis Jordan, going down the inside of a Zancho car. It must be. Jan van der Heide is in front of us at the moment as we try and get through on the Juices Motorsport Club GTE car. They're up towards the pointy end of GTE. Going one side is the Zancho car. Dennis Jordan thought about going the other, but decided that now is not the moment for those kind of free wide antics. In Sector 1, he goes round the outside through the S's and makes his way through. The Ajira car's going to go through the other side. It is absolutely crazy in this at the moment. It's such a narrow circuit. There's so many cars to funnel through these exceptionally difficult corners, and it's really high risk for everybody really at all times. He's got the Ajira car right behind him now as well, applying the pressure as Dennis Jordan is about to get past Varga, who are currently in 4th place, in GTE. Sorry, no, they're in 3rd now because Sancho are not in the lead anymore. And this is your front 3 in GTE. You're seeing them on your screen right now. Your name here, Night of Alex, Varga Sim Racing, and they're all involved in the traffic, as well as the LMP2 leaders, who are all involved in this mess.
Yeah, this is really quite busy, and I think that Adam Baldwin's Juices Motorsport Porsche, that played into the hands of Dennis Jordan a little bit to just squeeze up past the Zancho, the Ajira car, and there he goes past the Varga, sitting in P3 right now. But yeah, this is really busy, and we've still got the majority of the LMP2 cars to try and find their way through all these GTs, who they're having a battle at the same time as these LMPs are having a battle. As they head through 130R as well, we'll see a massive speed difference between the two categories of race car. They can just carry a little bit more speed through there, can the LMP2s, with that extra downforce. You can see getting really quite close to Martin Dillon goes yet another LMP2. However, most of them are getting past the GTs without much incident. However, the amount of time they might be losing is going to be subjective to what is currently going on and how the other cars around them managed to get through. But yeah, this is Martin Dillon currently sitting in 4th place in that Aston Martin, so it's actually going quite well for the Jean Alesi Motorsports team. Juices Motorsports behind them as well. They're not too far behind, so they're going to be keeping an eye in their mirrors to keep that car at a safe distance. However, Varga up ahead are also going to be coming under pressure quite soon, I think, from Martin Dillon, because he is looking really strong in that Aston Martin. And yeah, I think this is very much a track about balance this evening.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be, and very, very difficult as well. Still watching the 66 John Lacey Esports car driven by Martin Darland at the moment. Adam Baldwin not too far behind. That's the battle for 4th in GTE. Going down to turn 1 on that last lap, by the way, we saw one Atco, I believe it was, Chris Shepherd trying to go down the inside of Kalakuri, but didn't quite come off. That's for 11th place, but that battle has petered out for the moment as we look at them right now. It was indeed Chris Shepherd trying to head down the inside, but not on the... Oh, he's gone wide through Spoon Curve. Very easy to do, it must be said. And now we're going to see an opportunity open up for the Go Team Racing Moritz Mel-driven number 247 car, trying to go down the inside at 130R. Not advised going side by side. We're here with over 5.5 hours to go, and Mel realises this. Oh, there's a car upside down. No idea who that is, but it looks like maybe a Butler Powell car upside down coming through 130R. That's a big moment for whoever that is. The 243 is stopped on the road, and so is another car getting away slowly. The 330, which has gone back to the garage. I believe that might be a DNF for DX Droids. And Undercover Sim Racing, is that? No, it was Butler Powell. Heiko Colburn back. We've already seen him go wide at turn 1. Now he's upside down, or was upside down at 130 yard. Getting back to the pit lane right now, but we said there are no small accidents through there. That is case in point, really. A huge moment as we see the battle for GTE lead now. Your Name Here Racing going side by side with Nigel Vellick, Christian Mikel trying to get through, but not for the moment.
Yeah, that was really interesting, and that car was definitely not in a good way, so that's going to see a lot of repairs before it's fit to drive again. But yeah, we're now seeing the battle in GTE. We knew it was going to be close, and I think we're seeing just how close it is right now, because we've got Martin Dillon behind on the Vargas Sim racing car, and ahead we've got Your Name Here versus Nita Vellick. So we've got two battles for first and for third. So yeah, this is really getting quite hot up in this GT category. Is a very busy category with all of those LMP2s having made their way through now. They've got a bit of clean air just for the moment though. Don't know how long that's going to last. You can see that's a very colourful livery on the Your Name Here car, really highlighted by the lights around this track, and contrasting the Nita Vellick's, which has a majority darker colour scheme. And yeah, we're seeing now that it's spreading out a little bit, so it has clearly parts of the track where it's a lot easier to be close and following the other drivers than it is on other parts, and we're just seeing a demonstration of that now. However, we're going to head back up to LMP2 as well, and we've seen already some incidents. We just saw some. We've got Andrea Terzi, well, in the Wave 3. That's one of the GTs you can see there on the left-hand side. Those two Wave 3 cars have been batting for pretty much since the race start. They're 25 minutes nearly gone since then. So we'll see how that all plays out. But this is currently the P12 LMP2, and we kind of close to the cars around them. We've got a bit of a gap ahead though, so they're just going to be trying to stay consistent, stay on the track, which is something that some of the drivers so far have been struggling with.
Yeah, it seems so. This is a 4-car train at the moment. Kalakuri is leading it. And then we've got Chris Shepherd, Maurice Mel and Casper Henningsen just behind those guys. It's Sajira, Wanako, Go Team Racing and Burst Youthport Hungary who are all involved in this LMP2 fight. It's actually the closest LMP2 fight that we have throughout the entire field at the moment. But Christian Mikel, meanwhile, in GT, has got to the lead of that category ahead of Christian Heinmarsh, who was leading in the Your Name Here racing car. Then we've got Vargas Sim Racing not too far behind them. So yeah, every time we go and look at something else, the battle we were looking at before kicks off. So that's seemingly the way. But it is a 5-car train at the moment. Adam Baldwin is just getting himself onto the back of it as well right now, because it's very, very interesting to watch indeed. And I do like especially in this kind of lighting, the Nitro Bennett's and Vargas Sim Racing cars, it almost looks kind of stealthy in this light, and it's quite cool. But yeah, this battle is pretty cool as well at the moment. Christian Mikel now leading it all, but a 5-car train at this stage in the race, ideally not the place you'd really want to be. You'd rather be out front on your own, like Marcel Jinsic, really. But for these guys, there's no such luxury because it's just so close in GTE. Very, very difficult to get away from anybody.
Yeah, and I think a minute ago we saw an LMP2 get kind of out of shape through 130. I managed to collect it up there before it hit a barrier, unlike Butler Powell, who had quite the incident. But right now we've got Vargas in racing right up the diffuser, going to send it round the outside, it looks like, through 130R. This could be quite risky as they head past the bridge, and Your Name Here might just hold on to it, but Martin Dillon round the outside into the hairpin, or the chicane rather. Heavy braking, he will have the inside for the second part if he can hold on to it. There's a bit of contact. We've got Adam Baldwin as well with the Juices Motorsport trying to gather up any extra positions. So it looks like he might have quite a good exit, and this could be bad news for the car that has just been overtaken. Right now though, we are seeing a 3-car train heading towards turn 1, spearheaded by Martin Dillon, who's just going to hold on to it. Vargas in racing behind, followed by Jesus Motorsport going a little bit wide there though, and Adam Baldwin's going to try and stick his nose up the inside. It will become the outside now as we head towards the S's, but he's going to tuck in behind, not seeing the benefit quite yet of trying to make a move through there. Always very risky with the amount of speed you have to carry up the hill.
This is the problem with being in a 5-car train. The likelihood of an accident is slightly bigger as well, but also when you get offline, when you get pushed out and overtaken by one car, even if you're trying to just make an overtake like Michał Sedlacek was just then, when you get pushed out of line like that, the cars are so close together that it's hard to get back into line again. And so that's what you just saw there. Sedlacek trying to make up one position. He actually lost one to Darland, and he was very close to losing another to Adam Baldwin there. They've just lost a little bit of time to the cars in front, but it's nothing that can't be gained back a little bit later on. And also this battling has allowed Drive Games and Waveframe Esports and the other Waveframe Esports car to catch up on. So 3 more Ferraris are going to be involved as we go side by side into turn 1 once again. They're battle for 7th place between that's Michi Hoyer around the outside of the Ajira car. We'll try and work out which one that is at the moment. The number 2 Jordi Surveyor's car going down to 8th place. Michi Hoyer around the outside through turn 1 into P7, and now we're into traffic once again. A good move from him though, even though there was a little bit of contact through the latter part of the corner.
Yeah, it did manage to make it up. I think it was just a little bit of rubbing, nothing too bad. At least it didn't result in anything awful. And yeah, just heading it through now. He is beginning to make up some of the positions so far lost. Currently sitting in a 5th position, I think. But now we've got this is Adam Baldwin once again on the back of that Vargas Sim Racing car. We're going to ride on board now to see if a move can be made into turn 1, and now you can see trying to break the slipstream is that Porsche, but round the outside goes Adam Baldwin under braking, getting out of shape though, and he's going to run off onto the runoff. Fortunately, not going onto the gravel for him at least, because that could have cost him a bit more. He's got Drive Game seat though quite close behind, and up ahead in GT now we've got Your Name Here coming a little bit under pressure from that car behind, that Aston Martin, the Jonna Lacey car with Martin Dillon at the wheel heading up the hill again. There you go, and that gap now 0.6 of a second. It did close down a little bit. We've had an incident in sector 1 rather. That's gone pretty much as quickly as it came out. As we head through the Degnas now, you can see those GTs just aren't quite as quick through there. They just don't have that downforce to rely on to keep them going round the corner. So under braking they go towards the hairpin. Then it looks like the Jean Alesi car might just have to hold on until the next opportunity, because it does seem that turn 1 is the preferred turn to make an overtake, and that's been the most popular place. We have seen some risky moves elsewhere though, such as last lap through 130, although we saw it wasn't a fruitful attempt and it had to be delayed until the chicane. So this is why Martin Dillon's currently up into 3rd, but he has got 2nd in his sights and he is closing up to that Your Name Here car.
Yeah, the yellow flag briefly out in turn 1 there was actually an incident between Your Name Here racing the other car and the World of Sim Racing car, number 78, currently driven by Blazej Mesk, who is out there at the moment. Didn't see what happened, but they're both back going again without damage, I believe. So we can continue watching this fantastic battle in GTE at the moment. Martin Darland applying the pressure to Christian Heidmarsh in this one, just letting Christian Mikel a little bit get away here as the Your Name Here racing car does go defensive down towards turn 1, although weaving again to try and break the slipstream and break the advantage that the Aston Martin's going to get. He sticks his nose out just Darland, but he doesn't go for it down at turn number 1, just waiting for now. I guess he should just wait for the traffic here. It's Sancho in again here. That is Ibrahim Khan once again. I don't know if this is a very early pit stop or whether it's another penalty or not. We'll wait and see if he actually stops. He is stopping in his boxer this time, so maybe it is an early pit strategy call for those guys. Maybe a bit of fuel on board. No tyres from the looks, although he was just dropped down there. 23 seconds seems a little bit short. Interesting strategy call though. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on, I was speaking with Turka Hakkinen before the race. He said that double stinting not really possible around this track in GT unless you do one short stint and save fuel a little bit, and you get your very final pit stop to be short and your final stint will be very short. So maybe at the very end of the race, or maybe at the start, if you want a short pit very early on, then maybe you can get a double stint out of these tyres. We'll see how it works out for them, but clearly Ibrahim Khan wanted to get out of the traffic in this one.
Yeah, and I think right now with this top battle, it's not going to be too long until we start seeing those LMP2s round the hill behind again, and that's going to, once again, when that second salvo arrives, we'll see even more drama, because those LMP2s with the GTs It's a difficult combination for everyone to get right, and with such close battles happening up and down the field, it's really going to affect the different drivers, how they play it. And right now, watching Michael Sedlacek with the Vargas in racing cars, we've got an LMP2 just behind, just the sole one though, so it shouldn't have too big of an impact on these guys. But Martin Dearland is the one to watch as we head towards turn one now. It all depends on that slipstream he can get, and it looks like he might be trying to defend a little bit from Michael Sedlacek, as on the straight they go then. But LMP2 quite easily navigating all of these guys, and there just isn't the opportunity to try and make a move quite yet as a result of that. Just not being able to carry enough speed through there, hitting a later apex than Christian Hindmarsh in the Your Name Here Racing Porsche. However, that second place car looks to be holding on to it. One thing to mention there is Cetro's Nita Velo is currently in first, are beginning to extend the gap to 2.2 seconds. Quite a lot of twos there. And that means that they're going to be looking quite comfortable, much like up ahead in LMP2, quite far up ahead in fact. The Vargas in racing car is leading by about the same margin to the second place in their own class. So the LMP2 mirroring GT in that respect. However, the GT field right now is currently quite a lot closer in the majority of the places, and this is one of them, as Christian Hindmarsh is defending quite well. It looks like he is pretty much matched for pace with Martin Dearland now. Even though they're in different machinery, there just doesn't seem to be that opportunity for Dearland to get past, and that is good news for Nita Velos, because they are just able to, I wouldn't say take their foot off the pedal quite yet, you can still see them from the onboard, but definitely have a little bit of breathing room and just maybe nurse their tyres a little bit more than they would be in the battle that is currently raging.
Yeah, it is indeed. Going down towards 130 at the moment, and this Aston Martin has got some great straight line speed. The slipstream helping as well. Darling's going to tuck to the outside right now and try and go around the outside at 130. This would be special if he would be able to pull this off. Oh goodness, it's very close between the two of them. Hindmarsh trying to hold him off. They go side by side into the chicane. Who's going to come out on top? Vargas Sim Racing and Juice's Motorsport Club crawling all over the back of these guys, trying to find their own bit of real estate as well. Hindmarsh is going to have to do some more defending down towards turn one. It was a good attempt for 130 off for Darland on that lap. He's going to have to go to the outside again. This time it's turn one, no less difficult really, but he's going to attempt it. Here he goes, sweeping round the first turn, and he gets second place. A good move in the end from Darland. He was really applying the pressure there a lot for a load of laps, and finally he's been able to get that move done. It was a very good move at that, as we've got a yellow flag in sector one. Let's see what that one was for, as it's the 71 car. The Speedy Mike Racing car was up there in 9th position a moment ago, but they've dropped down a little bit now.
Yeah, and I think that little move, or a little bit of a pop into the final chicane, that really set up Martin Dillon to try and take that position off Hindmarsh, because it meant they had a much more equal exit speed onto the straight, and that just gave him the speed benefit he needed to just carry that round the outside into turn one and run away with that second position. So an excellent move there, well set up. And now it does mean that Michael Sedlacek is under pressure from Adam Baldwin. However, Christian Hindmarsh as well, looking in his mirrors, he's got that Varga, same machinery, but I guarantee there are different setups. And of course, different drivers as well. We've got more yellow flags, so we're seeing some very, quite a few incidents, minor most of the time, although we did see that Butler Power Motorsports upside down, Australian style. So Michael Sedlacek is still in fourth. He has got pressure from behind, but he is able to keep a little bit of pressure on the front so that they're not able to quite run away from him. So it's all going to be down to what Adam Baldwin can do. And he is looking very quick. He's been holding on to these guys quite a lot of the race so far as they head through 130R. We've got 3 Porsches in a row here into the final chicane, just not finding that room he needs to try and stick his nose in past that Varga and try and make that move past quite yet. Although we have got a few Ferraris behind who are beginning to close up once again.
Yeah, the pit stop window, by the way, for the LMP2s is definitely open right now. I'm waiting to see if anybody's going to come in. Not for the moment. The race is expected to be about 200 laps here today, which means 10-20 lap stints if you want to push absolutely flat out for the entire race. Or, with a tiny bit of fuel saving, you can do 9 stints if you do whatever 200 divided by 9 is. I don't quite know the maths, but you get the idea. The 23 laps is about the maximum you can really get out of a tank. and the guys are on lap 22 at the moment, so they've got to be in soon. In LMP2, goodness me, that was very close. That's Dennis Jordan, I'm pretty sure, heading through at the moment, maybe not. But certainly one of the burst cars heading through this crazy battle in GTE at the moment. Adam Baldwin and Michal Sedlacek and Christian Heinmarsch all fighting over third place right now. It's 3 Porsches all in a row, but it seems that Your Name Here Racing were so quick out of the blocks, but they're kind of tailing off a little bit. I wonder if they've taken a little bit too much out of their tyres early on here, or what's gone on really for them. But yeah, it's really not working out for them in the next part of this stint. A little bit of traffic going on here. Rookie Monsters and Burst Esport both going through, and there's Agiro Racing hanging around the outside of them all as well. So really want to get through now, Sedlacek and Baldwin. They're just losing time, and you know, the cars in front of the Nitro Velix and the John Lacey Esports cars, they're just going to go up the road the longer they stay behind, so they've got to get through quickly now.
Yeah, as Aidan Moore said, the answer is about 22 and a bit laps, so whether people can stretch it to 22 pit stops, or they'll have to do all 23, we'll see how that is all managed. But yeah, we've got Christian Heinmarsch. He's been defending hard, and maybe a little bit too hard, because this could be biting him on the latter phase of these tyres, because now we're 40 minutes so far gone into these tyres at full race speed, and most of that spent battling up in this top position. He's now going to be feeling a little bit of pain. Fortunately, he's in the defensive position, which is going to give him a slight advantage. We've got Andy Dixie now holding off Lorenzo De Cutis with the Drive Game Seat Racing team against the Speedy Might Ferrari. So both in the same machinery as they head through 130R now. Maybe a little bit of dirty air for this rear car, currently P20. It doesn't seem to affect him too much though, because he's going to continue the way through onto the next lap, and it doesn't look like it's been a fantastic exit, although he is closing up a little bit. Just lost a little bit of time through that chicane, and that's going to compromise his attempt at an overtake into this next turn as they head down the hill along the main straight. So we'll leave that battle and head back up to this 4th place now, and it looks like Varga, yeah, they've managed to get past, and now Juice's Motorsports are having a go, but they've got to be careful, because the other Drive Game Seat Racing team car, the one that the sister to the one that we were following just a moment ago, is beginning to mount pressure on Adam Baldwin. But we've got Christian Malguera behind as well, as all of these LMP2s make their way up the field as well. So it's all becoming a little bit busy again, and we might see some interesting results of that as Adam Baldwin sends it down the inside of Heinmarsch. Can he just about carry the speed through? They are side by side, heading along the back straight. There's an LMP2 as well. It might not quite find the room. Yes, it does. Heinmarsch having to pull back into the slipstream of Adam Baldwin, but it doesn't look like it'll be enough as they head towards 130R now. It was going to have to take quite a risk to try and send, although out of shape a little bit is the Juice's Motorsports car going off the track. It might concede the position as a result of that side by side through this chicane. Back around the outside goes Heinmarsch. If he can maximise that exit speed, he might just manage to get on the throttle, get that slipstream as we head towards turn 1. This is very close, sticking to the inside wall. He's going to force Heinmarsch to go to the outside. That Your Name Here Porsche is now going to be having a go at Juice's Motorsports car. This is for 4th position. Under braking, they go around the outside, but there just isn't enough room. He can't carry the speed, and it looks like Baldwin might just have that 4th position as a result of that very dramatic phase of the race.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting stuff at the moment. Meanwhile, in the pit stops phase, meanwhile in LMP2, should I say, we've had some pit stops. Lorenzo Risi has managed to jump Marcel Cintiq here. He came in about 1.5 seconds behind, and he's come out about 1.5 seconds ahead. So I'm not sure what Wave Frame have managed to do there, but they have managed to just jump those guys ever so slightly. Nitro Velix are a little bit closer as well in all of this battling, and there's a little bit of a hold up there for Marcel Cintiq in the bit of traffic that Lorenzo Risi didn't have to negotiate in the end. So very interesting indeed. But even more interestingly to me, it's the fact that Jan van der Heijden and Dennis Jordan are going an extra lap here. So we thought that 23 laps was the limit. We might be about to see a 24-lap stint. Not sure if the formation lap is having anything to do with that, but if anything, it would mean you go less laps. So maybe you can even stretch 25 if you really want to be extreme on the fuel saving. But in comes Sancho, in come First Edge Esports. These two have been nose to tail for pretty much the entire race. It's Michi Hoyer carries on again. So 25 laps. It seems that these guys really are stretching things out even further. If he was to be able to do 25 laps consistently, Michi Hoyer might be able to do 8 stops, whereas everybody else doing 9. So very interesting moment there for Burst Esports Simplexity. Either way, they'll be in front of the likes of, Varga and Waveframe. So if anything, even if they aren't able to pull off a result of their own, they'll be able to help their teammates out ever so slightly.
Yeah, by just being on an alternate strategy, they're just going to add a little bit of extra pressure. And if they can pull this off, they're going to be looking really good in that final stint. You can see using all of the tyre, or what's left of the tyre at this stage. And with a light car, though, he's going to be able to fling it a little bit harder than sometimes he might be able to. So they head through Degner's now. And you can see the gap to second place right now is 42 seconds. Varga have come out in third, it looks like. So Lorenzo Arisi currently sitting in second. And Michi Hoyer, as I said, is leading the LMP2 class for now, although he will most likely be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. And looking around the field as well, we've had some quite dramatic racing so far, and I think we're going to have quite a lot more to come. We've only had 45 minutes, and we've not really had much of a break, as we've got Luca D'Amelio now. He's going to be looking behind. We've got Jordi Zviz in the Gira racing car, currently sitting in 8th position. That's 7th place Rookie Monsters car, just 0.4 of a second up the road, although we have got GTEs now. And as the race begins to get into the main stages, we're going to see a lot larger of a spread between all of the cars, and that's going to mean that this traffic is going to be all over the place. So Michi Hoyer now finally coming into the pit stops to get some more fuel. And looking around, we've got Lorenzo Arisi currently in second. That will be first in when he gets to the pit stop, if he doesn't come in. And Marcel Shinshik as well. Varga Sim Racing sitting in third right now. Of course, they're going to go past Michi Hoyer. So, yeah, quite interesting strategy to keep an eye on through this race as we ride on board with the Waveframe car. And we've got, that looks like the Jean Alesi Esports Aston Martin just a little bit in the way. It's not compromising too much. And now we're going to have a look on the straight, and on the left you're going to see there go the leaders now. So that's going to give the Waveframe car the lead, and Michi Hoyer just getting going now. We'll see where he comes out in relation to the rest of the field, having gone the extra mile in that last stint. So you can see a very bright timing tower in the middle of the track, and out into 5th place. It looks like if he can get ahead of Zancho, not quite. So he's going to actually have to slip into 6th, just ahead of that Rookie Monsters, which we were watching a moment ago. So not too bad there from Michi Hoyer, getting a little bit up the field from where they started. And Zancho as well, they are going to be trying to get past this traffic now. They're doing a pretty good job, although Michi Hoyer is going to try and take that 5th place off them, putting on a lot of pressure as they head past. That's the 4th place GT, it looks like, and that was contact. No! There's a big crash, and there goes the rear wing of the Rookie Monsters car, and those are the front lights taken out of Alexander Palmgarten with the Ramada Motorsport Aston Martin. That was a huge incident there, and I'm not quite sure what happened. And I think what happened there was just getting a little bit out of shape, but what is really out of shape is that LMP2 car missing bits that are really quite important.
Yeah, the rear wing gone, I'm afraid, on that Heike Kolvenbach driven Butler Powell Motorsport GTE car. They're all the way down. They've already had a terrible race. They're a really bad look, and they were upside down earlier on, if you remember. 17th place in their class, 40th overall. For an LMP2 car, not really where you want to be. So he's going slowly at the moment. I don't know if he's going to be safe to do this without Hagodati. Here we go. Hagodati's going to come out then in 10 seconds. Here we go. So we're going to get a lot of drivers who are going to get the opportunity to pit right now. The GTE leaders are about to come past the pit lane. So are they going to? No. They're not going to. So it seems that everybody is not going to do. Although everybody's carrying on at racing speed, not entirely sure why, but there you go. They are. So I don't know what that's all about. But anyway, because we heard Jimmy fine, but maybe everybody else can't. Or I've got no idea. I'm lost for words, Hugo, to be honest with you, because everybody's carrying on at normal speed. I can only see Heike Kolvenbach going at a 60 k's an hour. which is 80 k's an hour, which is what you're supposed to be doing. But he's damaged, so that's to be expected. But yeah, every single person on this racetrack is still going more than 80 k's an hour, so no idea. No one can hear him on TeamSpeak apparently, Jimmy, which is a shame. But
Yeah.
never mind, it doesn't matter. It seems that like everybody's carrying on. Hopefully we'll get that fixed. But anyway, we'll sidestep that for a moment. And continue to look at Lorenzo Arisi, 1.9 seconds ahead of Marcel Chinchik for the moment.
Yeah, well, we had that issue with the green flag as well. So, I think that's just an issue with the TeamSpeak, which means that those guys are going to have to be extra cautious when there is an incident. So right now, though, Lorenzo Arisi, he is in first and doing quite a good job as well, really putting the fight towards Marcel Chinchik, currently sitting third in the overall championship for the VEC, of course. The championship combined between the 3 divisions. Oh, that was quite close there with the Butler Powell car, or what's left of it, getting towards the pit lane now. And you got to feel for them. It's not been a brilliant race so far, having had quite a few incidents.
No, unfortunately not. But they're going to be back into the pit lane. Hopefully they'll be back out again. But it's hard to see what they're going to get out of this race at the moment. With top 15 getting points, they're going to need issues for others around them. Just over 5 hours and 10 minutes to go then in the Suzuka 6 hours, the third last round in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 13. We're currently watching Jordi Surveyors closing onto the back of Luca D'Amelio, and not too far in front of these guys, we've got Zancho, who, Jan van der Heide, the number 48 car. Recently, since the last round, I've been informed by Ed Trevelyan-Johnson, who's the team manager at Zancho Simsport. He says that it's the first round since round 2 that Zancho LMP2 car has even been in Division 1, and they're putting in a great performance. So for a team that have been struggling all season, I do remember those first 2 rounds for them. It wasn't great for them. They weren't quite on the pace that we were expecting them to be on, and it was a shame to see, but they're back in Division 1 now, and it's good to see they're having a great run out here as well.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job in 5th place. We haven't seen them an awful lot so far, but now they're here in this LMP2 category right now, 1.5 seconds off P4. So really bringing their cards to the table. And we'll see whether that stays the same. I mean, we're not even a sixth of the way through the race, and we've already seen some rather large incidents. So this current standing are definitely not going to be the same as we'll see in 5 hours and 10 minutes time. But we have got Luca D'Amelio with this Rookie Monsters team still relatively clear of Jordi's Viz, who are watching now in that Jira car, 7th and 8th. And just trying to get past traffic. Well, they've done that now. And without traffic, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to close up. But it does benefit when you're close in traffic. If you're the car behind, usually you won't lose much, but you have got stuff to gain. Whereas if you're the car in front when you reach traffic, you have an awful lot to lose. And it's a lot harder to gain. So in those situations, it always plays into the attacker. However, Zancho Motorsports, they are currently in 5th place, but they're looking to take 4th. They're just 0.7 of a second behind right now, and it looks like that gap is closing down as they head past the Varga, who gives them a little tap on the rear as they head through the chicane on the exit there. And they're going to be putting a little bit of pressure, that was the Goating car rather, on Casper Henningsen. So Burst Esport Hungary DK in 11th place. You can see there on the time board, just a half a second between them and the P12 car as they try and get past Martin Dillon, who's not able to give them much room. That turn 1, really only a single line corner, and it looks like running a little bit deep is Maurice Mel, and almost going into contact there with the Aston Martin. Managed to avoid anything major though in response to that. However, that's played into the Burst Esport car a little bit, as we've got Cameron Sansano now actually side by side with Alex Breutigam, and it looks like there might have been a little bit of contact there on the exit as they head back up the hill. There just isn't the opportunity for Sansano to take that position.
Yeah, so perhaps in front of Sansano for the moment. Black Hawk versus Speedy Mike Racing, 11th place in GTE is that battle going on for at the moment. Can't be too far away from GTE pit stops at the moment. We're coming up to the hour mark. They can do about an hour, but just over an hour, if you see what I mean. And then towards the end, the final pit stop is going to be very short for them. So we'll see We'll see who decides, if anybody decides, to go for a double stint. We saw it at Sebring. If you remember, the Waveframe cars, both of them went for no tyres for the final stint of the race. They wanted to get out in front of Williams Esports, and it worked for a while, but, you know, Nikodem Wisniewski chased them down, got past them both with plenty of time to spare, and in the end they ran out victorious in that race. But, you know, we could see a similar situation here today with somebody trying a double stint towards the end.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a risk, especially with these high-speed tracks that we've had recently, where those tyres are so important. But at the end of the race, when it's either when you can go all or nothing if you're put in that position, it is sometimes worth the risk. And we'll see how that, what the situation is in 5 hours, something more like 4.5 hours, when we see those lost pit stops, 4 hours 5 minutes. But yeah, we've seen it lots of time out at Sebring, and sometimes it's worth it. And given how close most of the GTs are at the moment, we could definitely see something similar this evening. Whereas right now, though, we've got Alex Boytigam, who has gotten ahead of Cameron Sansano and is beginning to pull away. We're going to move to the other Speedy Mike Porsche, though, who's getting a bit of pressure from Ibrahim Khan, who was in the lead of GT before he served those drive-through and that pit stop very early on in the race. But looking down the inside of Andy Dixie, and it looks like he might just get past. Yes, he does. That was a good move there, navigating through the final chicane, quite successful, and a good move up into 18th now, and looking to try and regain lots of the time that has been lost so far.
Yeah, I just recently messaged Ed Trevellyan-Johnson about the early pit stop for Ibrahim Khan and that Sancho GTE car, and his response, that will be telling. I have a feeling that those guys have got themselves a little bit up their sleeves for this race, because yeah, I feel like that might have been a bit of a plan for those guys to get themselves out of the traffic that they got themselves in because of the penalty, and they've got clean air now, as you're seeing. And so, yeah, maybe they can pull off a result here today. We'll wait and find out, of course. But here is Andrea Terzi on the back of Nikodem Wisniewski. Sorry, the other way around. Wisniewski's on the back of Terzi. Terzi's just been falling back ever so slightly. He was near his teammate. He's got a yellow flag out there briefly, but it's got... Oh, no, it's not gone again. It's the 264 car. Not having a great race either, I think it's fair to say. I'm trying to work out who it is. But for the moment... Satellite Racing, there you go, down in 21st in GTE, but they're back going once again. So, yeah, Wisniewski on the back of Terzi, and the two Waveframe cars were running nose to tail not so long ago, but Malgalera has got about 5 seconds in front of Terzi, which suggests that the number 68 car starting to struggle just a little bit.
Quite possibly, and we've got a GT going into the pits there. I think that's the Drive Game Seat Racing Team car now. Making a pit stop, quite an early one it looks like, given that we are beginning to approach the GT field, although no one else I don't think has decided to come in to the pits quite yet. But right now, yeah, Nikodem Wisniewski putting on quite a lot of pressure, that big imposing BMW in the mirrors of the Waveframe Ferrari, and in these night conditions you're going to have those headlights blaring in those mirrors. It can be quite distracting when you're driving, and it does mean that you're going to be concentrating a little bit more on what's behind you than what's in front of you. And right now, Wisniewski is going to be trying to get in front of him as they head towards Degner's now. There's just not enough room, but they really are nose to tail through here, getting as close as he possibly can. Just try and get that pressure on, flashing the lights a little bit, just try and get that extra distraction that I was just talking about, because you are focused on those mirrors, and in the night sky, it's going to be contact, trying to make a very late move there. I just don't think there was quite the room to get it slowed down in time for Nikodem Wisniewski.
No, I don't think so, and luckily it didn't result in a spin for anybody in that one, so yeah, that's fortunate. But we're still clean going for both of these guys, Terzi versus Wisniewski, as you mentioned. And you were right as well, Drive Game C83 did indeed come into the pit lane. Davide Arduini is now driving that car, so an early driver change. You don't normally see that after only 1 hour of racing. But you know, it sometimes does happen, and it has happened on this occasion for those guys. Wisniewski, though, getting very, very close to the back of Terzi through 130 as we go on board with the BMW driver right now. Not quite enough room to go down the inside there, to way too far back for any kind of dive bomb as they bounce themselves across the curbs like they're not even there. Getting a good exit though, did Terzi, going down towards turn 1 on this occasion, so there's going to be no move this time unless there's a real turn of speed here for Wisniewski, which there is not.
No, and I think that it's just not to his advantage in that situation. It is quite difficult to get past, as we're seeing now, and we'll see what happens when the traffic arrives again, because we will obviously have that to contend with, and they'll be trying to get past as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, though, it does look like Varga up at the top are challenging Wave Freem for the lead again, so we'll keep an eye on that on the timing boards. But we have got right now Nikodem Wisniewski. This is the closest battle on the track as Terzi does his best to defend. It looks like his car is quicker in just the right places, because although we might see another move by Wisniewski into the hairpin as we're approaching it right now, it didn't work last time. It might work this time. Is he going to move to the outside? What will be the outside anyway, as we head up towards the hairpin, nearly contact there. He's going to go for a later apex though, try and stamp on the throttle, maximise the speed. Of course, he has traction control. It's not going to be enough to get past immediately, although he's going to slip back into the slipstream as we head up towards the spoon curve. He's going to move to the outside. This could be quite a risky move. If he gets his nose in, he's going to have to back out though. Really only one line through here, unless you're going to lose an awful lot of speed and just compromise you both for your lap time. So back out onto the exit of the back straight. Back in the slipstream, we could see an advantage to Wisniewski this time round, heading towards 130R, moving to the inside. We've seen side by side through here before. It hasn't always worked out, but it looks like it's going to work out to the advantage of the Williams BMW tonight, as they take 7th place with 5 hours exactly to go.
Yeah, good move in the end from Wisniewski. Terzi didn't fight that one into 130R though, just too dangerous to do that really through that corner. As we've got more pit stops in GT, Varga, Your Name Here, and Deuces all into the pit lane after 30 laps. And some of these guys stretching it a little bit further. Nigel Felix, John Lacey, Wave Freem, and the other Wave Freem and Williams Esports all stretching this one a little bit further. But yeah, we've barely made it to the hour mark here. I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing that. I don't know if they're kind of short pitting or if the formation lap is playing havoc a little bit with the fuel loads and how long these guys can actually go. But yeah, we normally used to seeing them go a little bit further than this, but on this occasion, just under an hour is what these guys can do. We hit 5 hours remaining, and yeah, we've still got plenty of these guys to come in. Maybe it was even a little bit early for the likes of Varga and so on. Just waiting for them to come out the pit lane here to see if they actually make any driver swaps. Your Name Here are back rolling again. Oh, they nearly are. Just waiting for them to actually get going. But here we go, finally. And we can see if any of them are deciding to change their drivers after this point. I did speak to Nick Newcomb, the manager of Deuces Motorsport Club, before today. He said that it was going to be Adam Baldwin and João Barbosa today. Just those two exclusively. Baldwin's going to be starting the car and doing the first couple of stints, and then we'll see, and Barbosa's going to be getting in, and after that we'll see where the road kind of and how the race goes. But Baldwin's had a good pit stop there, just out behind Sedlacek, whereas Your Name Here Racing have lost out a fair amount there. They're still coming out of the pit lane right now, so yeah, they've lost a good 2-3 seconds, maybe more.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out an awful lot for them, having lost a lot of time. We've got the race leader right now, Christian Michael. We'll see if, no, he's going to continue for another lap, so this could give him a 2-lap advantage. He might even go a little bit further, and I think what might be playing a factor here for those earlier pit stops with those in the top of GT is because they've been battling for so long that they might have ground down their tyres a little more than they wanted and seen it fit to come into the pits a little bit early. But that's going to give advantage to Nita Velix, because this is going to help in contributing towards that final stint being a little bit shorter. I mean, they can push a little bit harder right at the end of the race. So it's looking strong right now for Cetrez Nita Velix, and we've got to remember that this GT battle in the championship overall is incredibly close, and it's looking to swing in the favour of this team right now. However, we're by no means at the end of the race, and there is still a lot to change. Of course, normal points awarded for Spa next race, and then at the 24 Hours of Le Mans is 1.5 points, 1.5 times the amount of points, not just 1.5 points for winning, because that wouldn't be particularly fair. But yeah, we'll see whether Nita Velix come into the pits at the end of this lap. And I think, yeah, we're seeing some stops further down the order now in this class, and it wouldn't make too much sense to go much beyond here if they are going to be changing tyres as well. So we'll see what Christian Michael and his team decide to do. As well as this, though, we have got the race lead it's actually changed because Vargas in Racing now have taken it off of a Wave 3 Esports in LMP2. So that's, there you go, there's Lorenzo Risi currently behind Marcel Shinshik. And yeah, there goes to show that Varga, despite having come out behind in the at the end of the last pit stop phase, they have managed to fight their way back to the top. And you can see another Wave 3 car, this time a GT, a little bit further down the road from them. But yeah, it's not gone particularly well. This stint, well, it started off well, but it looks like Vargas and Racing back into the position they're most comfortable in, which is the lead of the race. So we'll see whether they hold on to it, though, because Arisi is by no means letting them go off scot-free, having taken it off them.
Yeah, it's very close, though. It might be just about going side by side there. Not quite getting his nose alongside for the moment, Lorenzo Arisi, but he's stuck behind just for the moment. So as you say, yeah, they're back to where they are used to being, but they're not used to having this close company here. Wave Freeman, Naito Velix are not too far behind. Burst Edge Esports have got the pace, and they're actually reeling in those guys from behind a little bit quickly every lap. We'll see what the lap time is as they come over the line right now. A good 7 attempts taken out of Naito Velix on that attempt there, so they are showing that they have the pace here. Dennis Jordan has clearly regathered himself from that little incident he had with Rookie Monsters Porsche earlier on. But now he's a man on a mission, really, trying to make his way through the order as we look at Jordi Sveers in the Agera car, not far behind Luca D'Amelio. These two have been nose to tail for a very long time now, and it's not been separated anytime soon by the looks of it.
No, definitely not. And yeah, we've had these two battling relatively close for the majority of the last half hour or so, and it looks like they're going to continue on this battle, but it doesn't seem that Sveers is able to close up and get past that Ricky Monsters car quite yet. They've just been sitting tight. Maybe they're just hanging back and waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. We are beginning to approach some more traffic again with these MP2s, but we've got the rest of the GT field now pitting. And having made this first half of pit stops now, the GT field will be more spread out again, and that's going to mean that these the LMP2s are going to be having to get past them more intermittently, but more spread out across the whole track rather than in dense clusters, as we saw the first time round, which was quite hectic. But right now, I think these guys are catching up to a Your Name Here car, and we'll see whether they can get past quite easily. But yeah, that's the Your Name Here currently sitting in 12th position. There goes the Ricky Monsters car. Jordi Sveers though is going to have to sit behind both of them until the exit. He'll be able to get past both cars on the straight though, and I think now, as there goes a Cesar Nita car past the other. That's the race leader for GT, currently being passed by the sister car, or one of the sister cars in LMP2. So it's all pretty interesting, and quite a late pit stop there actually. The P5 car in GT only just pitting now, but that is going to help them when it comes to that final stint in 4.5 hours time. But yeah, this is really interesting race so far. Strategy has been a little bit around the place. Of course, we've got that Zano in GT. We haven't seen much of them because they did that peculiar strategy, which has been, well, we're not quite sure what it is, but it seems like it is part of a plan and part of a bigger picture. So we'll see the result of that with Ibrahim Carr at the helm of the Corvette right now. They are off kilter with everyone else. So I believe they've only had, well, one pit stop and a drive-through, whereas everyone else has now also had a pit stop. But their next stop will be some point within the next half hour or so. But this is Adam Baldwin as well, currently 8th position. Dropped back a fair bit actually since we last saw him at the front of the, or near the front of the pack earlier on in the race.
Yeah, it has just a little bit, things spreading out ever so slightly in GT, but let's not forget the pit stop cycle not quite finished yet. Some of the guys coming in at like lap 28, you know, drive game seat, who are not too far away from these guys, just 2 seconds back from this battle that we're watching right now. You know, those guys still out there on lap 34 at the moment, and you know, we've still got Naito Velix leading the race, so it's kind of all up in the air at the moment with the strategy. But Dennis Lind has got a very good. Well, he's told me what he thinks, or he's pretty sure what Sancho are doing. So they knew they had that penalty coming in. So the reason they were able to stretch such a big gap from the lead of the race was because they underfueled their car, about half-fueled it by the looks of it, and so they were able to pit in about just over half an hour, and now they're going to be doing some really long stints towards the end of the race. He says that it's going to sort itself out with about 2 hours to go. We're going to really get a view as to where Sancho actually are, but they still have, what is it, 4 stops remaining, like everybody else. Who are now going to come in, like Juices and Varga on your screen right now. They've got 4 stops to go. So have Sancho, but they're 30 seconds up the road right now. However, they're going to be doing some very, very long stints, and they're going to have track position in this one as well. So it's a very interesting strategy from Sancho to, get themselves kind of in front using the underfuel from the start. So it's we're going to see how it plays out basically. But they're going to have clean air at the very least. Just for the moment, they're not too far behind Naito Valks at the moment. That's Christian Mikel has got out in front of Ibrahim Khan, but Khan's going to be doing some very, very long stints, and his teammates, of course, going to be doing some very, very long stints for the remainder of this race. The first of his pit stops probably going to be in about 10 laps or so, which is not all that far away, really. Maybe a little bit more than that, but it's a very alternate strategy, and I do love a good alternate strategy. So we'll see how it plays out for Sancho in this race.
Yeah, and with Christian Mikel, it's quite a long first stint actually. From to pit just now, having come out in 4th place, it's gone pretty well for them actually. We've got both Wave Freem cars in GT at the front of that, whereas we've got the LMP2 Wave Freem car. And this is where I fear we're going to see Varga start making the most of an advantage. They're now 4.5 seconds clear of that P2 car. We've got Christian Heinmarsh now with the Your Name Here Racing. He's got 2.5 seconds to the next car, 85 seconds though to the race or the class leader at the moment. So yeah, it's all pretty interesting. And we have got the Nita Velux LMP2 trying to get past. So I think we're still in the midst of quite a strategy war. We've got some of the front cars coming into the pits now in GTE. So really quite a spread of pit stop times, because we had the first pit stops in GT, or first pit stops on a normal strategy at least, about 10 minutes ago. So yeah, a real spread, and the way that the drivers are going to be using that fuel, I mean, if they can do 1 hour 10-minute stints, they might just be able to get away with 1 less pit stop if my maths is correct.
Well, yeah, we'll see if that does indeed come off for them. You might be right in this one. We'll see if anybody does indeed try that. Yeah, Dennis Lynn was just telling me there, the fact that the gap's only 4 seconds tonight to Velux is a good sign for them, really. And so the strategy may well pay off for them. As I said, we'll wait and see. We'll park that one for the moment, and we'll focus on the on-track battling, which is what's in front of us right now. This is Martin Darlin still. He's down in 9th right now, but it's about to improve for him. Because there's some people in the pit lane, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen right now. Black Hawk and Wave Freem both in, so it's going to become the battle, excuse me, the battle for 7th place between himself and the Drive Game Seat car, Davide Arduini, who kind of kicked off the main cycle of pit stops with 28 laps gone. We're on lap 36 right now, and Christian Malgalera still hasn't come in to the pit lane in the number 99 Wave Freem Esports car. He's just coming up towards the final chicane right now, and we'll see if indeed he does come into the pit lane right now and kind of end this particular cycle. But yeah, you might be right, they might be able to do 4 stops in this one if they're really good on fuel. Into the pit lane then comes the leader from GTE. Christian Marglera was briefly leading there, but now it's going to be handed over presumably to Christian Mikel now, and Ibrahim Khan, who's not too far behind. So yeah, interesting moments in GTE for the moment. It's a little bit spread out for now, but it's all going to accordion together right towards the end, and that's what we kind of tune into endurance races for. To, you can't really miss any of it, because the important moment could be at any moment, and so you just kind of got to watch the whole thing unfold for the whole 6 hours.
Yeah, and with incidents that can happen at any point in the race as well, they can be a real volter for the course of a race for all of the teams, because the incident for one driver could affect the rest. I mean, although I think that's maybe less of a likelihood in terms of incidents, at least with this race, because Code 80 will not be able to be enforced at the moment. Well, we had an attempt at one earlier, but unfortunately it didn't work. So we have got Christian Micheldo back in the lead of GTE, having made his pit stop, and the rest of the drivers making theirs as well. Ground Effect Sim Racing right at the back of the GT field also making a pit stop with 4 hours 47 minutes to go. So I think if they can do 1 hour 12 minute stints, they will be able to shave off a whole pit stop. I might be wrong though, so don't quote me on that in case I have made a mistake. Although it'll be quite difficult with that first stint being slightly shorter because we didn't, of course, start exactly with 6 hours to go. But Ibrahim Khan now in second place, 3.5 seconds off the leader, but they are on that alternate strategy, so they're going to be really in no man's land until we get right to the end of the race. That last half an hour is where we'll see where their true position is as a result of their stops. But what this does mean is that they found themselves out of battles, because previously, as we saw, we've had quite a few big battles at the front, and they would have been involved in them had they not made that early pit stop and done that underfuel strategy for the first stint. So being in free air, it means that they can just drive around, cruise around at as high a speed as possible without having to deal with other drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good strategy for them. He's going to have low fuel as well than the Nitro Velux car, so he might be able to catch up here. We might get a battle for the lead briefly before Ibrahim Khan comes in about lap 50, or maybe even a little bit later than that. Just for reference, we're about to start lap 37, or complete 37 laps here in the GTE category, so a little way off just for the moment. Also a note, by the way, the Corvettes have, as I've noticed some people in the YouTube chat, I've already picked up on this, but the Corvettes have been double stint, or they are on a double stint with their tyres right now, so expect Nitro Velux and Sim Racing Holland to get caught fairly rapidly right now. But, you know, if they're able to gain positions from where they were before, then they really will be in a great place in this race as we see this battle going into the chicane. The Porsches, who are trying to chase down those Corvettes, but also battle with each other at the same time, which is not always the recipe for great gap destruction, really. You want to get into single file and kind of work together here, not battle like these two are doing right now.
Yeah, but I'm not going to complain with the quality of the racing between these two drivers so far has been really high, and I think Adam Baldwin might just squeeze past. Yes, he does. So that's going to be up into fourth place for the Juicers Motorsports Porsche. But yeah, as you're saying, they're going to be costing each other time to the next car right up the field as a result of battling each other. So it's not always ideal to do that, and they are being lapped right now. So it looks like if that Varga car wants to have a go at taking that position back, it's not going to be for quite some time, as they actually a Gira car trying to find a way through. We saw an incident at that same point earlier. Luckily, we're not going to have a similar occurrence. So yeah, Adam Baldwin, he has managed to actually extend the gap a little bit to the Varga Sim Racing Porsche behind him as a result of that traffic. So it's actually benefited him a little bit. Down the road, you can see 2 seconds from the Varga car is Martin Dearland with the Jean Alesi eSports car, and because those two were battling, he's been able to close up a little bit. So it's not just time to the front they'll be losing, it's also time to the car behind as well, if that car behind isn't itself involved in a battle, which in this case it's not. So their battle are actually playing into the hands of Martin Dearland a little bit, if he can catch up.
Yeah, that is the million-dollar question, really. Can he catch up? And at the moment, the answer is yes. By about half a second on the last lap, Sedlacek got cut out of the margin a little bit. 2 seconds is the gap between the two. Speaking of margins at the front of the field, just trying to watch the ones between the likes of Dennis Jordan, Roy McDuff. It was about 12 seconds when the pit stops completed themselves a little bit earlier on in LMP2, nearly 40 minutes ago now. But Roy McDuff has lost about 4 seconds in this stint. Jordan is just slowly pegging him back ever so slightly, and it's quite fascinating to watch these two trade lap times at the moment, and in the traffic as well they are trading lap times. But as you can see, just under 8 seconds is that gap at the moment. However, there are not really very many battles going on in LMP2. It's just kind of bubbling up nicely for some battles a little bit later on. Varga Sim Racing leading by nearly 6 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Arisi. Nobody really trying anything alternate on terms of the strategy in that category. Otherwise, you'd see wild positional changes. But we're going to be focusing on GTE, I suspect, for much of the next 40 minutes because you know, you've got cars like the Corvettes on older tyres. You've got Porsches on newer tyres coming from behind, battling with each other first of all, but also chasing down these ones in front. So Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to watch. Dennis Duna is driving the Sim Racing for Holland car and getting caught by nearly 2 seconds a lap for Adam Baldwin right now. And behind Adam Baldwin, the cars are not so spread out. So it's going to be a very, very busy 45 minutes or so for Dennis Duna if he's going to be defending so much like I think he is throughout this stint.
Yeah, and I think what's happening now is that we aren't seeing an awful lot of batting, but it's definitely simmering to all develop at the same time. We've got both of the Black Hawk racing cars, and number 81 it looks like, with Kevin Yeager at the wheel behind his teammate. We've also got your name here with Christian Hindmarsh, 2/10 of a second off the number 83 in front. I think that's the drive game seat Ferrari, who's getting a little bit squiggly through the spoon curve. Back out onto the back straight then. It's going to be a battle of speed. Can Hindmarsh get the slipstream he needs? Maybe try and fire it around the outside into 130, or maybe hold on to it. Just try and keep as close as possible through this left-hander and then have a pop up the inside maybe into this chicane. It looks like he's actually dropped back ever so slightly from there. So it's all going to be about the exit, who can get on the throttle a little bit better. Of course, that's a little bit equalised by the fact they've got traction control as the undercover Sim Racing LMP2 tries to find its way through. We've got Dennis Duna though, Sim Racing for Holland. That Corvette currently up into third place, 1.7 seconds ahead of Adam Baldwin, who is a little bit quicker it looks like. And that number 74 car closing up to try and take that podium position back. And then we've got 30 seconds up the road towards the Zano car. And then finally Nita Velux in the lead. So we've got quite an interesting development of the race there. That Zano, yeah, in second place, but we're not sure really what that translates to quite yet. And that's going to be developing throughout the whole race. But Dennis Duna now, Adam Baldwin, just 1.1 seconds. So yeah, it's closing up quite rapidly. Adam Baldwin will be looking to try and take that position off the Corvette, and that has been a little bit of an incident there, as an LMP2 has taken a trip onto the gravel, and I think that might have been trying to overlap this Sim Racing for Holland Corvette.
It was the Go Team Racing car, Moritz Mel, who went off briefly there trying to get through on World of Sim Racing. Sorry, not World of Sim Racing for Holland, should I say. Dennis Duna driving, as you say. So Adam Baldwin is closing in by about a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap. As you might expect, really, with the new tyres that he has got on at the moment for Deuces Motorsport Club. But this is the fight for the top 3 spaces, and the fight for the lead may come on in the next few moments as well. But we'll watch this one for now, because it is much, much closer between these guys. I believe that's undercover Sim Racing going to the left-hand side of these guys. Rick Van Eyl trying to chase down Moritz Mel, and he's doing so right now. Doing a little bit wide through 130 on. There might even be a dive into the chicane. Not quite for the moment. Duna gets his car to the middle of the road just to make sure that Baldwin didn't make a dive, but it's a much nicer and smoother exit for Baldwin off of the Castillo Triangle, and now maybe into turn 1 there's going to be a move. He's going to have to be on the outside line though. He's going to be 3 wide actually, with a couple of prototypes in the background here trying to make their way through, but Adam Baldwin on the outside line into turn 1. Dennis Duna trying to make his life as difficult as possible, and he's succeeding at the moment. Going into turn 1 and 2, he stays in front for now.
Yeah, this is really quite close now. We know that Adam Baldwin is quicker. He's been closing up very quickly in the last couple of laps. So we'll see how long Dennis Duna can hold on for, because I believe he is double stinting those tyres, which is going to be to quite some detriment in speed, although it's going to mean that the pit stop was slightly shorter and it could end up to an overall advantage. So that might be the strategy that they're going for. And I'd be surprised if Dennis Duna fights this too hard, knowing that Adam Baldwin is likely to squeeze past, although there is a bit of contact there. Into the gravel trap goes Adam Baldwin. That's going to cost him a position to Michael Sedlacek, actually, who's been closely following him. And yeah, there he goes, squeezing past. And now it looks like Michael Sedlacek, up into 4th place, could be getting 3rd off Dennis Duna before Adam Baldwin was. And that is not quite what we were expecting.
No, not really. But a little bit of contact between the two, and it just shows that margins are fine at the moment at the front of this field. And not a small mistake could lead to quite a big off. Let's have a little look at this replay then. Here's Adam Baldwin on the outside line at the moment. Did he get squeezed? Did he go into the side of the Corvette? Hard to tell. Hard to tell at this point, but it's certainly a big moment. It could have been a lot worse. There's walls inviting you there if you do indeed go off by a long way. So fortunately he did avoid that fate, but it's not much better for him because he has lost positions now down to P5 when it could have been P3 by this point. But trying to take that at the moment is Michal Sedlacek, not too far behind Dennis Duna, actually pushing him through the Casio Triangle. Pretty much all but contact between the two right now as they come out of the corner once again. It's almost a carbon copy of what happened last lap between Baldwin and Duna. This time it's Sedlacek trying to get past the Sim Racing for Holland car. Outside line it's going to have to be, but the Corvette is good in a straight line, and it's going to be difficult to manhandle through turn 1. Round the outside goes Sedlacek. Into turn 2 he goes, he breaks late and he goes wide, he slides. Does Duna hold on? He's got the inside line, but he's going to have the outside for turn 3, and the fight continues into sector 1. Round the outside goes Duna, and he holds on. What a great defence this is from the Dutch driver. Now Adam Baldwin's here. Martin Darland is here to watch on as well. Goodness me, this is an angry pack of cars heading through sector 1, but it's textbook defending from Dennis Duna right now.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job actually, holding on with those older tyres than everyone else. With those 3 cars behind him, all on fresh rubber, unlike him, and that we're seeing right now. But we've got a 4-way battle emerging as they've all concertinaed behind Dennis Duna, who's been holding them all up, doing fantastic defence. And that has, as we've seen just a moment ago, has caused some quite interesting changes of position. He's going to run a little bit wide. Michael Sedlacek having a fantastic exit. He's on the power. Is it going to be enough to squeeze past as we head towards Spoon Curve? He might try and shoot it up the inside if he can just about get it under the brakes. As they head now down the inside he goes. Can he manage it? It looks like he's been given the room. Yes, Dennis Duna giving him a lot of breathing space to try and get that move done without any unnecessary contact. But look at this, Martin Dearland on Adam Baldwin looking to try and get past as well. So we could see multiple overtakes in the space of just a few corners. Moving to the outside goes the Aston Martin, maybe just holding on behind for now as Dennis Duna also trying to get a little bit of slipstream off of that car in front. Michael Sedlacek, although he's going to get passed by Adam Baldwin into the chicane around the outside, which will become the inside for the second part. Can that Porsche get past? Yes, he does, sliding all over the place, though, right on the edge of grip. And there goes Martin Dearland as well. He's not able to get past quite yet. So Dennis Duna, despite being on much older rubber, really holding his own in the face of some quite strong competition. Around the outside, we're going to see now with Martin Dearland side by side as we head through the first turn. He's just about going to be able to slot in front. So that was quite an intense lap or so of battling, but we've now managed to get into a bit more of a normal order as Adam Baldwin. He's lost a little bit of time actually to that car in front, that Michael Sedlacek in the Varga car as well. At the top of the tower, we've got Christian Mikel. He's getting under pressure from the Zano Simsport car with Ibrahim Khan at the wheel of that. So it's all beginning to go down at the same time in GTE. As LMP2, we see the next phase of pit stops beginning to unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very exciting racing, though, between those 4 drivers. To keep it clean as well was very, very good to see. A lot of LMP2 cars in the background of this shot, by the way, which is quite concerning. It's the number 3 car at Black Hawk Pescara. Dimitri Buska's currently driving that car, and there's another one involved for good measure. A little bit further down. Is that Varga, maybe? I think it is. Just going through there, the number 26 or 27. Yeah, not Race Leader anymore because Varga have been in, so have Burst Edge Esports and Nitrovelics and so on. But Burst Esports Simplexity, Mitty Hoyer carrying on once again. Don't forget they did 25 laps on their first stint, so we'll see how long that continues on. Here we go, though. It's a Corvette battle between these two. It was Corvette 1, 2, 3 a few moments ago. Now it's only a Corvette 1, 2. But Ibrahim Khan would rather he was the 1 instead of the 2 right now because Christian Mikel is holding them up ever so slightly. Khan has got less fuel. These two, by the way, have got the exact same laps on their tyres because they haven't changed any yet. But Khan's just got less fuel right now, so he's got a little bit more pace than he wants to get through.
Yeah, he's just got to try and make the most of it. They're, of course, both in the Corvette, which evens this out a little bit, but because they're on such different strategies, they're really not that similar at all in terms of the current situation of their vehicles. Well, Ibrahim Khan, he doesn't want to be held up too much by Christian Mikel. These are clearly both very quick drivers, otherwise they wouldn't be sitting in first and second right now, even though they are on alternate strategies. And we're now seeing where the LMP2s, they come out. There is Alex Siebel in the Burst Edge Esports car. The one curve Chris Shepard just behind him, 2 seconds down the road. So we might see a little bit of chopping and changing actually up in the LMP2 field following these pit stops. We've got Michi Hoyer in the lead of LMP2 at the moment, but he is yet to make that second pit stop. Right now, though, Ibrahim Khan really putting on the pressure to Cetres Nitavanos and Christian Michael, that number 60 car. You can see the onboard now in the top right. We can see the moves he'll be looking to make and the lines he'll be willing to take. So through to the back straight they go, and it's going to be Christian Michael with a fair amount of pace. That slipstream just not strong enough yet. However, we might see a move by Khan into that final chicane, if not into turn 1. Just try and get through without losing much time, because being stuck behind another driver on their current strategy is just going to be completely detrimental, because the whole point is that they're on fresher rubber than the rest of the cars half the time, and that is this half of their stop. Well, that'll be the next half of their stop rather. But it's all about trying to maximise the amount of free air they have at the moment. That's not going to be happening. 0.5 of a second down on Christian Michael this time round. It's not going to be enough to make that move successful.
Yeah, it's difficult to make a move really when you're in the same car, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. It can be difficult. Lots of pit stops, lots of driver changes as well in LMP2. We also have a new leader, Jan van der Heijden, still driving that car, but he's decided to skip tyres in this one. Or if everybody did double stint before, then he's done triple stint, but I can't see that really happening. Either way, Zancho have gone for an alternate strategy. They're now nearly 14 seconds in the lead. Yuri Toman has got in for Marcel Cincic. They're second at the moment. Ferguson Racing ahead of Wave 3 Esports, who are in the number 26 car. Lorenzo Risi still driving that car. And the new signing, Timotes Andonovski, is driving the Nigel Velez car, the number 34 Rory McDuff. Alex Siebel has got in for Dennis Jordan. Chris Shepherd still driving for Wanaka. So Luca D'Amelio is still driving that car. Michi Hoyer's got out for David Mrocek in the Burst Esports Simplexity number 49. Nigeria Racing have swapped their drivers. Kalakuri out for Nick Da Silva, and Anthony Yams is still driving Team Spirit Racing. So roughly half of the LMP2s have changed their drivers in the last few moments, as we've been looking at this kind of battling that's going on in GTE. Nikodem Wisniewski giving a bit of a bump to the back of Davide Arduini and on the driver's game seat car. He's got no headlights on at the moment. I'm not sure he quite realised that. He just flicked them on again, going towards the hairpin right now. Is he going to make a dive? Not quite, but he's very nearly running into the back of the Italian here once again, really applying the pressure right now.
Yeah, I think he's been flashing so much that he must have left them off at one point, because they were off briefly. Luckily he's got them back on now, so he shouldn't be facing any repercussions. Don't know how long they've been off for though, given the fact that he's in some traffic. I doubt it was for very long, because he does like to flash those cars in front. Right now it's David Arduini, yeah, as you said, defending from the BMW with Wisniewski. We've also got the Your Name Here Porsche behind these guys, and if this battle persists, they're going to be able to close up, because we've got quite a lot of LMP2 traffic finding their way through. And we've got the Sim Racing for Holland car, David Duna at the wheel, just ahead of them as well. So they'll probably close up to him quite quickly. He is, of course, double stinting those tyres, whereas the three behind him, or even further than that, are not. So they do have the grip advantage. We'll see what the result of that is as we head onto the straight now for the next lap, which is going to be some pretty interesting. We've got Jao Pitas right now with Matthias Staher behind him, that Go Team racing car, trying to keep on the back of Burst Esports Hungary. And yeah, we'll see what this GT battle holds, because it is looking really interesting. We've got the Gira racing car trying to move down his way through, and he's actually gone onto the grass. It is just so busy in front of him, especially through the S's. It's going to be a real struggle for him to not lose time, because it's bad enough trying to navigate traffic here in a normal situation. When they're battling, it makes it just that little bit harder. He's going to try and send it around the outside. There's going to become the inside for Wisniewski. That's going to cost him a little bit of time to David Arduini as they head back towards the Degners 1 and 2. He's actually closed up the gap pretty quickly, so still putting on the pressure. It looks like he might try and go for a move into the hairpin. We've seen him do it before, not always successfully, but it is definitely a point where he's happy to make a move. As we go into the left-hander though, he's not going to take the opportunity this time. He was just slightly further back than he might have liked, but he's also got that Porsche, you can see from the rear-facing cam, very close behind him, so he doesn't want to lose too much time in battling in unnecessary positions around the track.
No, absolutely not. It's a big train at the moment, because the number 99 Wave 3 Esports car is also involved in this at the moment. Very close battling, as you might be able to imagine. Sim Racing for Holland not too far in front, and this is kind of what's stacking up all of this fighting. You've got the guys like Sedlacek, Baldwin and Dylan. We saw that battle a little bit earlier on. They all got through on Sim Racing for Holland, but now it's these guys' turn, and this is an even bigger train than before, so it's bound to be maybe even more exciting. Let's hope so. Anyway, for our sake, we're on board with Wisniewski still at the moment. Arduini just in front of us, bouncing across those curbs, absolutely monstering them at the moment. Not the greatest exit though for Wisniewski. He's going to need a big run down to turn 1 if he's going to make this move here. It's actually looking, as Adam Baldwin there was making a move just out of shot on Michał Sedlacek, and he's got through away from our cameras. Indeed he has, into third place there. Adam Baldwin has indeed made that move. What about further behind? It looks like it's all staying as it was a moment ago. It's hard to know where to look though at the moment, because we've got the battle for second in LMP2. That's kind of kicking off between Toman and Arisi, and then you've got these fights between Baldwin and Sedlacek, and then everybody behind Dennis Dunas kind of rip each other's heads out. So here we go, down the inside goes Baldwin. Fairly nice, easy move. Sedlacek gave him the room, and muscling his way through just about there, Adam Baldwin.
Yeah, well, we had just a little bit ago. The field gently simmering, and now it has really gone into the fire right now, because there is just so much going on the track right now. We've got Yuri Toman, as you said, with Lorenzo Arisi. That gap half a second, and they've just come out of some traffic. So they look to be clear ahead to allow them to battle. We'll have just a look down the straight. Yeah, there's just one sole car ahead of them. That's a Porsche. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for them to both get past, although we'll see where they come up to it, because that is going to have a big impact on how quickly they get through, and it's looking to be to their advantage at the moment. But it all depends on whether Yuri Toman can hold off the wave-frame car. Of course, the Vargason Racing LMP2 was in the lead of the race earlier on, as they get past that Your Name Here car quite easily. And this is, the battle for second position at the moment. We're going to watch it unfold. Number 26 versus number 27, of course, in reverse order at the moment, with 27 at the front of these two drivers. We've also got Dennis Downer and David Arduini. So we saw the other guys struggle to get past this Corvette, and I fear that Dennis Downer is going to do an extra effort to try and hold these guys back as well, because, of course, he is on those double-stinted tyres. He wants to just slow down everyone who could possibly be a challenger as much as possible, because that's going to benefit him the most in his strategy. So right now we're actually going to get a replay. So this is Dennis Duna, and no, this is just behind. That's the wave-free car with Nikodem Wisniewski through 130R. Down the inside they went. Quite a good move to get past. Very brave. And right now David Arduini with the Drive Game Seat Racing Team Ferrari not able to get past Dennis Duna quite yet. It's not the greatest part of the track to do so. However, that is going to be very difficult for them to try and get through there. With the other cars a little bit further up the field, this is going to really bring them all together. Now, Ibrahim Khan is in the lead of the race ahead of Christian Michael, just getting past by one of the Burst Esports LMP2s through the spoon curve. But yeah, doing a really interesting strategy. So they'll be pitting relatively soon, I believe, this Sancho car. And we'll see where they come out in relation to the rest of the GT field, because they are still very quick, pulling away from that Cetros Nita Velox, who will become the leader as soon as Khan pulls into the pits.
All of a sudden, it's starting to feel like season 12 again, because Sancho are leading in LMP2 and they're leading in GTE. It was a pass from Ibrahim Khan on Christian Mikel, and he is in. Is Ibrahim Khan there? Let's see what lap that is. Lap 48, which is a 32 lap stint for him, fairly on schedule, even though Nito Velox and were able to do 34 laps earlier on. Here is the pass, by the way, into the hairpin. Thanks to Jimmy Allison for getting this one up. It was a fair while ago now, but down the inside goes Khan. These two are very much know that their battle is later on in the race. That looked to me, Christian Michel was like, okay, you can have it for now, but later on, I'm not going to make that as easy for you.
No, definitely not. And yeah, those two will come together at some point in the latter stages of the race. And I think that Sancho will be just trying to push that pit stop at the end of each stint just a little bit closer to the next hour, just so they can get onto a similar standing as the rest of the order. But David Arduini now round the outside into turn 1. Can he keep the momentum going? It's not going to be to his advantage on the exit. No, he's not. In fact, he's got the wave frame of Christian Magera trying to get through. He's just passed Nikodem Wisniewski just a couple of laps ago. And now we've got a 5-way battle for 5th place with David Duna at the front of it. We've got yellow flags in sector 3. Not quite sure what the cause of that is, but just look how close these drivers are. Really being held up by Dennis Duna now, as David Arduini has swiftly gone from the attack to the defence, because he's getting a lot of pressure from Christian Malguera as they head through the Degners now, and we're going to see a difference in pace quite stark between some of these drivers. And also, this could give Wisniewski the opportunity he needs to reclaim the position he lost just a couple of laps ago. Although saying that, Christian Hindmarsh looking to try and throw his foot in the door there and try and squeeze his way through. You can see really getting on the maximum pressure of the throttle on the exit there, getting a little bit skittish was that BMW, as there goes one of the many LMP2s still running in a completely different class, but very much quicker, and it's not ideal to be passing such a battle, and it's actually split up these drivers. You can see there, getting very close, in fact a little bit too close, and that's going to give Hindmarsh a good opportunity to get on the power. He's really close on the exit. You can see from the onboard, nose to tail, that splitter almost touching the diffuser of the BMW. He's looking to the inside through 130R, but he's just not quite close enough, and if he can't carry the speed through the exit, he's not going to have an opportunity into that final chicane.
Sorry about that. I was surprised. You could see where he was going almost. It's so big in the windshield there of Christian Hindmarsh that it's almost difficult to see. But there you are, still in front at the moment. Wisniewski is in 8th place as things stand. Duna trying to hold on to his 5th place at the moment. This is a carbon copy of last lap almost. Davide Arduini, round the outside he goes, but he's not as alongside as he was last time, and he couldn't put it off last lap, so he's definitely not going to be able to this time. Dennis Duna still defending very well, as behind Wisniewski is trying to go round the outside of Malguera. Turn 3, get his nose in there for turn 4, but not quite through the S's. Stern defending there from the Italian, and a good defence as well. But Wisniewski and all of these guys really got to be getting frustrated at this point. They are just stuck behind Dennis Duna, and there's another car about to join the party. The 68 waveframe car, not too far behind.
Yeah, well, we had those two waveframe cars quite close together at the very start of the race, and it looks like they're going to be coming back together again, because Duna just isn't letting anyone through. He's the world's greatest mobile wall at the moment. He just isn't allowing an opportunity to be overtaken. All the while, they are losing buckets of time to the current leaders of the race. However, for Dennis Duna, this is absolutely perfect. If he can hold up everyone for as long as possible, it means that his strategy is working perfectly. That Corvette just doing a fantastic job for sim racing for Holland. On the different tyre strategy, of course, they'll be putting on fresh tyres at the next stint, but they will probably, well, we'll see whether they double stint them again, but just keeping the other drive behind them. They're going to have equal pit stops at the next phase. This is really good, looking good for sim racing for Holland, if they can keep the other cars behind for the next 25 minutes until the next pit stop phase will really be in the full swing. We might see a couple undercuts as well, as we see Wisniewski actually on the inside of Christian Malguera, I believe, and he's taken that position pretty well. And Christian Hindmarsh as well, he's going to join in. He's going to send it round the outside of this waveframe car as the other Ferrari begins to show itself in the rearview mirrors of that Porsche in a waveframe sandwich, but I think he's about to slide out of it into the position that is currently being occupied by Malguera, although saying that he's not found the opportunity to get through, as ahead you can see there is just no way for Drive Game Seat to get past Sim Racing for Holland. There's going to be a replay now of Christian Malguera up at the S's at the moment, and yeah, you can see there, really quite calamitous. It's just so busy on the track at the moment. This is really ridiculous.
It's really, really busy. Yeah, in the top right hand side of your screen there, just saw the overtake again from Wisniewski and Malguera. The freeway battle for the lead in LMP2 is also going on, and it's coming through this battle right now. Zancho, Varga, Waveframe, all here, coming through the Degners. This is absolutely unbelievable at the moment. Jan van der Heijden doesn't know whether to look forwards or backwards right now, because he's got Yuri Toman behind, and he's got an angry pack of GTE's just in front. Here comes Lorenzo Orisi down the inside of the hairpin almost. He's alongside Yuri Toman, but he can't get through just for the moment. They're going to clear a few cars on this little straight here, but how many of them are they? Oh God, that was close. On the grass, ever so slightly there for Yuri Toman, as Davide Arduini is itching to get to the inside of Dennis Duna there. He can't quite do it. He's defending from Nikodem Wisniewski as well, but here is the fight for the overall race lead. Jan van der Heide not taking tyres on the last pit stop, going for the alternate strategy, pitting with everybody else, but he's trying to make something else work here, and he's now trying to defend from Vargas Sim Racing as well, going almost side by side through 130R. Not for the moment. Lorenzo Orisi with the momentum, going into the chicane. He's going to go to the inside, is he? Not quite right now. Yuri Toman just hanging his car to the middle of the road, making sure the Italian didn't even think about going down the inside. Well, he clearly thought about it, but he wasn't quite decisive enough to make the move, and the three of them stay nose to tail for the moment.
Yeah, this is some fantastic racing. I think that last lap where these three drivers were trying to navigate those GTs, who are still battling, may I remind you. And there's going to be three wide, in fact, as I say that. David Arduini on the inside as Nikodem Wisniewski gets past him on the outside line into turn one. Christian Malguera has actually held on from Christian Hindmarsh, and it looks like there's yet another LMP2 trying to find his way through. So this is just preposterously busy on the track at the moment. There is just no way through for the drivers. It is so busy. It is a massive traffic jam as Arduini gets a little bit out of shape. What this does mean though is that if Wisniewski can get past Dennis Duna quickly enough, he'll be able to start pulling away. Saying that Christian Hindmarsh is side by side with this person sharing the same Christian name. Round the outside into Degner's one, and he's just going to be able to pull it off. And we've got Andrea Terzi now behind his teammate. So there's just so much going on at the moment. Those two Wave Ream cars battling number 99 with number 68 behind. And they've got yet another LMP2 trying to find its way through. And we've got Dennis Duna now coming under pressure from Nikodem Wisniewski. We'll see what the Williams driver is able to pull off here as they head up the hill towards Spoon Curve. It might be a move. If he does so, it's going to be a little bit risky. He's, of course, on fresher rubber than that's him racing for Holland Corvette. And the longer he stays behind, the less his advantage that he just gained will be. Of course, he's got 1.5 seconds behind. But that's not going to maintain. He's not going to be able to maintain that if he stays behind Dennis Duna, the current master of defence in this race so far. With 4 hours, 15 minutes to go, it is looking very good for Dennis Duna's team. However, Nikodem Wisniewski is going to be trying to get through, trying to finally find a way to stop losing time behind these guys who are just doing a fantastic job at defending them. We've got even more of the prototype field moving past. Can Wisniewski now? This is the best opportunity he will have had so far along the straights in the slipstream. He's going to move to the outside, flashing his lights. He's kept them on this time, unlike previously. Round the outside he goes though, under braking, and he's going to get a really big slide on. He's going to be able to catch it, but he's going to not be able to take the position. In fact, he's almost lost the advantage completely he had over Arduini. In fact, he's lost the position as well. And there's going to be contact. He's going to force him onto the grass, and again they hit Christian Hindmarsh, managing to get past both of them as Christian Malguera tries to capitalise on the incident that's just happened before him. And look at this, this is almost 3 wide, heading up towards the Dunlop curve now. There's a diamond formation behind them right now, and side by side is Nikodem Wisniewski forcing the Wave Freem onto the grass, in fact costing him a position to his teammate Alan Terzi. So David Arduini finding himself in 7th, but I don't think Christian Hindmarsh was going to expect to be in 6th quite so soon and quite so rapidly. That was very interesting, and I think the elbow's really getting out now, as I think a bit of frustration arising from being stuck in this train.
Well, yeah, a lot of frustration going on at the moment, and yeah, these guys do just need to tone it down a little bit and realise, you know, it's 4.25 hours to go here. We don't need to have all the cars off in one go, but yeah, Wisniewski trying to get, oh, so we've got a move here actually between Andonovski and Siebel. Andonovski has made a mistake on this lap somewhere, and so he has lost a lot of time because he was actually catching up to Santos very quickly. Where is he going? Off the road for the Nitro Velez car. I wonder if they've had an incident somewhere along the line here. Don't quite know where or how or what's gone on, but it looks like they may well be in here, and he is. nearly got rear-ended actually, but he's into the pit lane early on. We'll try and find out for you what happened there to Timotej Andonovski. Nikodem Wisniewski is off the road going through 130. This is just unbelievable at the moment as we're seeing this right now. Bit of a slide coming out of the corner and Wisniewski is in. So I wonder what's gone on to him, whether he's got a bit of damage maybe, or he's just trying to get out of this traffic. Because if I was him, I would desperately want to get out of all this. It is messy in that fight, and so he's done his best to try and get out of it as much as possible. It's kind of calmed down this group ever so slightly. Wisniewski's removed himself from it. He's going to hope that's going to pay dividends for him later on in the race. As meanwhile, if I didn't mention it already, I'm pretty sure we haven't because we've been focusing so much on the GTE fight. Lorenzo Arisi is now leading this race. He's got past Yuri Toman and Jan von der Heide on the very same lap a few laps ago.
This is possibly the most intense half an hour we've had so far in this season. There's just so much high-level racing in GT, and right at the top in LMP2, everything is being played for. And right now we've got Martin Dillon in third place, challenging Adam Baldwin, for second place. That number 74 Juices Motorsports car really coming under pressure from the English manufacturer, with Jean Alesi Esports as the outfit it's being driven for. And right now it is really rather close, and I think Martin Dillon sending it down the inside into Spoon Curve. Adam Baldwin maybe running a little bit wide there, costing him the position, although he's going to stick behind as close as you like up the back straight, keeping in the slipstream. He's going to keep it round the outside into 130R, maybe trying to have a little poke back at him through here. This is going to be very risky. Onto the curb a little bit goes Martin Dillon, but he's carried enough speed to hold on to it for now as they go into the chicane under braking. He's just about going to keep the nose of that Porsche behind him and hold on to that position. But that was some fantastic racing from the both of them. Martin Dillon doing an excellent job to get up into second place, and we've got the Vargasim racing car number 69 joining the party in fourth place at the moment. So we'll see what he can do in relation to these two in front of him, because right now he's just sitting there and just making the most of the two in front of him battling, because that's going to slow them both down, whereas he's not battling anyone. He can just continue at a normal speed, so he's going to be able to naturally close up to these two and have a go at that second position.
This is all very exciting to watch between Darlan, Baldwin and Sedlacek at the moment, but it's not particularly effective for their race, because 25 seconds up the road is Nitro Velix, Christian Mikel, driving all on his own and not even losing that much time to these guys right now. In fact, he gained 7 tenths on Martin Darland on that last lap, which is just something they cannot afford. So they need to fall into line. If they want to win this race, they need to kind of fall into line and get going in a line and try and be efficient as possible, really. But that's not happening right now, and Christian Mikel's going to be very pleased about that, because with about 10 to 15 laps to go until the next round of pit stops, things are looking very good for the Corvette of Nitro Alex and indeed Sim Racing Holland as well, who have been in a lot of fighting as we have seen. That's a bit of a battle going through these guys, by the way, between Rookie Monsters, Guanaco and with Burst Esport. That's David Mocek down the inside of Martin Darland at Spoon Curve, but just about getting through. Battles going on pretty much everywhere here, just under 4 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is some really close stuff, and each individual position becoming more and more valuable. Of course, we are in the third last race of the season. We're really getting towards the sticky end of the championship, where each individual position in the championship is becoming harder and harder to come by. It's all going to be about these positions, those little points you can get at the end of the race, trying to squeeze past the team ahead of you on that championship board. And I think that's the explanation for why we're seeing such close racing and such brave racing, although they will be wanting to get to the end of the race here. We've still got 4 hours, and it's hard to believe we've only had an hour and 50 minutes so far, because there has just been so much racing. And apparently there's a wheel at 130R. I'm pretty sure it should be connected to the rest of the car, so I'm concerned as to what's happened to that. But right now we've got Dennis Duna potentially getting overtaken by Christian Heinmarsch. Round the outside they go. It's really tight between them. Even on the old rubber, Duna can hold his own. I say that, he goes a little bit wide, squeezing the Your Name Here Porsche off the track. And right now we've got an LMP2 who can't find a way past these two cars because they are just so closely matched. Still side by side, and this is going to give the other GTs, and look at this traffic jam beginning to emerge. Dennis Duna really holding on to the position, but it might just be the time that he loses it as Christian Heimarsch squeezes through, and there's an LMP2. There's two maybe going on the inside. There's still next to it. Oh, there's a big crash behind them. That's huge. There may be a code 80 if it can be called out, because we're still seeing this battle. Dennis Duna just about defending, but we will have to cut back to that crash that happened a moment ago. There is just so much going on right now, and I think that might just be the culmination of it all, because it has been a little bit too close for comfort for a little bit too long.
My goodness me, absolutely unbelievable between all these guys. And despite the accident that we just saw, I think everybody carried on. It was the number 50 Burst Esport Hungary car with João Pitais. Daniel Almeida was involved. I think Tony Jukic might have been there as well. Maybe a lap down LMP2 car. But as Timothej Zandanowski, by the way, getting a penalty. Let's have a look at what happened here. This is João Pitais, I believe. Oh, that now. Right, okay. One of the Ajira cars. I'll try and work out which one that is. I think it was Daniel Almeida in the 444 car. He tried to go from the very right-hand side. He thought the gap was going to open for him. He saw the two cars in front. I thought, I'm going to have to take this three wide. He thought the gap would open on the right-hand side, but in the end it was on the left. But unfortunately for him, João Pitais had spotted that already, and he was heading down the left-hand side. Almeida didn't see that, swung to the left-hand side. The two came into contact, and quite frankly, I'm surprised it wasn't a bigger accident.
Yeah, I think most, although there was some off track, I think most got away relatively unscathed from that incident, which is good to see. But that was really quite big, and I think that's just the effect of having people so close for so long. It'll be interesting to see as well what happened between, so Christian Heimarsch, out of all of that, did manage to come out on top of Dennis Duna, though the Sim Racing for Holland car puts on quite the fight. And Andrea Terzi now, who has separated himself somewhat from Christian Malguera, who had been following for quite some time in the race, but just got involved in that incident a moment ago. He is now behind Dennis Duna, who has not got quite so much on his plate to defend behind him, because we had Wisniewski pit early, 15 minutes early, to try and just find a way out of the traffic. Now we've had most of the traffic become part of the gravel trap and then rejoin in a much more dispersed manner. And I think just ahead we've got a little bit of lapping occurring, but now Andrea Terzi putting pressure back on Dennis Duna. I say Christian Malguera, he's not too far behind his teammates still, so after that incident he's not lost an awful lot of time, but we are riding on board with the number 68 Wave Green cars. We head through Spoon Curve, you can see still quite close behind. Not able to carry enough speed through there to make a move. He was a little bit too far back in the first place. So we'll see what happens. And I think at the moment he'll be lining up to try and maybe have a move onto the main straight if he can close that gap up just a little bit more. It's 0.3 of a second right now, but you do have to be incredibly close to make an overtake stick. So we'll see what he can do onto the grass a little bit as he tries to maximise the radius of 130R. And through the final chicane now, we'll see what kind of exit speed he can carry through here. It's looking pretty good at the moment. He's closing up immediately. So it looks like he's got on the power quite quickly. And this could be Dennis Duna's next loss of position. By saying that, he's done a fantastic job to hold on to position so far in this race. It's going to be the outside line for Andrea Terzi, though, which means he's going to have to use the maximum grip he can get from his tyres. And right on the edge, you can see that rear end kicking out a little bit. He's held it, though, and he has finally got up into 6th position, as Dennis Duna is definitely feeling the effect of doubly sintered tyres.
Yeah, he is really. Unlike his Corvette, I was about to say Corvette compatriot, but that doesn't really make sense, does it? Fellow Corvette, Nitro Velix driver Christian Michel at the moment, or Christian Michel right now. 21 seconds ahead of Martin Darland and losing about a second a lap as things stand. But when you've only got about 10 laps to go over your stint, that's not too much of a problem with a 21-second lead. So things have really worked out for him. And when you think about it, Dennis Duna wasn't really even in sight of the top 10. I believe he was outside of the top 12 after the first stint. But now he has got himself well inside the top 10. He's going to stay there as well. Yeah, this has really worked out for both Corvettes. It remains to be seen, really, whether any of the other cars can do this. Is it just the Corvette lighter on its tyres it can manage this? Or is this something that all of the drivers can stretch? And if so, will we see anybody trying it right now? We'll have to wait and find out at the pit stop cycle, which is coming up in about 20 minutes' time, as I mentioned. But yeah, interesting moment for the Corvettes that are just going well at the moment, 1st and 7th as things stand.
Yeah, this is certainly interesting with the terms of the pit stops, because yeah, as you said, it was only the Corvettes that that didn't take tyres at the last pit stop, or those that did not take tyres at the last pit stop were Corvettes, I should say. And whether that translates to the rest of the cars remains to be seen. As we enter, maybe they're retaining that part of their strategy if they're planning on taking it for the middle part of the race, where it's going to be a lot less busy. Although we have seen that you can hold your own for the most part when you're on even worn tyres on the defensive, as Dennis Dune has demonstrated so well. Although when you do get past, you lose time quite rapidly, as is being demonstrated right now with Andrea Terzi pulling away. In fact, he's putting on a bit of pressure to Christian Hindmarsh already, so maybe it's just that this Wave Freem car is rather quick. We're almost at the next phase of the GT pit stop, so that'll be unfolding in the next within the next 15 minutes, so we'll see what the result of that is. However, this battle is going to be one to watch out for, because we saw the battle when they were restricted by Dennis Dune in front of them. Now they're both in a more free environment. They'll be able to fight each other more organically rather than being stuck with essentially a speed limiting car in front of both of them. And yeah, this was the opportunity for them to show their raw pace. And I said that Terzi had caught up quite quickly, whereas right now Hindmarsh is doing well to keep the distance relatively safe to that Ferrari behind him.
Yeah, for the moment things are fairly stable as things stand, but you can be sure that things are going to change in that regard fairly shortly. I think the racing's been so exciting that even the overlay's kind of blown off its feet. So apologies for that. We're getting that fixed just for the moment, and we'll have those back in a few moments' time. But yeah, it's been really, really exciting so far. I've really enjoyed this race. Suzuka, for some reason, it just produced some good endurance races that I've enjoyed. The last couple of 10-hour Suzuka races have been in real life. And they're only GT free races really, but still exciting. We've had some fantastic finishes here in the VEC in the past as well. A couple of seasons ago, I think it was season 10 or 11, where Team Vires and Team Velez were racing very closely towards the end. That was back in the LMP1 days, let's not forget. But yeah, that was an exciting finish at the 8 hours of Suzuka as it was back then, but this is only a 6-hour race, and it's still providing the action for us right now. We are on board with Burst Edge Esports here. Alex Siebel is on the back of Jan von der Heide. Has this strategy worked out for Sancho? Well, not really, because they were out in front of Alex Siebel beforehand, and now they're not anymore. Down to 4th place for those guys, so this gamble seems to have not paid off. That was Alex Siebel, by the way, in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, just getting through and up into 3rd position there onto the podium, but he's still over 10 seconds back on Lorenzo Arisi and co. He is catching them sometimes, but then he seems to lose a bit of time again, and you know, it ebbs and flows around like that. So Siebel really needs to make a concerted effort to try and catch up to the top 2, but you get the feeling if they didn't have that incident earlier on, they might well be up there fighting for the lead. Yeah,
I think it's just been quite unfortunate for some of the drivers, just the nature of the traffic around this track. It's just been really, really dramatic, and it's obviously worked in the favour of some drivers, but it's also really not worked as quite so well. The case study of Butler Power comes to mind. However, currently sitting in P3, it's not atrocious for Burst Esports, although I'm sure they'd like to be further up the field, perhaps in that 1st place, where number 27 are currently sitting. But yeah, looking as well around Sancho Motorsports, we'll see, because of their interesting strategies. I think they're double stinting LMP2 right now, and their GTE is just a whole other story. It'll be interesting to see just that final hour where they're really going to be, because we can't be sure at the moment. They've just been so off kilter with the rest of the field, and now we're seeing Alex Siebel get past Dennis Dune. This should be a little bit easier for him than it has been for the cars in the same class. You can see though that both Wave Freems have got past, so I really think those tyres are going to have an impact. Right now though, we've got Anthony Jans, currently P8, that's the number 45 car, just 0.07 of a second behind the number 2 car around the outside. He goes on Nick De Silva, and he's absolutely flown past through 130R as he's flashed through by the Ajira Racing LMP2.
Yeah, he is indeed. Some pit stops also appearing for us right now as Varga and Deuces have both been in GTE. That's completely on schedule for those guys, and as you can see on your screen right now, Anthony Jans is in for LMP2 behind Jan van der Heide, who's also in. Because it's a little bit shorter than normal, that stint for him. Was expecting him to go 4 laps more, but you get the feeling that double stint or going at least longer than everybody else on their tyres for Sancho didn't really pay off, and I can't see them doing it again, really. They were in front of Burst Edge Esports before that, or at least, I think they were in front before anyway, they ended up behind, so I can't see anybody in LMP2 really taking that risk again.
No, it's not the most successful. It saves the pit stop time, but on this track especially, without that extra grip when you're just single stinting those tires, it's detrimental really to try and double stint it. And now these are two cars I don't even think we've mentioned so far. The World of Sim Racing Porsches, those iZone cars, they have been relatively out of the picture, but right now they're 9th and 10th. They're not doing too badly. It's Jordi San Andreas and Blaze Mij right together on track. So we'll see what the two teammates will do in relation to each other, because they are very close and they seem to be quite evenly matched at the moment, as the fastest lap right now has been set by Timotej Andonovski with a 1:46.0 for the Nita Velix outfit, I believe. But yeah, we'll see what happens between these two World of Sim racing cars, as yeah, we've hardly seen them so far this evening.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really. Expected a little bit more from them, but apparently they didn't have much more to give, I'm afraid. Christian Mikel is the name I'm searching for there. He's into the pit lane after 61 laps. That was a double stint for him in the Corvette. And where's Simmerson? Dennis Duna is still out there, and he's still doing some fantastic times. 2-minute 0.3 for him on that last lap. Christian Mikel was on a 2-minute 2.5, which is a little bit off the pace, and he was starting to lose upwards of 2 seconds a lap to those around him, so he thought it was probably better to just get in and kind of take his medicine, really, as we're seeing Martin Darland on the back of Drive Gamesy. This is not what we're used to seeing, really. I think that's Drive Gamesy anyway, just in front of them, but Darland's still yet to pit for John Lacey's board, so I'm trying to work out where Christian Mikel is going to come out in relation to Varga and Deuces in the GTE category. He's already moving, and he's out of the box right now. Well, is it still him, first of all? No, it's Turkka Hakkinen, the Finnish driver who's now going to be driving, but he's making his way through turn 1 right now, as the Deuces Motorsport Club and Varga Sim Racing only coming over the line right now. So, and there is his setup, by the way, Turkka Hakkinen. But yeah, big margin for them. They're going to be on the same tyres at this point, same everything, really, same fuel loads and everything. So, a big gain for Nigel Velix, and they're really in the box seat now for winning this race. Although, to worry a little bit about Sido Vajra and Zancho, because in that number 87 car, they're now 4 seconds in the lead, and I think these two Corvettes are the main rivals for this race win, quite possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Turkka Hakkinen can do in response to Zancho. Right now, he does seem to be gaining a little bit of time on them, although he has just done a pit stop, whereas that Zancho car is pretty much halfway through its stint. So, I've got to say that Hakkinen doesn't seem to have the most comfortable chair to be driving in, but that's not stopping his pace, because he is currently doing some very nice times in that Nita Velix car. But right now, just like the start of the race, we've got the two Wave Freem cars back together on track, although they've swapped since the green flag was waved. Now Andrea Terzi in front of Christian Malgara. They'll be coming into the pits at some point relatively soon. It'll be interesting to see if they both decide to do a driver stop. They've been going for 2 hours now, I think, both of them, with neither changing as yet. So we'll see what they do between the two of them, and whether they decide to battle, or they might, if I was them at least, refrain from fighting each other, because that's just going to cost them a lot of time, especially as we're entering into the next pit phase for both of them. So there really is no need for them to battle, as we have got brief yellow flags in sector 3, and yeah, they're gone really quite quickly. So we'll see the result of the overall pit stops, as well what the gaps have, how the gaps change as well. We've got a couple of LMP2s pitting, as well as we have that point in the race where the GT pit stops and the prototype pit stops kind of coincide a little bit. although there certainly seems to be a bit more of a spread in strategy in both of the classes, so it's not as busy a pit lane as it sometimes is.
Yeah, it's got to that stage of the race really where that does indeed happen. After 69 laps, Yuri Toman and Alex Siebel are both into the pit lane now, and this is of importance because Lorenzo Risi, still driving that Waveframe LMP2 by the way, is going to be trying to come out in front of Yuri Toman. We'll see how successful he's going to be in that, but he's just coming down. Where is he actually? On the circuit, believe he's just coming down towards the chicane right now, not too far behind his two GTE teammates, as you can see on your screens as things stand. Yuri Toma's still in there, as Lorenzo Risi has got a penalty for some reason. I wonder if that's cut tracks, but he has got a penalty, and that's really going to cost him. He's straight in to serve it, so the battle has been kind of taken away from us, as the 28 is also moving, the 27 now also moving and out already. But goodness me, it could have been the lead for Lorenzo Risi. He was battling with Yuri Toma not so long ago, but now with that drive-through penalty, after just more than 2 hours, it's going to really set them back, and they're going to really need to be careful not to get another one here because of how early it is in the race.
Yeah, and it doesn't look too long going through that that pit lane rather, but it is excruciatingly slow if you're the driver of the car. So this is going to be a replay of potentially those yellow flags earlier. Oh, bit of a wobble there, and yeah, he's accidentally...
Oh, that's where he got the last one.
Oh, that's quite the jump, going into a bit of a rallycross style drive. Not what the LMP2 suited to as he goes across those bumps. However, we've now got the two Waveframe cars once again, and I don't think they're going to be battling each other. Although, when they come into the pit lane, will be interesting because there is the potential to go to potentially almost 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes into this hour before they head into the pit lane if they're going to try and cut out that final pit stop. It will take some fuel saving, but because these two are right next to each other, they have the possibility to do that. They've got Dennis Dooner behind them with Sim Racing for Holland. He's on a pair of tyres that are really quite old, and he's not going to pose too much of a threat if they just try and stretch this stint as far as they possibly can. Of course, as their teammates, they can be working together to an extent, and the battle between them is going to be potentially put on hold until the very end of the race when there is no more strategy to contend with, and it will simply become track position. You can see they're going to go for yet another lap at least before they enter the pit lane, whereas the current GT leader, who's soon to lose that title, is just exiting the pit lane now as he is passed swiftly, and that's one of the Burst Esports LMP2s having quite a late move on the Waveframe cars.
Yeah, it was a pretty sketchy moment going down towards turn one there. The number 49 is leading this race, and Darren Mojek is currently out there in first position. Waiting to see when he's going to come in, really. Maybe this lap, maybe next lap, or the one after that, excuse me, but we'll wait and see, really. It's got to be soon, though, because he's the only one in LMP2 in this particular cycle who hasn't made one yet, so it's got to be pretty soon. Some pit stops also in GTE. Martin Darland was leading for a fair amount there, but on schedule on lap 64, he's come into the pit lane. Turka Hakkinen has taken the net race lead away from Sido Vaja there. Don't know why Vaja is losing so much time, actually, to Hakkinen, but he lost about 2.3 seconds on the last lap as they cross the line right now. That's a big margin. It suggests to me that there's a bit of a tyre disparity between the two of them, but Vaja is just losing so much time, hand over fist almost. And I don't believe that's just all on pace. So, yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by that, really, because Sancho is losing a lot of time right now.
Yeah, but of course they're halfway through their stint, but the amount of time they're losing to Hakkinen doesn't seem to be really adding up at the moment. But they're beginning to clinch back a little bit. That's obviously not to their advantage. We're also going to have a look now at Anthony Jans and the Zano currently in LMP2, which is driven by Tony Mello, beginning to put pressure on the back of the Team Spirit Racing LMP2 just in front. And you can see quite contrasting liveries. We've got primary focus on blue, whereas it's more of a grey, red and white focus for the Team Spirit car. And they both look really good though. And of course you can't see them too well in the darkness. But right now it does seem to be quite a clear track for them. There you can see the next car is just reaching the end of the back straight right now. In the slipstream though, it's going to close up a little bit as that gap. However, into 130R, in fact, having a look at the inside line, Tony Mellon not liking the smell of it, though, putting back into the slipstream of Anthony Jans, maybe leaving it until the next lap to have a go at the current car in 7th position. As apparently Tony Mellon's still in the pits, although I don't think that's quite truthful, as they now are going towards turn 1. The slipstream is going to be very powerful. You can see moving to the inside, Tony Mellon under braking. He's going to be using the full force of the air on his car, and it's actually going to be Anthony Jans who goes off the track onto the runoff, and that just loses so much grip, not least because it's not the track surface and it's not rubbered in, but also because it has no camber, unlike that turn 1. And you can see he's dropped 2 seconds back as a result of that, having just outbroken himself ever so slightly against Tony Mellon. This is really quite busy now. That's one of the World of Sim Racing cars hitting the rear of that LMP2 actually on the exit of the hairpin. You can see sometimes that in the low speed areas, at least, the GTs sometimes get on the power a little bit better than the prototypes because they are heavier.
I've had a very interesting fact passed to me about Tony Mellon, is the name I'm searching for, Ed Trevelyan Johnson. So I hope he's not trying to just troll me completely. But anyway, I'll read it out anyway. Apparently, Tony Mellon became a Doctor of Physics 2 weeks ago. So I don't really know what to say. But there you go. There's your fact for the day that I didn't know. I just hope it's true. But we're still watching the Waveform Esports cars completing lap 66. It will be at the end of this one. They did 35 and 36 laps respectively on their last stints. So I'd expect them to at least go to lap 69 here, which is an awfully long way. And as you were saying a little bit earlier on, they might even be able to make it on 4 pit stops here. Although it would be pretty tricky for him to do that. Yeah, we'll wait and see. But also, I guess the other thing about that is that he's got to maintain the pace. It's all well and good saving all the fuel you need to do that, but whether you keep the pace while doing that or not is another issue.
Yeah, well, it's definitely difficult, but the thing is, with the two of them being together on the track, they're able to help each other a little bit, which means that they might not lose quite as much time as they would be ordinarily, or at least they can defend each other with the cars, because that Porsche behind them isn't on the same lap as them, so he's not a real threat, so there's no need to not let him through. I think he's a lap down actually on the both of them. In fact, you got both of the Porsches behind for World of Sim Racing. There goes one of the prototypes. I think that's a Burst Esports car. Yes, it is, going down the inside of Christian Malguera at the hairpin. So yeah, as you were saying, it's going to be quite a long time until we see the pit stop. And yeah, I believe it's an hour and 12 minutes minimum that you need to do each stint to cut out that final pit stop. If they can do that, they will save themselves an awful lot of time at the end of the race, because everyone will be doing that one extra pit stop that they won't need to come in for. However, if they can, well, that depends on whether they save more time by missing a pit stop rather than going full throttle all to the wall and instead having an extra pit stop. So that's going to be the balance they're taking, and they seem to be in preference of the lower number of pit stops. So we'll see what the result of that is on their race. But right now they're looking pretty good. Their pace, though, it will be relative to what the other cars are doing. We've seen a couple of double stints. I don't think these guys will be doing it. I don't think they'll need to do it with their current strategy.
No, I think you're right on that one. Kevin Yeager also is in the Blackwell Racing. I don't think he's been in this last pit stop cycle, has he? I haven't been keeping an eye on him particularly, but he's starting to creep into our consciousness in terms of this race a little bit. Got good pace, beat both of the Waveform Esports cars on lap time last time around. But yeah, if they are indeed going to cut a pit stop out of this race, then they'd have the same amount of pit stops to go as in right now, and 45 seconds is their margin back to Turkka Häkkinen, which is fairly large. So yeah, it's an interesting one, really. Whether they can continue on at this pace is another issue, but it's good to see them trying something different. There is Turkka Häkkinen in the Nitro Velets car. 4th place for him right now, but still waiting for a few to pit in front of him. And then GTE, the gaps are starting to spread out just a little bit. We're getting to that portion of the race, really, where things are starting to settle down, finally. I think people are going to be quite glad about that, to be honest, because it's just been manic these first couple of hours, and some of these guys will be very glad to get out of these dangerous packs of cars where lots of battles have been going on, and a few have become unglued and unfortunately taken a bit of damage.
Yeah, clearly alluding to the incident that happened behind Dennis Duna. But yeah, as you're saying, we are going to see it will settle down a little bit at the moment. I mean, Turka Hakkinen right now will be looking to try and close up that gap to the lead cars because, yeah, as you were saying, they've got, if they pull off this strategy, they will have the same amount of pit stops left. And I dare say they're looking pretty successful. They need to pit. I'm not going to try and do the maths because I'll probably get it wrong. But they've still got a bit of leeway to go before they come into the pits to be safe. And yeah, right now it's Turka Hakkinen. He's just going to be looking to try and close down that gap. And we've got Nikodem Wisniewski getting a little bit loose on the rear end there through the exit of the Degners. Behind Sudevaya, that gap currently 1.6 seconds. Although last lap, the advantage was towards Nikodem Wisniewski, 1.9 seconds faster. So at this rate, he'll be caught up this time next lap. So we'll see whether he can get past. And yeah, it doesn't look like that Zano is so quick at the moment. I don't know if there was a mistake on the previous lap because they don't seem to be losing time quite so rapidly as you'd expect with a difference of nearly 2 seconds in lap time. But yeah, well, this might be the next battle we see on track. But with everyone sort of settling down now, we've got the pit stops are now even more spread than they were at the start of the first pit stop phase. The cars are going to be much more spread out across the track, and it makes it easier to an extent for the LMP2s because it means that they're not coming across big groups of cars, as you're saying, in concentrated parts of the track, and they can work their way through one by one instead, which is a whole lot easier, especially because they won't be battling so much.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the closer battles in GTE right now. The closest is between Michał Selacek and Matteo Caruso. Caruso's got him for Martin Dylan, by the way. That's the John Lacey Esports number 66 car. They're fighting over 6th place in GTE as things stand. And I have been doing some maths, as you were talking there, Hugo, to make this work on 5 stints and 4 pit stops for Waveframe Esports. I think, by my calculations, that they need to make it to 3 hours 36 remaining because they need to do 1.2 hours per stint, and 1.2 hours is 1 hour and 12, isn't it? So, yeah, I think they're going to need to be 2 hours and 24 into the race by this pit stop, which is in 5 minutes' time. Whether they can make it there or not, I don't know, really. 35 laps on the 68th pit stop, so maybe if they can do 35 laps again, then they'll be able to make it another 4 minutes. Now, the number 99 managed 36 laps on that last stint, and if they can do that more consistently, then I think they are going to be pretty safe in terms of fuel. But once again, the question marks over pace are still looming. However, they've got 45 seconds of a lead right now. It's all going to come down to the very end of the race. So, yeah, stay tuned. It's very exciting at the moment. Waveframe trying something different again.
Yeah, it's Waveframe and Zancho, the ones that we're really keeping an eye on for taking these alternative strategies to other drivers. And right now, we're not sure how it's going to play out. However, with Zancho, it looks like they're going to be losing on-track position, which isn't the end of the world. They are on an alternative strategy to Nikodem Wisniewski and the Williams Esports car, who he's been driving for 2 hours, nearly 2.5 hours now, in that BMW. And he's looking quite quick. He just hasn't been in an advantageous position for the majority of the race. He was held up for quite a while earlier on when he did have pace to try and put away and make up some time, and that's compromised his race a little bit. Now he's going to be looking to get past Sudevaya, who he's clearly quicker than, as we can see, because he was nearly 2 seconds down earlier on, and now he is just half a second, although this LMP2 traffic is going to be separating that gap a little bit more. Depends where it gets past the Zancho car. So, yeah, this is the next on-track battle, but as I was saying, different strategies, although it does seem that Zancho is disproportionately slower than the Williams Esports car currently behind them.
It seems like that at the moment, and I can't really get to the bottom of why. I don't think anybody from the team's going to tell me, are they? So we just have to work it out for ourselves as Wisniewski now gets underneath Weiser. Oh my goodness, that's close. They rub on each other just ever so slightly through Dunlop Curve, heading into Degner 1. It's well defended from Weiser on that occasion. He misses the apex of Degner 2 though, and now a flash of the lights again from Nikodem Wisniewski. Is he going to go for a dive at the hairpin? It would be a bit of a long ranger at this point, but he's going to go for it. Is he? Not quite. He stuck the nose in there, starting to apply the pressure to that bumper a little bit. Vargas Sim Racing and John Lacey Esports, by the way, are not too far behind this. Sedlacek and Caruso are fighting and starting to approach on the back of these guys. So we were saying that there's no real trains like there were before, and it's getting a little bit easier for these guys to get through traffic. Well, I'm going to have to rethink that sentence in a moment, because it's starting to get a little bit more packed up, and more moments like that may become a little bit more common. That's Lorenzo Risi muscling his way through on Nikodem Wisniewski. He didn't want to lose time, but unfortunately it cost Wisniewski time, so that gap just opens ever so slightly, but the gap is closing behind Varga versus John Lacey. I believe Caruso's trying to go around the outside at 130R, is he? He might have made it work as well. That's fantastic if he has been able to. Inside line for the Casio triangle, and I think he just went round the outside at 130R, got it done. That's very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, Mateo Caruso, having replaced Martin Dillon, already putting in a bit of a shift up into 6th place there with a good move. You can just about catch the back of it from that camera as we were watching Nikodem Wisniewski just ahead. So Michael Sedlacek in the Varga car, they've been at the forefront of this race for a fair amount of time, as the overtake was so exciting, as we're about to see here that the timing boards have given up. But yeah, look at this, Mateo Caruso, he did have his nose slightly ahead into 130R though, had to take the wider radius, and he just about carried the speed enough to be able to take it. It's a brave move, but he managed to pull it off very successfully.
He did indeed. Fantastic move from Mateo Caruso to be able to get that done. What time are we on right now? Roughly 3 hours 37 to go. I think that the number 99 wave frame car, Christian Malglera, is, you know, in a good place in terms of making this race on just 4 pit stops. The other car, Andrea Riccielli, is now driving it, by the way. Got a driver change in that one, but yeah, it's a little bit more marginal on that one. Stuck at wave frame leading though in this category as we're about halfway through this stint. It's all very, very interesting though, all the strategy that is going on, as Wisniewski starting to apply the pressure once again to Sido Vajra, and inadvertently Vajra is doing a great job for the leaders at the moment, who are going to become Nigel Velix, because the gap is just growing and growing. 12 seconds now, and that's the gap that Wisniewski is just going to have to close on the road to Turkka Hakkinen if he wants to try and win this race. Very, very tall order for anybody who's not driving a Corvette right now to try and win this.
Yeah, this is really interesting, because it does seem that the Corvettes are the best place to try and double stint it, and we've got Zano, their potential challengers for the lead of the race, as well as Nita Velux, who are currently ahead, I think, on track, as finally Christian Malguera pulls into the pit lane. 3 hours 36 minutes was bang on time, and of course it will come out afterwards. So he did spend a fair amount of the last stint behind another car, which meant that he was able to save a little bit of fuel. So we'll see what happens. Either way, if they do have to do 5 pit stops like everyone else, it's going to be a very short 5th pit stop, and it means they'll be able to go very light to the end of the race. But we're back down to Sido Vajra and Nikodem Wisniewski, who's still looking to find the way past this Zano Corvette. He just doesn't seem to be able to find the room. We know Wisniewski's not scared of getting the elbows out, so keep an eye out, because this could be quite an interesting battle. See which driver becomes the most aggressive in terms of defense or offense. As the Williams got into Degner's, this could be a very brave move if he does go for it. I think that even Wisniewski knew that was a little bit too risky to have a go at, but it does mean he's well placed to maybe have a look into the hairpin that's behind as well. There's a LMP2, that's the Rookie Monsters car, I believe, trying to find a way through, and that could scupper Nikodem Wisniewski's attempt at an overtake at the moment, because he has got to avoid blocking the LMP2, as that of course will result in a penalty, and that will just be even worse than trying to take a position. And yeah, we're riding on board now, getting very close through the spoon curve is Wisniewski, as you can see there, really getting as late on the brakes as he possibly can to try and carry as much momentum and keep as present in the mirrors of that Corvette as possible, because that Bentley is just so imposing. It takes up so much of the rear view mirror space. He looks to the inside, actually, into 130R. Is he going to go for it? I think he has. No, he hasn't, just about sticking behind, and there's another LMP2 trying to find a way through, although it's not going to be able to quite yet. Mateo Caruso, though, as a result of this battle occurring in front of him, he's been able to catch up a little bit. That's the Zano LMP2 actually trying to find a way through, which is quite difficult. In fact, because they had to run side by side on the exit, there was no way for Mateo Caruso to try and capitalise on that gain he made on Nikodem Wisniewski, who right now is sitting very, very close behind the Zano car, although he just isn't able to find a way through. And yeah, look, actually, yeah, that's true. Matteo Caruso doesn't have headlights on, and I think he has been warned, maybe from flashing other drivers. He's forgotten to turn them on. We saw that happen earlier with Wisniewski, who's just in front of him and putting a lot of pressure on that Zano car. Yeah, the thing is, the headlights are kind of weak, so it's easy to realise that, it's easy to not notice that you haven't got them turned on, especially when you're in or within range of different cars. But look how close that is, just a bit too close there. Off the track goes the LMP2.
Yeah, number 2, Ajira car. The 444 of Daniel Almeida has been off at Degner 2 on the last lap, and on this one, I'm afraid Nick De Silva has gone for a half spin, trying to get through on Matteo Caruso there, down the inside at Degner 1, but he's not quite worked out as he would have liked on that one, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame to see. Here we go then with Nikodem Wisniewski. Such close racing between himself and Cesar Vajra at the moment, with 3 hours and a half and the rest still to go in this race, but he wants to get through as quickly as possible because the race is going up the road. Turkka Hakkinen is leading him for dead right now, and he knows that if he wants to win this race, he's going to have to start making inroads and get through on this Corvette for a start before he can start chasing the other. Outside, he starts to look through 130R. He tries to get the run through the corner, maybe into the Casio Triangle. He can go for something here. Whoa, down the inside. I think that's Butler Palace. Steaming down the inside as well goes Matteo Caruso in the Jean Lacy Esports Aston Martin. A lot of fighting, a lot of contact as well between all of these guys. But it looks like everybody's just maintained their positions, 3 wide almost, coming off the corner. And look at how many prototypes we've got in the background of this 3-car or 4-car train in GCE. 3 wide going into turn 1. Who's going to come out the other end facing the right way? It looks like everybody is going to. Very good driving from everybody just to make this work. But this was a very, very close moment for everybody. Once again, there would have been hearts racing as well. And so luckily, everybody is kept on the straight and narrow, and they've kept facing the right way. But for a moment, it looked like it might have been not so, well, or some of these guys might not have been quite so lucky, but they've all made it out the other side.
We've seen earlier that such a busy track doesn't always end quite so well. We just had a little bit of a contact earlier, but now we've got Riccardo Crosari now in that 10th place Wave Freem Esports car. You can see there keeping quite a keen eye on the track, very concentrated, because those Wave Freem cars are going to have to be very focused to try and carry out the strategy that they're trying to impose. And right now, Nikodem Wisniewski has gone very swiftly from attacking the Zano car to defending from Matteo Caruso, who has got his headlights back on, and he's going to send it down the inside. Luckily, because he had his headlights on, Wisniewski could see him in his mirrors and react to the move. But yeah, look at this. Caruso really does have some pace. That Jean Lacy Esports Aston Martin looking very strong actually this evening in comparison to previously, and although it's not going to be fighting for a win, it's fighting for some really high points. He's going to move to the inside through 130R. This could be very dramatic. Around the outside though, Wisniewski hangs it on, and he just about holds on to that position for now. But right now, he's going to be keeping an eye on that rearview mirror. He's had to give up that attack on the Zano car because it just isn't possible with the amount of pressure Caruso is putting on him right now.
Yeah, it's really, really amounting on everybody. And looking just behind as well, it's a 4-car train, but we've got some more invites to the party, and it looks like João Barbosa has accepted his, and he's now into the train as well. So we could have 5 cars. There's another lap car, I believe, involved in. No, sorry, that's the Varga car. I'm just. Oh no, there is another car involved in there somewhere, and just behind Varga and in front of Barbosa, but I can't quite work out who it is right now. Now it's Liam Rance, well picked up there. Liam Rance from the Satellite Racing team is involved in this fight, but yeah, João Barbosa is going to clear him soon, and he's going to be involved in this fight. And why wouldn't you want to be at this point? Because it's very, very exciting indeed. Very intense to drive in, I'd imagine, but very exciting for us to watch. Cedar Vajra defending again, almost Dennis Duna style at this point, with Nikodem Wisniewski right behind him. Matteo Caruso likewise looking any which way. Vajra defends into the hairpin. And now the run for Wisniewski is pretty good. He's going to get a good slipstream as well. But let's not forget that this Corvette is a good defensive car because it's a good straight line car as well. It's good in the straight line. So this kind of power section towards the spoon curve is a good one for the Corvette, and it looks like Vaja's going to be able to hold on again. Although the crisscross down the inside for the second part, Wisniewski absolutely textbook, and that is going to be the move. Although Caruso's going to try and get both of them. They're caught up with each other, and the Aston Martin's on the inside. Caruso's being pushed almost by Michal Sedlacek, who wants to get involved. Goodness me, too wide, too deep, going towards 130R. Where's this going to end? Is everybody going to be able to make their way through? They are indeed. Matteo Caruso, second place. It looks like Wisniewski holds on to third, with Sedlacek getting into fourth. Vaja, after defending so well, loses 3 places in 1 lap.
Yeah, well, that... I wasn't expecting Caruso to come up on top there.
Vaja had a spin, I think. I'm pretty sure. I saw Vaja going for a full spin, and he has done. He's lost another place as well. He's down to 7th place. We'll get a replay in a moment's time, I think, for you. But real shame to see for Vaja. As I said, after defending him for so long, and now he's all the way down to 7th. Very disappointing for him.
Yeah, he did such a good job at defending, and it was just so busy. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get a replay of what happened to Vaja. But yeah, I wasn't expecting Caruso to come out on top there and find himself in 2nd place. But that spin is going to have huge implications on the Zano strategy, because they were in contention for the lead. And right now it's looking in favour of Knight of Alex. So this is what happened. Through the final chicane.
Lost it on his own.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a hit with something there. Oh, yeah, into the barrier. So that's quite heavy, actually. That's a big shame, but that was plainly a racing incident. That wasn't the input of anyone else on that. However, yeah, that's a shame, because that was a potential race lead contender. However, unless something happens to that Knight of Alex car, it's looking ever more in its favour to win this race. But yeah, Matteo Caruso, he's mounting a defence from Nikodem Wisniewski, who has been attacking. He tried to make an overtake to find himself in clean air, only to find this Aston Martin sitting in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually stayed in the same place. He's still in 3rd, but he's got rid of one car and he's got a new one in front of him now. So it's another battle involving Nikodem Wisniewski. Not the best qualifying for this team today. Williams Esports winners in Sebring, of course, last time out 1 month ago at the 1,000-mile race. But a good performance from them so far to get up the order so efficiently. Whether they're going to be able to actually take a win here is up for grabs, but it's going to be difficult to catch Nigel Alex from this point. We'll have a look at the lap times here, actually. Turkka Hakkinen did a 59.8, and so did Matteo Caruso, but Nikodem Wisniewski did a 59.4, excuse me. So he is catching slightly, but we'll just make a note. The gap was about 18 seconds when they finally cleared Cedar Vaja. The gap between Caruso and Hakkinen was about 18 seconds, so we'll continue to monitor that as this goes along. But sooner rather than later, those guys are going to need to start making inroads into this Knight of Alex car, especially to double stint tyres like it did last time out.
Yeah, I mean, that Knight of Alex is looking incredibly strong, and with nearly halfway through the race now, 17 seconds is going to be a big gap to try and close down, even with 3 hours to go. If the Knight of Alex car loses time disproportionately quickly, it might be due to management in terms of strategy. And also, well, we've got Matteo Caruso, he's passing Nikodem Wisniewski, so that's going to be to the advantage of that Knight of Alex car, because it means its competitors behind are slowing each other down. But we're going to move now to Tony Jukic and the Borja Milan, the undercover sim racing car with the purple and green livery, against the Monaco car. And we'll see what happens between these two drivers. We haven't seen an awful lot, actually, of LMP2 recently in terms of on-track battling, apart from when they've been involved in the GTE stuff. Although we're not going to move now to watch some of their on-track action, because Luca D'Amelio is closing up on Tony Miller. This is the other Zano car, of course, in the different class. We'll see whether he can defend against the rookie monsters car, because Zano are looking quite strong this evening in LMP2. 5th place, it's not going to be too bad for them. I think they'll be quite happy with it. But Tony Jukic as well on the defence. So we'll see as well whether Borja Milan can find a way through and start closing up. This is the battle for 10th place, and that gap is very, very close indeed. However, the opportunities for overtake by LMP2 are even more limited than in GTE because of the way the cars drive. And we've got pretty much 3 simultaneous battles occurring right now, because we've also got Matteo Caruso and Nikodem Wisniewski in GTE. So we're going to be hopping around a little bit, I fear, as a result of this, although that's not to complain at all, because this could be really interesting. In fact, it might emerge to be a 3-way battle. That Vargas Sim racing car really making itself present behind these two. We've got 3 different cars, 3 different manufacturers, all battling for second position. So we'll see who emerges victorious over the 3 of them, as they have been they're pretty much battling with each other since the green flag wave, although we've had instances here and there where they'll be separated a little bit more, but they've come together at this point, and it's going to be quite an important battle, because it's going to set the tone for the last 3 hours of the race for GTE and the battle for second place.
Yeah, it is indeed, and it's very, very interesting. As we mentioned, GTE racing so far has just been phenomenal so far in the Suzuka 6 hours. Third last race of the season, or of the Virtual Endurance Championships, 13th season. Championships coming down to the Championships on the line, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, any points that you lose here, there's less and less time for you to really make it up. It seems like, you think, oh, there's 32 hours of racing after this, I'll be fine. We've got 8 hours at Spa, and we've got 24 hours at Le Mans, of course. But, when you think for all that, for what is it, 75 is the maximum you can actually get for that, and it seems like a lot, but the gaps between points are not that big. So if your rivals are having consistently decent races, then it's going to be very, very difficult to make inroads, and this is why these kind of battles are so important. And in GTE, the fight in the championship is just super interesting. Williams Esports and John Lacey Esports kind of out of it. John Lacey are nearly 80 points behind by this point. Very, very difficult for those guys to win. But Vargas Sim Racing just in behind, came into the day just 8 points behind Nitro Velix. And the way things are going, they're going to lose further 9 points, maybe more than that, actually. Yeah, I think it might be 12 points. But either way, they're going to want to, if they can't beat Nitro Velix today, they're going to want to reduce that margin to 5 points loss, because a 13-point deficit going into the next race is not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. So, it's they're going to want to get second place. Basically, they're going to badly want second.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be a lot more about damage limitation this race than it has been previously, because they just want to, as you're saying, limit the amount of damage and limit the amount of points they're going to have to try and make up as we move into these last 2 races of the season. Well, of course, we've got the end of this race to go, but they are swiftly running out of time. However, I think Nitro Velix, they will be wanting to hold on to where they are at the moment as much as they can, because they are doing a fantastic job in the championship, 1 point clear of Wave Freem and Varga further behind. So this is going to be quite the battle to watch out for, because there is so much on the line at this point in the season.
Yeah, there is. And the other teams, speaking of who are involved in the championship, by the way, Wave Freem Esports, I'm going to need to check which number that is first before I start this sentence. Number 99 Wave is the car, and that's the car that's looking a little bit better on fuel, by the way, out of the 2 Wave Freem cars. They're currently down in 8th, they're in 9th and 10th. Andrea Riccelli and Riccardo Corazzari are currently the drivers for those guys. Recently got in at the last particular pit stop, but they're going for the alternate strategy, as we know. A little bit of fuel saving for those guys. Maybe it will pay off for them, but they came into the day just 1 point behind Nitro Velix, so they're going to want to lose as little points as possible. Deuces Motorsport Club came in 14 points behind. They're currently in 5th place, and so they're in the same situation as Varga, really, reducing their losses as much as possible. And Sim Racing for Holland, 14 points adrift of Nitro Velix as well. So we'll see how they play into the race, really, because we don't quite know yet really what role they're going to play. Oh, is that the Sim Racing for Holland car? It is. Marcel Hoffmans has been driving the 451 car, and he's off at Spoon Curb, I'm afraid to tell you. I'm down to 17th place. A possible big moment in the championship there. There were only 14 points adrift coming into the day, as I mentioned. Any point loss for those guys is going to be fairly major, and the championship may be unrecoverable as well. So they're going to want to try and get back from that little mistake as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's bad news for them because they're going to. Well, they are contenders for the championship, and that's another instance of drivers who are really fighting, having odds. And I think we are just seeing the tensions of the championship beginning to emerge as a result of this close batting, because these guys have been, I'm not going to say stifled, but it's not been an easy race for a lot of these drivers. There's been just so much to keep an eye on. There's been so many other drivers to keep an eye on. Some of them have had strategies that are really off kilter that you've got to make the most of and just be careful with. And as a result of that, we are seeing that some of these issues or accidents and mistakes begin to come through because of the amount of pressure that I think is beginning to emerge at this point in the season, because they know that they have to do well to try and keep within the fight for the overall win. And yeah, that's part of it. And I just think the nature of this track and this evening, the combination of it, have just played into the part of it. We've had numerous instances where half the field has pretty much come together on the track, and it hasn't always ended well, unfortunately. But that is just the way racing goes. And of course, there's always going to be a bit of luck in the championship, and we're seeing the result of that now as the Zano LMP2 car comes into the pits.
Yeah, this is on schedule, really. We're kicking off with the LMP2 pit stops then at the end of lap number 88. That is a 22 lap stint for, 22 lap stint for those guys at Zano, which is maybe a lap or two shorter than you might expect otherwise, but nothing really to worry about for those guys. Into the Casio Triangle we go then with this battle. Tony Jukic, Boyan Milan, and also there was another car involved in this a few moments ago. Oh, that was a different battle that I'm talking about, because there was a free car battle going on up the road. But these two still battling over 10th position, although it doesn't seem like they're doing much side-by-side racing at the moment. There is a car coming out there. That is the Zano car, and he's going to be caught behind them if he's not careful. We'll see if there's a driver change from from Tony Mellett. There is not, and he continues on once more. Here's a replay, by the way. Marcel Offerman's going for a spin, and it was all on his own.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, to be honest. They've been really stretching with their strategies, and that's just the an unfortunate result of that. But as long as they can get going again, they haven't taken any damage. Maybe a bit of extra wear to their tyres that they might have rather not had. But I think what we need to do now is just keep an eye on this battle here between Tony Jukic and Bojan Milan, because we saw it brewing a little bit earlier, and nothing came out of it quite yet. So now I think we're going to see a proper fight begin to start. Up ahead there is a GT, but that's only one. There's not an awful lot of traffic quite yet, so Bojan Milan, he's well placed to try and take the position off of this undercover sim racing prototype car. As they go through the spoon curve, you can see that's one of the Black Hawk racing cars, I believe, there. And there's also pressure from behind as well on Bojan Milan as they head along the back straight. They all are quite close into 130R then. There's going to be a bit of dirty air if they remain in train. So I wonder whether Bojan Milan will decide to do that. Yes, he will, but you'll see him lose a little bit of time on the exit, and that's going to compromise him slightly into the final chicane. It's all about the exit he can get here now, and you can see the cars very skittish over the curves, although it does help rotate them as they both pull into the pits together, actually. So we're going to have to put that battle on hold for the moment. However, a battle that's continuing is Nikodem Wisniewski and Matteo Caruso. They are still fighting for second position. They just don't want to give it up.
Well, I would use the word fighting quite tentatively at this point, because these two have been running in line for the last few moments. Oh, I said the last few moments, ever since they managed to clear Cedar Vaja all that time ago, about 15 minutes ago now. They've been running like this, nose to tail, kind of edging each other along, really, almost encouraging each other without actually talking. They've been reeling in Turka Hakkinen ever so slightly as well. Ever since they got past Vaja, they've gained about 4 seconds, and there is Hakkinen, by the way, on the uncomfiest chair I've ever seen, in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, but clearly very, very quick indeed. We'll see what the lap times are as they come over the line right now, but on the last lap, before this one, they gained 6 and 8 tenths respectively, did Wisniewski and Caruso behind. So it looks like Wisniewski's made a bit of a mistake on this lap because it's 1.2, 1.4 seconds behind. It could have been a bit of traffic, but yeah, slowly those guys are reeling into Hakkinen, and it's not panic stations by any stretch of the imagination for Nitro VEC for the moment, because they might still do that double stint strategy again and get out further in front once more. But the pace certainly seems to be with these two cars just for the next few moments.
Yeah, well, I think, you might be right in that there's some kind of mutual agreement between the two drivers to just not fight each other for a moment, because they know they need to reel in the Nitro VEC car to have any chance at winning the race together, and they are succeeding in that. However, because Nitro VEC are clear, we don't know what their current strategy is and how they're currently deciding to drive the car. They might be a bit more conservative and trying to maintain fuel and tyres, but these are the cars we haven't seen too much of. Back together again are the Wave 3 cars driving in procession together, 9th and 10th, and that's a bit of a slide there. You can see being caught there by the driver in the bottom right. So we'll see what the strategy is going to be interesting, to say the least, between these two, and we've still got a long way to go. But also, that battle for first place isn't over yet, and these are potential contenders for that race, that class win. So as much as it's going to be difficult with the strategy that they're doing and the amount of time, the fuel they're going to have to saving, if they can pull it off, they could still pose quite a threat to Nitro VEC. And right now that gap between second and first is still staying about 14 seconds. So we'll have to wait and see, really. It's all a waiting game in endurance racing. We've still got 3 hours before we really know what's going to be the situation between all of these drivers. However, I do believe that Caruso and Wisniewski might be just relenting on each other a bit, because they know that a battle between them is just going to continually reduce the amount of the chance they will have of either of them being able to win the race.
Yeah, it's very exciting for us to watch, and I have been really enjoying the battling going on in GTE throughout the whole of this race, but it's not very efficient for actually winning it, especially when you've got a car out front like we do at the moment with Nitro VEC. So it's not a bad strategy to employ. We're going to go on board with Riccardo Corazzari here. Maybe we can stay on board for a lap since we've got not much going on right now, and maybe we can get a view from the driver's eye, really, what's going on out there on the circuit. There he is in the bottom right hand side of your screen, heading into turn 1, braking while turning. Not really advised normally, but you kind of have to around there, getting it tucked in nicely for turn 2, running it out nicely wide onto that curb. And now tricky section at in the first sector, turns 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, all the way up to the Dunlop curve right at the top of the hill, just trying to keep things nice and tight to the apex, not just out too wide. A little bit of understeer going on there, but nothing that it can't be saved. Up the hill they go now, and trying not to get too much oversteer over the brow there. It can happen from time to time, just stretching out his neck a little bit there, getting a little bit stiff after so much driving, I'd imagine. Trying to kind of preserve the car a little bit over the curbs, I guess, and try not to lose it completely, but very committed through the Degners, as you might expect, and towards the hairpin now. Let a car go steaming down your inside on the entry, but he doesn't even bat an eyelid. This is just normal for these guys, trying to get the power on. Quite an important corner, to be fair, especially in a GTE car. The hairpin, not as important as Spoon's going to be up here, but if you don't get a good run off this or that turn back there, then you're not going to have a very good run on this power section now, heading towards Spoon. Here we go, chucking it in. Very committed corner, but this is the important part, getting the run off of this section and trying to get your best speed down towards 130 up. It's a long time on the full throttle. Just talking to his team there, you can see doesn't seem too pleased with everything, but maybe he's just high stress situations and so on. Chucks it into 130 up. Car planted nicely, looking quite nice to drive actually. Another car goes steaming down the outside. Burst Edge Esports making up time as we go into the final chicane. Bounce across those curves, try and get as much exit as possible. And he's doing a lot of talking to his team. From what I've seen from Riccardo Corazzari, we've had him up for a couple of laps in the past as Nikodem Wisniewski's into the pit lane, by the way. But he's been talking to his team quite a lot. I just wonder if he's unhappy with the car or just socialising, but I don't really know. He seems to be doing an inordinate amount of talking for someone driving quite quickly as well at the same time.
Yeah, but there's also an awful lot of concentration on his face. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to know what he's talking about. But I if he is disappointed or finding trouble with the car, it might just be the position they're in. Maybe he's not a fan of the strategy they're currently running. Maybe he doesn't think it's going to succeed and that they've wasted it. Or maybe he's just talking with that look on his face because of the sheer amount of concentration it takes to drive as fast as these guys do in the VEC. And you can see right now they really love to fling the car through these high-speed turns. And it's quite entertaining to watch because there is just a limit of grip and it's right there with a lot of these drivers driving. So also with the gap to Turkey Hakkinen between first and second, it's still staying above 13.5 seconds. It's maybe closing down a little bit, but yeah, not an awful lot of change happening between them. And it looks actually like the Varga car has dropped back a little bit off of the of Caruso, and I'm not sure where the Williams has gone actually on the time board unless I'm blind. Oh yeah,
yeah, Wisniewski's been. It's actually out for Kuba Brzezinski now, who's into that car. Down in 17th in GTE at the moment, but that's all going to shake out a little bit later on. Let's not forget. And there he is, just getting to grips with the car. So yeah, out there chasing down Marcel Offman's, funnily enough, but we'll see where Offman's comes out in relation to everybody else and what's going to happen with all of that. We've had some more pit stops in in LMP2, by the way, in these last few moments. Marcel Tinsik's got back in for Yuri Toman in the race-leading Varga Sim Racing car. I think Tony Meller's skipped another tyre change because he's out in front of Dennis Jordan right now, and that's the battle for second place, which is about to kick off, really. Michele Ricci has also gone in for Lorenzo Arisi in the other Wave 3 Meet Sports car number 26. Mickey Hoyer back in for Darren Rocek. Matt Beavis is in for Luca D'Amelio. And Boya Milan, I think, is the only person left from the start of the race. I can't remember him not being in that car.
No, I don't think I can either. So yeah, we are definitely reaching the stage of the race where we see some fresher faces on the track. I mean, yeah, different teams taking different ideas. So we've got some drivers back in and some only just coming out. So yeah, maybe different ideas. It's quite long stints for some of them, very short for others. So maybe it's just the advantage, or maybe it's just an agreement between the team of when they want to have dinner. So we'll see the result of that. But yeah, we've got Dennis Jordan now, currently third place. Tony Mellor up ahead with the Zano car in second. There's yellow flags in sector 3. That gap though, 2 seconds. It doesn't seem to be closing down an awful lot. So maybe we won't be seeing a battle between these two guys too soon. And there's further yellow flags in sector 3. If it's anywhere, it'll probably be on the exit of the of 130R. And there was a car off to the left-hand side of the track.
Ground Effect Sim Racing. David Lespes was stopped on the exit of 130R, and you can only presume that he's had a fair big incident there because, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, there are no small accidents through that corner, and so I think that might be what's happened to Ground. Although he's carrying on, is he? Yeah, he is, so I don't know what's happening there, but Ground Effect lost a lot of time earlier on, by the way, in case you weren't with us. They're about 6 laps down now, actually. Ferris Stanley, unfortunately, I think disconnected. That's the only thing I can presume happened to him, because I'm afraid it's a reoccurring thing. And so those guys are set back a little bit by that, and then even further by this latest issue for those guys, I believe. But the battle for second place is well and truly on right now. Tony Mellor is going to be trying to defend from Dennis Jordan, but I can't see him either wanting to do this for very much longer or even needing to. These guys are at different stages of their race, really, and I don't really see the need for this to spiral out of control.
No, they're on slightly different strategies, but also we've got a long way to go to the end of the race, and we've seen earlier that, I think part of the reason Knight of Velix and GT is so far ahead is because they've just been staying out of battles, unlike all of the cars behind them. So maybe those cars that were potential challengers for lead have just been battling slightly too hard and just lost that bit of time that they really didn't need to do if they reduced the amount of battling they did, although of course that wasn't always their decision. But right now, between Tony Mellor and Dennis Jordan, as you said, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of point in battling too hard with each other when they have got that Varga car now 18 seconds clear of them up ahead that they want to reel in together. So we might see a similar situation as we saw with Brzezinski and Caruso not too long ago between these two cars, where they kind of reach a mutual agreement not to fight each other so that they can reel in that lead car. And in GTE, that is happening slowly but surely. Whereas in LMP2 right now, it seems that Varga is still putting away. As to the inside, Dennis Jordan goes on Tony Mellor. Through turn one, you can see just the inside line, very successful for the Burst Edge Esports car. He's going to come out in second place after that.
Yeah, good move from Dennis Jordan there. I don't think he really wanted to be behind Tony Mellor for very much longer, because these guys are kind of at different ends of their strategy, and when you are, you kind of want to be in front as quickly as possible. But the GTE pit stops have been kicked off officially, because, in 2 laps the main ones were, because drive game seat are in, and that normally indicates the first real movement in the GTE in terms of the pit stops. There's our leader, by the way, and just remains to be seen whether they're going to double stint another set of tyres. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do that again, since it was so successful the first time.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the result of everything is, but still strategy. I mean, we're approaching quite quickly, actually, the halfway mark through this race, and we are going to see some further GT pit stops. And we'll see how long it takes for what was the Christian Morgera Wave Freem car. It's not being driven by him anymore. I think it's being driven by Corsari, unless I'm mistaken. But they're going to have to go till the 2 hour, 24 minute mark minimum, I think. And that might have been what he was talking about earlier, because once it's all well and good to get to the 1 hour, 12 minute mark, but the race doesn't end exactly on 0 minutes. It could be 1 to 1.5 minutes longer than that, and that is enough time to run out of fuel. Yeah, it is indeed. They're just going to have to be careful of that, really, because it could really, if the race, as you say, if the race goes 1 lap longer than they were expecting, then it could turn out quite badly for them. Things might not be as they were expecting. It also kind of depends, because in GTE, you've got to remember that they don't take the checker flag for the first time. The GTE leader could come through with 0 seconds to go, they'd still have to go around and do another lap, but wait for the overall leader to come through first, and then the GTE leader has to come in. So if that does happen to Waveframe, and that's 1 lap a stretch too far, 1 step too far, then they could be in a bit of trouble. But you're right, I think we're going to be waiting a fair amount for their pit stop, nearly 40 minutes, 35 minutes or so, waiting for their pit stop, which is a really long time, to be fair. We'll wait and see how it plays out in terms of all this. Cedar Vaja is now down with Marco Slanzi just right now, drive game seat. So those two may well end up fighting in the next few moments. We'll see, though. But we're approaching half distance right now, Hugo. We've been here for 3 hours, so I think it's time for us to hand over the microphones and give everybody else's ears a rake. But no, it's been a pleasure once again, Hugo. Thanks for co-commentating alongside me. It's been, as I said, it's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. We're now going to sign off, me and Hugo. Now for the next 3 hours and taking you to the end, Neil Heatley and Cam Roger are going to be with you. Have fun. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be watching, and I hope everybody at home enjoys the show.
Yes, welcome to the second half of this 6 hours of Suzuka. Obviously, been a night race so far, and been sadly interesting race. Myself, Cameron Roger, along with Neil Heatley, as Ewan said. So, Neil, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. It's rather late in the day. It's been quite a nice day out here in Munich today, so I've been sitting in the garden for most of the day. But apart from that, it's been very relaxing. Of course, I came in, ate my dinner, and watched some VEC at the same time, just to get up to speed with what's been happening over the first half of this race.
Yeah, we've literally just gone into that second 3 hours. So this is obviously that point in the race where teams are halfway through. They now need to work from the back, try and work out what their strategy is going to be. Obviously, most of them will already be well underway with their plans, but this is obviously a good time to check on those and make sure that you're doing a good job, as we now see a fight between the two teammates in the Waveframe entries, with Korzari being in the slipstream coming down towards turn number 1 here at Suzuka. Very difficult corner to make an overtake work, but especially when it's your teammate, you can get down the inside there, which is what he's going to do to get up into that 4th position ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, the first corner is particularly tricky here because, at least in most of these cars, it might just be a lift and down a gear. Especially when you're in qualifying trim. Even in qualifying trim, it may just be a lift and no down gear whatsoever. But once you've got that dirty air, when you're following another car directly behind, like we're seeing with the away from esports cars at the moment, that first corner becomes a lot more tricky because obviously there's not as much air going over the car, and it's a lot quite a bit more unstable. The rear end has a higher tendency of just wanting to swap around and become the front end, which is not particularly conducive to a fast lap time.
Yeah, when we came, we haven't been to this track for a few years, but back when I was racing, that first couple of corners was so difficult. I was always having a little spin there. It really is quite a difficult one indeed, especially when that's one of the main overtaking points of this race as we switch to the leader of Turka Hakkinen going around. Just saw the webcam footage of him as well. He is obviously in that number 60 machine, taking it down this start-finish race. We're obviously getting a number of pit stops around this time as well, as or at least especially for the GT guys in sort of the next few minutes as well, as we see a number of cars in the pit lane at the moment. Here's Matteo Caruso, 11 seconds behind. Before we get Your Name Here Racing with Mario Tump in there in third place in the 491 entry as well.
Yes, and that 491 entry just coming through. The final chicane, of course, the pit entry is on the right-hand side. And indeed, the 491 car into the pit entry. So pretty much on halfway. This is kind of what we've expected from the GTE cars over the past few seasons that we've been using them, is that essentially it's on the hour is when you expect most of these GTE cars to come in. But yes, having a look at these wave-free esports cars making their way through turn 1. And really, turn 1 and 2 are so fast and so difficult. It's essentially just one line through there. I mean, you can go side by side, but you'll lose a hell of a lot of time if you do. Having a look now, Ollie McGowan, the 71 Speed 'em Out racing car, making his way through 130R and into the chicane. The right, left, right. I say the right one. I'm not exactly sure this final right-hander is part of the chicane. You can kind of guess it is, but indeed coming onto the start-finish straight. And McGowan just has 0.2 of a second to find. He's moving to the right-hand side of the circuit, the inside of the circuit for turn 1. Will he make a move up the inside? Does, or at least he tries to, but he just moves out of the throttle at the last moment. And again, this is what we were saying. It's very, very tricky to get too wide through turn 1.
Yeah, it's not exactly where you want to be going side by side. And you mentioned that final corner. That final corner is actually a very interesting part of the track. It's a very important section to make that overtake, because you might think, oh, it's just a flat out corner, but your line in that corner is very crucial. If you hold it right round the inside, it will be effectively shorter, but you actually have to scrub off a little bit of your acceleration to do that. So it's often actually best just to take the natural racing line and run out wide if you want to have the best chance of defending. So actually it creates quite a nice situation where you can sort of balance where your car is on the or in the middle or to the left of the track, and that is quite a crucial factor if you want to make an overtake. So McGowan is probably going to have to try and work his way up, get some momentum going again to try and make that overtake once again. But that place seems like it could be his in the next few laps at least, because it looks like he's all over the back of him.
And speaking about balance, and balance is what you need here at Suzuka, because really it is a track of two halves. You've got the very technical S's through the first sector, essentially. Then you've got the Degners and the hairpin, fast corners followed by, well, a big braking zone, a very slow corner. Then from the hairpin all the way around to the chicane is essentially flat out. And we're having a look going flat out here is Ollie McGowan up the inside through 130R, and there has not been a massive accident. Therefore, I'm very proud of these two cars, but McGowan still appears to be behind, and indeed he is. He's still in 8th place.
And also the car right behind them of Alvaro Martinez in the World of Sim Racing entry, he is there. So that is going to be turning to a 3-car battle. Although actually, it seems that Alvaro went into the pit lane that time around, and now it's actually going to be a position lost for Ollie McGowan after all of that. So World of Sim Racing get down the inside there. It doesn't look like McGowan was really fighting that actually. So maybe he was just trying to not fight. Bit of an interesting situation there with obviously losing a place and gaining one at the same time. But obviously that's what can happen. So he actually remains in the same position.
Yes, McGowan going through this more technical first sector, as I was saying just before, he tried to make a move up the inside of 130R. But essentially through here, through Dunlop, over the crest of the hill, through the deckers and up to the hairpin, it's fairly technical. You want to have some good good mechanical grip in your cars through this first half of the lap, essentially. Then once you leave the hairpin, coming down to Spoon, and of course coming up through 130R, it is flat out, and essentially you just want to trim all of the downforce out of it. But if you trim all the downforce out of it, that necessarily does not help in the first sector, as I think someone just went off at the hairpin. I think I saw some gravel dust being thrown up.
And that is a prime example of this track. Actually, you've got quite a few straights actually on this track, but certain corners, such as all the way up through Sector 1, as you mentioned, having the correct downforce level can be very key, though these long straights do want you to really lower your wings, try and get the highest top speed that you can. But some of those corners, such as that kink coming into that hairpin, you've got to be very cautious and make sure that you're getting your racing line. It is one of the most notorious tracks in the world for accidents, as it's obviously still that old school, it's got the barriers close, and it's never an easy track, as we now see Slanzy trying to wiggle around a bit, trying to make the Zancho car ahead of him get a little bit worried, but he's actually lost a little bit of time there through 130R, so he needs to try and actually now look out for the Williams car that is right behind him.
Yeah, that Williams car is going to be incredibly quick, as of course they are, because they're Williams Esports. But right there on the edge of the top 10 and 11th place at the moment, making Siaka Brzezinski making his way down towards the first corner. Not close enough to make a move at the moment. And really, once you get through turns 1 and 2, unless the car in front makes a mistake, the next chance that you have to overtake really is the hairpin.
Yeah, this section of the track is all about staying close to the car, and that BMW is certainly staying close to the Ferrari. He's almost touching him through this amazing sequence of corners. He's not going to go down the inside there, up into Dunlop curve.
Dunlop.
That is an amazing move there, up the inside. He had the clear overspeed all the way through, almost touching that Drive Game seat Ferrari, and he's finally managed to get himself through up into that 10th place. So Brzezinski making an awesome move there, very opportunistic.
Very, very opportunistic, but we've got to see if this Williams Esports car can hold that 10th place, or whether the Drive Game Esports car can make their way back. And have a look, they've got the Zancho car right ahead now, that number 87, as they're making their way out of the hairpin and down towards Spinners. They've got a prototype making its way all the way around the outside to the fast right-hander, makes it, and the prototype makes it past. And look at how much time the Williams Esports car is made up over the Drive Game Esports car, Game C Esports car, I should say, rather, and look how close he is to the back of the Zancho. You can't fit a Rizla paper between the two of them.
And there's a reason why this BMW team, the Williams Esports, they've won a couple of races this season. Obviously, one of them got taken away from them, but they are very quick. And now they get down the inside there of Zancho into 130R. 2 positions there in the space of about half a lap for Brzezinski. He is making some moves up into now 9th place. They've got just under 9 seconds to Alvaro Martinez for World of Sim Racing, who we saw earlier on as well. And then obviously there's that McGowan battle that we saw a few laps ago as well. So he's got some work to do to get that 9 seconds, but they're certainly looking fairly quick at the moment. Only a couple of people in front of them are actually quick, as we're now seeing Drive Game Seat come down the inside again. So Cedar Vire goes wide and loses another position. So Drive Game Seat moving up a position there to relinquish the one that they lost to Williams just 1 lap ago.
Yeah, relinquishing that position. And you said Brzezinski made up 2 positions in half a lap. Well, Vire's lost 2 positions in half a lap, isn't he? He's now got to try and make his way back up to that 10th place position. But this is what we were saying. The turns 1 and 2 is incredibly difficult to pass. But if you do go side by side, one of you has to lose a hell of a lot of time. In this case, it was the Zancho car.
Unfortunately, you make these little mistakes and these positions come biting. We might be over 3 hours into this race, but that doesn't mean that the positions are going to be set, and that's going to go all the way through until the end of this race. as well. So do let us know in the chat, in the comments, what you think is going to happen as you get to the end of this race. But as you can see, the positions are changing so quickly. It's a little bit difficult to guess. Obviously, some teams trying some interesting strategies as well. But with just under 3 hours to go, there's still plenty of action that can happen. It just shows you how quickly it can change as well.
And here comes Marco Slancy in that drive game seat car. And look at the gap that Brzezinski's made up over him. It's 2.3 seconds, and he passed him a lap ago. And Brzezinski now has 7.5 seconds to make up onto 8th place. He's already taken a 1.5 seconds out of that gap in only a lap. So Brzezinski is only maybe 5 laps away from making that battle for 8th.
He is doing some absolute work there. And it's quite surprising that they're really, in the position that they are sometimes, because they do always have this speed, but obviously sometimes a bit of misfortune happens to this Williams team. Back in Portland in the GT3 Endurance Series, which is sort of the junior series of the VEC, Brzezinski got smashed around there in the first lap of the race, and that was unfortunate because they were in a good position on that day as well. So unfortunately, sometimes this is just the way racing goes, and you find yourself a little bit further down, but they're certainly making their way back up, and he's looking very quick indeed. As we jump to Matteo Caruso, who is now going to take the lead with Hakkinen coming into the pit lane.
Yes, that Jean Alesi esports car making their way through the first part of this lap, and indeed inheriting the lead after the Nitro Velix car came into the pits. We're now having a look at Riccardo Corazzari in the Wave Freen esports car. Of course, his teammate is still just there. Yep, you can just see him on the right-hand side of the frame, and neither of them are coming in this time around. You can see the prototype now passing them, flashing the lights furiously, trying to indicate, well, I would say trying to indicate to Corazzari that the prototype is there, but to be honest, I think he probably knows that the prototype is there.
Yeah, that's one good thing actually with having these night races, especially as a GT driver. You get those booming headlights of the LMP2 behind you, so you see them coming from quite a while, and even just one flash on off, and that is making it a lot easier for the GTs to see. As you see now, Nick De Silva, he's managed to... Oh, is it going to be a bit of contact there with the Speedy Mites? He was battling with the Wanako down into 130R as well, and that contact could be a little bit of damage for both of those drivers, so he needs to be careful as we jump to Michaela Ricci, who is on the back of the Zano SimSport LMP2. Coming through Spoon Corner now, Ricky coming onto the back straight, and now he's going to try and get the slipstream. There seems to be a very good overtaking opportunity actually into 130R, albeit a little bit more difficult for the LMP2s because they have to duck and dive between all of this traffic, and as you see there, he managed to lose out a little bit as he has to go past the, or he slows down, so he can't get past the Sim Racing for Holland entry. Then it goes in a bit too deep there, trying to make up all that time at once as well. That's certainly not what you want to be doing, because those little losses here and there can always end a battle, and now he is 1 second behind, so he's going to have to build that one up again. But Zano having a good showing here out in the top 3. That entry obviously went down to Division 2 because they struggled in the early part of the season. Now they're obviously back in Division 1, and good to see them flying high as we see Caruso coming into the pit lane. So now Corazzari is going to come and take the race lead along with his teammate.
Yeah, Corazzari, here we go. It's now 1-2 for Wave Freen esports car again. Just cycling through this pit stop phase are we with these GTE cars, and Corazzari takes the provisional lead of the class, 1.5 seconds ahead of his teammate, and I only make that 3.6 seconds ahead of the Jean Alesi car. Oh no, it isn't the Jean Alesi car. My eyes deceive me. Anyway, 3.5 seconds ahead of third place, but look at that battle between third and fourth. That appears to be only about 4 seconds as well.
Now, these battles are staying fairly close. This GTE battle has been quite crazy this season in general, actually. A lot of the time, it's been some completely different drivers and teams that have been up there which has made the standings quite open, actually. There's only 1 point between the number 60, Cetres Nitavelux, and the number 99, Waveframe Esports. And then there's only a few points back to Vargas Sim Racing, and then Juices and Sim Racing for Holland as well. So there's only 14 points separating the top 5. And that just shows you how close this GTE battle has been. And even today, we've got some other teams getting involved there, such as the other Waveframe that's sitting down there in 6th, but it's a few points off in the standings. So good to see that it's staying nice and competitive. And we need to see how this one's going to work out. But at the moment, it is the number 99, currently second in the championship. They are leading this way. But obviously, the pit stops and such are going to yo-yo at certain points. It all depends on that final pit stop and where you come out, and if you have to make some overtakes in that final stint.
Yes, that final stint is going to be obviously the all-important one to see what position your car will finally finish in. And indeed, João Barbosa at the moment just maybe about half a car length behind the Zano BM. No, that's not.
Now coming out onto the back straight, Barbosa's going to be getting past there by the Burst Edgy sports car. Currently second place there. And they are 21 seconds off that Vargas Sim Racing team. So they need to do some work as they get past that battle there for the GTEs, which now has Matteo Caruso getting involved as well. He's going to be looking to make this overtake work as they come out onto the start-finish straight. And it actually looks like he's a bit closer to Barbosa, as Barbosa is to the car ahead of him as well. So this Aston Martin might be trying to get an overtake done as we come down towards turn number 1. You see in the top right of your screen, Barbosa goes to the inside. He makes that defensive move, but Caruso's going to have the overspeed. He's going to have the outside, which is also the racing line, and that's a fairly easy move there for position 7 for the Jean Alesi esports car.
No, the Jean Alesi has now got it.
Yeah, this Jean Alesi team was actually one which, like that Zancho LMP2, got demoted back down to Division 2 at one point in the season, and they then obviously got promoted. As such, he's now going to go down the inside of Degner 2. That came out of nowhere. It wasn't really looking like he was going to make an overtake, but Cedar Via there, leaving that door open, making a bit of a mistake on the first apex, and that allowed Caruso to go down the inside. That is an amazing move. You really don't see moves there. Caruso sending it into Degner 2, and that is going to leave the door open now for João Barbosa to now try and get past up towards the spoon curve. And it seems like Via's been making a couple of mistakes in the last sort of 5 laps that we've been watching him, and now Barbosa goes down the inside, just about enough room left for him by the Zancho Simsport driver, but he's going to have to pull in behind, at least for now. But yeah, it seems like Via losing out a little bit here, and he might be a suspect to another overtake as we come up towards 130R. Barbosa's going to get his nose to the inside, but will it be enough to make a move? Now he's going to just move out of, back out of that one. It's such a difficult move there into 130R. You really got to be careful, especially as there was one of the Waveframe LMP2s coming past them as well. And we've now got Rookie Monsters getting involved with this battle just behind them as well, although I believe that Rookie Monsters car is actually a lap or 2 down on that specific battle, but he can still battle himself. But now Barbosa to the inside of turn number 1. This should be a fairly easy move there, although we've got the LMP2s coming past, and he makes his way now up into 7th place. Via down another position as we have a few LMP2s getting involved. That's one of the burst cars getting through, as well as the Zancho LMP2, I think that is, trying to get involved. So a lot happening here at the moment. This track certainly seeming to be a lot better for constant action and overtakes, although it is a little bit more dangerous than some other tracks.
are just slightly dangerous. You know, the Armco barriers, just having a look up here down the back street, for example, down to 130R, look how close the Armco barriers are to the side of the circuit. There's absolutely no forgiveness should you go off at this part of the circuit. Indeed, having a look as Jerome Lange in that Team Spirit racing car trying to track down Bora Milan in the one Aqua car. 0.6 of a second separate the two of them. Might make that about 4 or 5 car lengths as they're coming across the start-finish line.
And these LMP2s pulling out is always quite an interesting fact when you're in that, when you're in the darkness, I should say, because you just see the headlights pop out as they often make some fairly aggressive moves. As we're looking back now to Ollie McGowan trying to get past the car ahead of him, who is the Blackhawk Racing number 77, Ulrich at the wheel at the moment. This is now for 14th and 15th place overall. So McGowan trying to do his best. He's been involved in a few battles actually over the course of the last few laps that we've been following him, and it seems like especially in this GTE field, these guys have been battling all the time. They're just constantly trying to get themselves into a good position. You can see on the tower on the left hand side as well, so many of these intervals less than 2-3 seconds. There's quite a few battles even in the LMP2s as well that are staying really nice and close. So it's a good nice welcome return to this track after a few years being absent, as we now turn our attention back to Cito Vaya, who's got another driver of Arduini coming at him now. So this could be another position lost for him.
This could well be another position versus Drive game seat as they're making their way through the first sector. But look at all this traffic that's trying to pass them at the same time.
Yeah, this traffic is quite crazy. You're trying to have your battle yourself, and then you get these LMP2s who, as we know, don't hang about. They try and get past as quickly as possible, because half of the racing in LMP2 is not just your speed, as in your lap speed, but also the time it takes you to get through the traffic. It doesn't matter if you're the fastest guy on the track, on a clear track. If you're then the slowest in traffic, you're going to be losing a lot of time. As now Arduini recovers that time that he lost, and he's now trying to get on the back once again of Cito Vaya for Zancho, and he's getting a fairly decent exit there out of the hairpin up around this really long corner up to Spoon, which is another good overtaking opportunity, but Cito actually blocks him off there to be able to defend the corner. Now Arduini thinking about looking down the inside, but he doesn't do just yet. So now as we come out onto the back straight, this will be his next opportunity.
That could have just been my eyes deceiving me, but I almost could have said that Vaya made 2 moves coming down to Spoon there. That could have been very interesting. And look at this, Arduini now flashing his lights at the Zancho car as he makes his way up to 130R, flat out for all the cars. He's going to go up the inside. No, he's just showing his nose. And look at that, because he went up the inside line, he had a much tighter turn in. He had to lift off a little bit more, and look how much time he's lost. He might as well have just stayed in line rather than just try to show his nose.
Yeah, that's a difficult corner in itself, let alone trying to go on the inside line. And as you say, it might have been easier or better just to pull in there and try and keep his momentum going, because now he didn't even have an opportunity down into turn number 1. But as you mentioned, it does seem like Cito at this point, obviously could be to do with just where they are at their strategy and driver lineup is obviously a little bit slower than the cars around him. He's lost time to the likes of the Juice's car, etc., that have now gone way up the road, and needs to try and get back on that speed if he can. But Arduini now trying to go up the inside, couldn't quite do the same as Brzezinski did on the inside of Dunlop, but now it's another overtaking opportunity into Degner. But it's very difficult, but we did see Caruso do it, however not on this occasion for Arduini, but he certainly looks like he's going to be making an overtake fairly soon.
I think, well, this is just in my uneducated opinion, Arduini is just trying to show his nose a little bit too much. You can see as soon as he comes up close to the back of Zancho, he moves to the inside line, maybe, for example, for Degner, for 130R that we saw the previous lap, and he loses all of that time that he's gained. I think Arduini just needs to sit back a little bit and then make one decisive move somewhere on the circuit, and maybe up at the chicane that they're about to go through.
Yeah, sometimes that is the best strategy, is you wait till you're one perfect opportunity and then you absolutely send it. Having all these half looks is often where you can lose time as you mentioned, and he's now... What is he going to do this time? Is he going to show his nose once again? Obviously got the LMP2, yeah, he's going to show his nose once again, but it's just that point on the track where you need to stay close and really make the time up on the brakes as well into the Casio triangle, which he certainly does, getting that Ferrari very close to the Corvette. Now out of the final corner, can he get the exit as Sidova keeps it nice and tight? Now the Ferrari needs to try and get a bit of a slipstream here down into turn number 1. It seems like he doesn't even need the slipstream actually. Cedo's fairly slow there in the straight line, although now that he's pulled out the slipstream, it's a little bit more difficult, but Arduini dives it down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact there actually. Cedo manages to hold that on the track, but Arduini is there up into 7th place. So Drive Game Seat make up a position there.
That's just like how Cedo got passed by, I think it was Brzezinski a few laps ago. It was almost an identical move there by Arduini. But now we are at Corazari, heading Riccielli, 1.7 seconds separates the two-way Freem esports car at the head of this pack as they're making their way down towards the Casio triangle, that right-handed entry. And look at this prototype coming up right behind them. It's the prototype in 10th place, I think, so that's the Zancho one, I believe.
Yeah, Zancho there, as you say, obviously pit stops, it seems, coming for some of the LMP2s as well. So we need to keep an eye on that. We've got Undercover and Wanako, I believe that is, both in the pit lane at the moment, as well as your third place of Wave Freem also in the pit lane. So some pit stops now coming for these LMP2s, and that is quite an interesting factor for those guys because, if I'm not mistaken, that means they have 4 pit stops left, or 4 stints, so 3 pit stops left in this race, because you generally do about 3 stints for 2 hours, then obviously you need an extra one for that final 32 minutes of the race. So it looks like we've got about 3 more pit stops after this one, 4 stints total for the LMP2s, and obviously when they get to that 2-hour mark, that's going to be quite a crucial factor, their final 3 stints, because we do know a couple of teams here and there might even be trying to triple stint this race, which is obviously going to be a crucial time for them, and making that pit stop as well, as we now see Chinchik there getting past some LMP2 traffic, but he's still got that 20-second lead to Dennis Jordan. So this Vargas Sim Racing team in LMP2, they've been so quick all season, and this is just another show of how quick they are, although we do know that Dennis Jordan did lose a bit of time earlier on in the race, but still Varga always at the top here in LMP2.
Yeah, Chinchik, look at that, an 18-second gap over the Burst Edge Esports car. They're making their way through the first sector of the slab. And a little bit of clear air ahead as it stands. Quite a little bit of time to the next GT car. And here is that Burst Edge Esports car of Dennis Jordan. Well, you can just kind of see the gap that they have. It's absolutely massive, does that Varga car. And well, Dennis Jordan is a further 37 seconds on third. So these top 3 in LMP2s at the moment strung out a little bit, but of course that can all come back together due to strategy at the very end of this race. Yeah,
the main issue for LMP2s as such, as we mentioned earlier, is just the traffic. Sometimes you just get a bad run of the traffic, and it's always a argued fact between drivers and teams between the different categories as well, because obviously it is the LMP2's prerogative to overtake in a safe manner, but also they want to do it as quickly as possible to save time, because really you can just lose, if you lose a second every single lap for the whole race, then you're going to be multiple laps down yourself on the leaders. So you've really got to save those every 10th of a second. That's always a hotly contested subject, because it's always the GTEs being like, oh, why'd you dive on the inside of me? But then it's the LMP2s being like, oh, can you just let me get past and I'll be on my way.
Why did you close the door on me? Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's always a nice argument between the two different categories of drivers, especially after the race, often if there's been an incident. But fortunately, it's not too much of a regular occurrence here in the VEC.
It's very fortunate, and that just goes to see the standard of the drivers we have here in the VEC. That's Dennis Jordan coming into the pits now, pulling off on the right-hand side after exiting the Casio Triangle. We've got to see what this pit stop will bring. And here's Michi Hoya, Burst Esports Simplicity car, making his way up the back straight towards 130R, and no doubt that he will take that second position, pending he doesn't come into the pits as well.
Obviously, the two Burst teams. Obviously, one is the so-called Premier team, being the Burst Edge Esports, with Edge Esports obviously being champions with Dennis, Alex, and Yerny themselves a couple of seasons ago, but now being partnered with the Burst team. So you'd assume they're on a fairly similar strategy between the two cars. However, we do know that team of Dennis Jordan, Alex Siebel, and Yannis Simičić always like to do a little bit extra with the strategy. They always like to try something. And for now, at least Hoya is going to take that second position, but he will be coming in at some point, we do know. So he gets past one of the Wayframe cars there. But it's good to see Mitch Hoya doing well here as well. He's done such a good run of form across multiple leagues over the last year or so. It was good to see that's continuing as we now jump to Wojtek Polesny, who's just the next on the list of drivers to have a go at Sido Via in this stint. Sido, as we mentioned, not seemingly as fast as the other guys around him at this moment in time. And he's looking like he might lose another position here to the number 69 of Wojtek Polesny as we get towards this Casio Triangle. He might have a run out onto the main straight.
Yes, the Your Name Here car in 10th, right behind these two as well. So it's a 3-car battle for 8th. And here we go, the Vargas Sim Racing car got a good launch out of the chicane there. He might have a look up the inside coming to turn 1. You can see that gap closing due to the better launch. He moves to the right-hand side of the Zano car. And Ciro's going to get done at turn 1 again. He just appears... It just appears that seems to be perhaps one of his more weaker sections on the circuit. Is that start-finish straight?
Yeah, I don't know if... I haven't looked at the statistics, but to me, it looks like that Zancho is just slower in a straight line, actually, because it seems like he's getting overtaken a lot more easily than some other cars as well. So I don't know if that's because of their setup with their wing angle, or maybe if it's to do with the Corvette in general. However, we do know, obviously, the Nita Velix guys are up there in 3rd place in the same car, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it was just the fact of either their setup or just something to do with their exit of their final corners. They now have their sister team of the LMP2 team now coming past them up all the way around up to Spoon Corner. But yeah, down to 9th place for Sido Via. I think he was in 5th or 6th place at one point, so it hasn't been the best few minutes for him. But as we mentioned before, obviously strategy, etc. should play out, hopefully, if they play the cards right at the end of the race. Because ultimately, that's what you want to aim for, is being at the front, or at least as far as you can, at the end of the race, because that's where the points are given.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds has the gap growing between Zancho and that car in 8th that just passed him 1 lap ago. So you can just see how much time that Via appears to be a little bit slower than at the moment. Of course, a lot of that would have been due to that pass at turn 1. Obviously, Ciro having to come out of the throttle a little bit and having to take a wider line through turns 1 and 2. He just appears to be losing a little bit of time around the circuit when compared to the other cars around him as it stands. And does Your Name Here racing car have a look to turn 1? No, he's still 7/10 of a second, still a little bit too far back.
I'm just seeing in the chat some people thinking that he does potentially have some aero damage, which would correlate with the fact that he's having slower top speed damage because... Sorry, said that the wrong way. Because he has a damage, you have a slower top speed. Because that is generally what happens. If you get some aero damage on the car, you do end up losing even sometimes up to 10 or 15 kilometers an hour if it's really that bad. But it looks like he's just a few kilometers down, enough for these teams to make some overtakes on him. And he's now got Tump all over the back of him for this number 491 Your Name Here racing team. Obviously, this part of the track a little bit more difficult because that kink before the hairpin does make it a bit awkward when you're in the same class to make an overtake. But I think he's going to have a good run here. And Cedo is probably going to struggle to defend from this one, looking at the way the other teams have pulled away. I mean, Wojtek Leslie is already seconds up the road. And now Tom is getting a look on the inside of Spoon Corner. No, he's going to back out to that one and try and wait for the straight, where it's a much better opportunity.
You can just see the overspeed that Tom has at the moment, especially coming down to Spoon there. He just appears to be getting a little bit better exit off of the corners. And that's making me thinking, just because that Zano car appears to be a little bit slower at the end of the straight, so I think they probably have a little bit more rear wing on, or at least a little bit more downforce than their competitors that they're racing at the moment. But anyway, coming down into the chicane at the moment, you can see that concertina effect as they get into the slower corner, and how much that gap closes up as they're now launching themselves onto the start-finish straight, and the LMP2 car goes all the way around the outside. Yes, just by looking at this Zano car over the last couple of laps, I think they've got a little bit more aerodynamics on.
Yeah, certainly the exit of the corner is good. It's just they can't quite hold on. Although actually this time around they managed to hold on there from Your Name Here Racing. So that is a good sign that at least they can hold on. Obviously they've now moved up a couple of places actually, because there have been some pit stoppers from the Wave 3 esports guys. So that puts Cetra's Nita Velux back up into the lead of the GTE category. And obviously we will then be owed pit stops from those guys at some point as well. But yeah, good signs there for Zano that they can at least hold on against Your Name Here Racing, as all the LMP2s are around the outside of Degner 1. That is always a very sticky situation for these GTEs. I'm sure he would have been loving to see that one.
Well, Degner 1 is a very, very similar braking zone almost as to turn 1 of the circuit. Really, it's just a lift and down a gear for most cars. And again, because it's actually very narrow. It's much narrower than turn 1. It really is generally a one-line turn, Degner, but somehow the LMP2s managed to make a secondary line around the outside in order to pass this GT battle as they're coming down into Spoon. That tightens, then opens, then tightens before getting that throttle on for the back straight. And whenever I've driven Suzuka, I've never been able to get the throttle on at the correct point coming out of Spoon.
It's a very difficult corner indeed, but it's a very good one if you get it right, because you get the lovely slipstream all the way down. So now Tom to the inside of 130R, but no, he's going to back out of it actually. He's just having a bit of a look as we now get Vargas Sim Racing LP2 come past it and try and switch between the two, but couldn't quite make it work. So fortunately backed out of that one, otherwise that one could have been a nice big accident. So fortunately taking the cautious side there, but now that has actually opened up this battle. Zano getting a much better run. Now they are on the back of Sim Racing for Holland, who are obviously not quite in this battle, if I am not mistaken. They are quite a way down. Yep, they are down there in 18th place. They are going to be lapped once again from these teams. So Sim Racing for Holland struggling a little bit again, considering where they are in the standings. They're 5th in the standings. Remember, they were leading. They won the first couple of races, or at least were second as well in the first couple of races of the season. And they're sort of fallen apart a little bit. They're only 14 points off the title, but with another bad race today, that is certainly going to be getting even worse for them.
Points really isn't that much, is it?
Yes, stayed very close in the GTEs, as he's now letting them through the drive in that car at this moment in time. Marcel Offerman's actually the obviously the main man at Studio 397, which runs rFactor 2 that we're here. So that we're here racing. So good to see him there, but unfortunately for them, they're down a little bit further than they would have wanted as we now come back to this battle. Rick Van Earl, Nick De Silva for Ajira and Undercover Sim Racing coming out of this final chicane battle for 8th place.
Yes, this battle for 8th place coming down the start-finish straight. I think Van Aert's just a little bit too far back to make a move into turn 1 this time round. So they're making their way around GT traffic. I think that's one of the Juice's Motorsports car, if my eyes don't deceive me. But indeed, coming to turn 1, Van Aert just a little bit too far back this time round. He's got to try and just stay close through the S's.
And that is a lot easier said than done. Obviously, with these more higher downforce cars, you get into a little bit of dirty air as well if you get too close. You've got to manage the gap, manage the distance between you and the car ahead. And obviously, you still don't really know what's up the road. I'm sure a lot of drivers do have sort of track delta apps where they can see the cars ahead of them coming up in traffic, but still a little bit difficult sometimes to see the cars ahead of you and the traffic that's coming up. As we now talk about traffic, look at all these cars on the back straight, all these GTEs. This battle does not stop, and once again we're seeing Ollie McGowan battling with the Black Hawk of Varo in that car as they come out of this final corner. There's also loads of cars there, loads of GTEs here. Awesome to see that this battle is still continuing, as a lot of these are still for position.
Yeah, a lot of these are still for position. You can just see in the relative timing tower on the left-hand side, the gap between 10th and 11th, just 7/10 of a second, and 7th and 8th, half a second. That's of course between Sancho and your name here that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. But here we go between Varo and McGowan, just, well, 3/10 of a second, now going up and down, up and down. And that gap is going to go up and down as the LMP2s come through. And look at this, McGowan now has to defend from the World of Sim Racing car of Jose Belga.
It doesn't get any easier for him, obviously attacking and battling in your mirrors as well at the same time. So that's going to be a little bit awkward. Obviously, we've got a Ramada in there as well, but I believe, yeah, they are a lap down. So they're just sort of getting involved. It is a little bit difficult for them, because if they do get ahead, that is fine. You're allowed to... Oh, Varo gets a penalty. He must have cut Degner one too much there, and he has got himself a penalty. I assume that's a drive-through penalty, and that is going to be quite huge, because the pit lane loss is comparatively quite high here compared to some other tracks, so that's not going to be the best thing for him, as now McGowan is having to defend from Berenguer up into Spoon Corner. Though it looks like the Porsches are quite close enough to make a move in Spoon, but he is certainly getting himself close enough, and wonder if McGowan has the knowledge that Varo is going to be serving that drive-through penalty, and that might hinder his aggressiveness, or maybe he's just going to try and get that position anyway.
Yes, going to try and get that position, because of course it doesn't. You've just got to cover the most distance, of course, in the time, and the faster you go, the more distance you cover. And Berenguer might just feel he's being held up by McGowan ever so slightly. Of course, you've got a number of laps to actually complete your penalty, so perhaps you can just try and extend that gap a little bit more. And now having a look at a replay, and I think that must have been the event that caused the penalty. Yeah,
he was certainly all over that curb, maybe even all four wheels over that curb as well, using the Astro on the inside of the corner. So certainly a cut, and there is an allowance of cuts. I believe it's something like 5 that you're allowed before you get a penalty. However, if you do one major cut, then you can sometimes just jump to a drive-through penalty straight away if the game detects you doing so. So let's see if he does it again this time round. So Varo's still out there, hasn't served his penalty. You do have a couple of laps to serve it, so that is all good. But if he doesn't serve it, he will then get a disqualification automatically from the game. So that is certainly what you do not want to happen, because getting disqualified is never good, because that will take you out of the classification, and that is not very useful, because once you get past 50% distance in the race, which we are at now, then you will be eligible for points, even if you DNF. But then if you DQ yourself, I believe that also removes your classification and therefore points, which is so important this season with having the promotion and relegation system between the 3 divisions, because you don't want to be removing your points tally and leaving yourself vulnerable to be demoted.
Of course, being demoted is something that you really, really don't want, because you know, being demoted just makes you think, were we putting too high, division, or really are we not as good as we think we are? Yeah, never want to be demoted, but having a look at McGuire here again, 3/10 of the second team himself, and Berengar is still not coming in to serve that penalty. And if memory serves me correctly, I think you've got 5 laps to serve penalties in the VEC.
Yeah, it's actually Varro. He's coming in now.
Zano.
But yeah, I believe.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, it's either 3 or 5 laps that you are given, so you do have a little bit to play with. Mostly drivers do often stay out a lap or two, and now he is coming through to serve that, and you can see that he's going to drop behind all this huge train of cars coming up through Sector 1 as well. And yeah, we've just been confirmed it's 5 that you're allowed, but he served it there after a couple, and now he is all back out. But unfortunately, he's now going to have to make up that time, and he has come out in 16th place, 12 seconds behind the drive game seat car, who is just behind. So he's actually he's not lost loads, really. He's lost about 16 seconds, so not the worst thing in the world, but it's still obviously not really what you want to do, because 15 seconds on pure driving speed is very difficult to make up, because that is going to be potentially a couple of hours work to make that back, and there's only a couple of hours left in the race.
And here comes Martinez trying to hold off Marco Slanze in that drive game seat racing team car, making his way around Spoon Corner at the far end of the circuit before making that long drive up the hill towards 130R. It's now 3/4 of a second between the two of them, so Martinez should be safe for now.
Look at all this traffic on the back straight, all those headlights looking lovely. But certainly getting a little bit hectic here. That's sometimes obviously just what happens, where a bunch of the traffic meets up at one point of the track. But fortunately, everyone's actually being fairly well behaved, at least in the last hour or so, and that's always good to see. Especially a bit of respect between the couple of classes as well. Obviously, we're back down to the 2 class here, LMP2 and GTE. And as we mentioned earlier, the drivers do sometimes, the drivers in the different categories can get a little bit heated, but fortunately it's actually looking fairly good as we come back now to Cito Vaya. Up there in 7th place now, due to some pit stops, but he's still got Mario Tump behind him, but Tump can't quite get close enough to make an overtake. He's been there for a little while now, and Cito did let the guys through, and actually look at him. Cito Vaya is now 13 seconds behind Vargas Sim Racing, that we saw battling a few laps ago. So that's just showing you the speed that he is losing. But unfortunately, Tump can't quite get past, and has also lost that time to Varga.
Yeah, you could just see that closing rate coming through chicane there, especially coming into the right-handed apex. Indeed, look at this Tump with a nice little run coming at the apex. You can see that relative time gap along the bottom, just closing, but it's not closing enough for moving to turn 1, especially because that prototype's going up the inside. I thought Tump might have actually tried to follow the prototype up the inside there, but he just didn't have the speed to do it.
Yeah, sometimes you can try and follow those LMP2s, but it's just very risky strategy sometimes, and he obviously wasn't feeling too comfortable to be able to do that, and is now going to have to sit in behind once again for that 8th place. So Ciro's actually now got to a good stage, and I'm sure as we get towards the end of this next hour, already only 11 minutes to go of this next hour, that we'll start to see some pit stops occurring, and then we'll obviously get a better view of what is going to happen with that car, and whether if there is damage, maybe they fix it, or maybe it is purely the tyres they're on. We will find out soon enough, as we now see there the 2 Waveframes, who are on a little bit of a different strategy, and obviously they're behind now, but don't be surprised if they get towards the front with trying to save a pit stop.
Yes, trying to save that pit stop. Of course, saving that pit stop would be incredibly important, because you can save a lot of time? Well, just thinking a transit through the pit lane is what, about 15 seconds, plus coming to a stop, plus making your stop, plus accelerating out from a stop is the best part of a minute at that point, which around here, especially for the GT cars, is half a lap. For the LMP2s, it's maybe, what, 60-65% of a lap. So saving that pit stop is incredibly important, especially when it comes to the final minutes of this race, and having a look at these Waveframe Esports car now, and again, nose to tail, and again, still in the same order as they were before.
Now seen an onboard there with Korizari in the webcam picture. He is there now, coming out on the back of Kevin Yeager onto the start-finish straight. That's going to be for 9th place, and as we mentioned, if they are trying to do some crazy strategy, then that is all good. But it means at this point in the race, where they are stuck in this traffic, this could be very crucial. If they lose a lot of time, there's a lot of cars they need to overtake now. Because in theory, if they are battling for this victory, then that's, as we said, that's cool. But now they're still fighting with these slower cars down in 9th place. And that is quite important for them and their race. So if they can get through these cars fairly quickly, and you can see there's quite a few up the road as well, then that is going to help out their strategy even more.
And they've got Jaeger right in front now in that Blackhawk car, so essentially a 3-car battle for 9th as it stands. But Korizari still holding off his teammate, and I must think there must be some variety of team order at the moment, especially when they're so close to, for example, Jaeger in that Blackhawk car, just to well, in this case it'd be Riccielli, just a little bit of an order, making sure that he doesn't attack Korizari.
Yeah, you always want to play the team game. At the end of the day, endurance racing is a team sport, and this number 99 is second in the championship, and that ultimately means they're going to be the ones that are fighting for the victory. I mean, we've only got a couple of races to go now in the season, so it really is getting to that point in the season where you need to start focusing your efforts and making sure you're getting the most points you can in a certain car. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if that number 68 just sits behind the 99 and pretty much letting them get the points. However, we had a car around there. I believe that was the Rookie Monsters car was off at the exit 130R. That would have been a huge accident for whoever is in that car at the moment. It's Lars Jeppesen is in that car at the moment, as we now see Silva come into the pit lane. And I wonder if he's going to have a longer stop here, if he does have damage. And that could be quite crucial in this battle as well, because all these drivers are just going to go past by the time they make their own pit stop.
Yeah, there is never a gentle accident at 130R. But having a look at Mario Tump here, the second ahead of Jaeger in that Blackhawk Racing car. You can just see the two Waveframe Esports cars in the background as well. So your name here car trying to hold off Blackhawk coming through the S. It's now coming up through Dunlop, the next one, the left-hander over the crest of the hill, and Jaeger's not close enough to make a move through Dunlop this time round. Just got to see if Jaeger will make that move at some point.
Let's get a replay here. Yeah, Lars Jeppesen goes for a spin there, and to be honest, he actually got out of that one fairly lightly compared to what I was expecting, and obviously had to do a little bit of a 10-point turn there to get back on the track, but looks like he is still going. Rookie Monsters in that car, they are, well, they're struggling to say the truth. They are basically a lap off the car ahead. There's only one car behind them in GTE, and that's Ground Effect, who are 5 laps down. So yeah, really interesting situation for him. As we now see Rick Kelly, who is behind his teammate. As we mentioned, you did say actually about team orders, but obviously when we first came on air, these cars were actually the other way around, and Korizari made a move. So I don't know if there's going to be battling later on. If they are playing the long game, they could be waiting to that final stint of the race and just making sure they get in a good position. Because look at this train ahead of them. There's no reason. They got a lot of fighting anyway, so there's no reason to fight themselves.
Yes, no reason to fight themselves at the moment, at least when it comes down to the final half hour. That might change. But yes, Korizari ahead of Riccielli, as you said, in about half a second separating the two of them. They've got about a second half up the road to Jaeger, who in turn has about half a second to the Your Name Here car. So very, very tight for 6th place as it stands in these GTE standings. As Corazari making his way through the right, now the left, now the final right-hander of the S's sector, and just trying to make that rear wing of Jaeger a little bit bigger in his windscreen.
Now Greg Hall is having a go at Ballasvaro for this number 51. Speedy Mike Racing getting down the inside there of the 272 of the Aston Martin. We've also got the Rookie Monsters LMP2 trying to get past as well. So it's a little double action overtake there. As now Zancho gets through the middle of them as well. And now also is that Caruso getting down the inside of Varo, but I believe that's obviously not full position. But that was a very opportunistic move there by Caruso, getting up that inside. That is how you make time in traffic. Absolutely no time lost there really for him. And now he's going to have the obviously the opportunity to lap, I should say, Greg Hall. So not a bad little sequence for Caruso. Didn't really lose too much time getting past those two drivers.
Yes, because that Zancho LMP2 car, that was cutting it a little bit close, wasn't it? But yes, just ducking and diving through the GT traffic, and that's really what these LMP2 cars need to do. So having a look now at Jose Belga trying to make his way past Ollie McGowan, half a second separate the two as they come up to the hairpin, but not only half a second separate the two, but also in LMP2 cars it stands.
Now back to Berenguer for this battle in 12th place. And Ramada Motorsports still just sitting behind them because they can't really do too much being a lap down, unfortunately, in that battle not going any further. But finally, Corazari has the opportunity to start making some moves once again. Kevin Jaeger is his first opportunity here for Blackhawk in the Aston Martin, and that could be fairly easy pickings in terms of the speed. If Wayframe are doing a bit of fuel saving, that might just hinder their opportunities just a little bit to try and make an overtake anyway. But seems that he's looking fairly good for now. But he's got those three cars right ahead of him there, although he makes a bit of a mistake. And he looks a little bit annoyed with himself, actually, because he knows that's going to be that opportunity gone, at least for this lap.
Yeah, the opportunity gone this time around. And Corazari still trying to hunt down Blackhawk, and really that gap appears to be ebbing and flowing depending on where in the track they are, depending on what traffic they reach as well. And that's got to be just a little bit frustrating for Corazari, just to see that Blackhawk car come close, have a little bit of traffic, and then move away again.
And he needs to work that momentum up. He's having a bit of slide there and Spoon as well, so just needs to calm himself down a little bit. He's probably getting a bit frustrated that he's sat there behind these teams and drivers ahead of him, but making these mistakes is only going to slow down his teammate as well, because it does look like they were talking, and potentially with Raquel as well, though direct talking I wouldn't be surprised, and they're probably just talking themselves through the race and trying to get themselves in the best position that they can. Corazari starting to lose a little bit of time there to the cars ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit of time. Excuse me. Just a little bit of time to those cars ahead. And again, between Corazari and Riccielli, again, I'm just thinking, because Corazari, that gap appears to be ebbing and flowing. We were talking about team orders before. I'm just wondering if maybe soon the team order will be for them to swap and allow Riccielli to have a go at the cars ahead.
And interesting, there seems to be a lot of damage actually on the left-hand side driver's door of that Ferrari for Corazari. So there's obviously been a few bashes here and there, but it's quite obvious there's some wrinkling, and I do wonder if that's actually slowing him down, like we saw with Cito Via. Actually, it looks like potentially there could have been some damage, but it does seem from his speed that it's working out pretty well. But these guys are playing the long game anyway, so you wouldn't expect them to be the fastest guys on track. Trying to do a little bit of fuel saving here and there, as we now have the Best Edgy sports car coming past them up into Spoon Corner. pass another lap on them. But sorry, still in a good place. Needs to make sure he does a little bit better when he catches up to those cars once again.
Yeah, trying to make up that gap and trying to catch those cars again. As you said, having a look at Martinez and Slanzi. Well, we saw this battle for maybe about a minute, about 10-15 minutes ago, and this battle is still going on. World of Sim Racing versus Drive Game Seat Racing teams. They're making their way up towards the hairpin, and Slanzi in that Ferrari trying to pass the Porsche of Martinez, and you can see that concertina effect as they come through the hairpin. That gap will just go out a little bit more in terms of distance as the cars gain speed, but certainly not in terms of time. That 252 car trying to close in on the World of Sim Racing car. Having a look through Spoon, not close enough this time round. He'll be trying to get the most of the slipstream as they come up the hill towards 130R and into the chicane.
That certainly seems to be not really the most popular overtaking opportunity actually into that chicane. It seems to be that a lot of teams are using that chicane as the setup. It seems like if they do make an overtake, it is into that 130R corner that they're going through now. But it seems like, oh, he's got a bit wide there actually. So that's not going to help him. But it seems like this chicane is all about setting up, trying to get the exit so you can get a good run as we are now into the final 2 hours of this race. We've had 4 and a bit hours now, and we are going into the final third of this race. But can Slanzi get himself down the inside? It's going to be a little bit of a late dive if he does, but he's not quite close enough. And Martinez holds on there for 11th place.
And of course, in a couple of months' time, when we reach Le Mans, we've just finished the first 6th of the race. But yes, that is in a couple of months. It's the 24 hours of Le Mans. And next month, we have the 6 hours of Spa. So join us for that. This is going to be our first trip in quite a while to Spa-Francorchamps here in the VEC since, I think it might be season 3 or 4, I think was the last time the VEC visited Spa. So it's going to be very, very fun to see what these cars can do there.
Yeah, Spa's going to be great. We've had some good racing there in the GT Pro GT Challenge series from the rFactor 2 official competition. So it's good to see that has come to rFactor 2's official content back in December, I think it was, where there's obviously that 3-hour invitational race, which ironically was headed by Burst and Varga Sim Racing. So they are obviously the ones who are doing well in the LMP2 as we speak as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are up the front and battling there once again, but it's a completely different style of traffic and style of racing there, and especially through the first sector, and that's going to be a wonderful fact. But to focus back now on here in Suzuka, which is also a nice welcome return. So good 2 tracks there being added to the calendar this season. I'm sure no one's really complaining about that. This has been a really great race so far for the action and the overtaking. It's been quite involved compared to some other races that we've seen so far. Some other tracks obviously are doing good, but Suzuka is doing exceptionally good with continuing the battles further and further down. But can Slanzi once again, he's going to have to go to the inside. The LMP2 is going to be a little bit awkward, but once again, doesn't have quite enough top speed to get down the inside.
If memory serves me correctly, I think the last time the VEC came to Suzuka was season 9,
10.
I think. So it's just been quite a time since the VEC visited here. But yes, Slanzi now on board with him as they're coming through, almost through Dunlop now. You can see Dunlop with the left-hander over the crest of the hill, and just seeing that rear wing is not getting any closer. But Slanzi also has to look at his rearview mirror, because he's only 3/10 ahead of Adam Baldwin in the Jesus car.
All going wide there.
Yeah.
That is. And Baldwin out of nowhere. Send it down inside. Slanzi here going for a spin. Getting all crossed up through Degner 2. Wow, almost coming back on the track there. Was that that might be in the race leader, Varga Sim Racing as well.
Yeah,
that would have been
like Varga, yeah.
that would have been a nice little penalty there, so don't do that. Thank you. So yes, Slanzi is not having the best couple of corners there in his life, going too deep into the Degners. Adam Baldwin absolutely sending it down the inside of Degner 2, possibly a little bit too aggressive, but Slanzy was off the track at that point, and then going for a little bit of spin as he was on that exit AstroTurf, which is always a little bit slippery, and obviously the grass there doesn't help as well. So not the best few corners for him, and now he's under pressure from Wojciech Polesny for 13th and 14th place now. Love to see a replay of that dive from Adam Baldwin's perspective, because that was really a late move from him.
And here we go.
Oh, it doesn't look quite so late.
It didn't look
actually,
quite as bad as it did on
from-
board, no.
Because Slanzy, he's gone for another spin there, but Slanzy was actually so wide that it allowed Baldwin to make up a lot of time, and obviously being on the onboard shot from Slanzy potentially looked a little bit worse. But yeah, Baldwin actually being quite opportunistic there down the inside. Thought it was going to be a bit more of a dive, but he certainly managed to make the corner himself. Unfortunately, Slanzy getting it all wrong on the exit, and he's going to be a little bit disappointed with that, as his teammate there gets past ahead of him as well. So we're now switched to Adam Baldwin, who's now in 11th place, and on the back of Martinez, trying to go up the inside there with Dunlop, but not really a place that you want to do that, as we now got the LMP2s coming up the inside with Pescara and also Ajira there going up the inside.
Yeah, going up the inside, but as we saw from the replay there, I think, well, Slancy was slowed quite a lot kind of Degner, and really Baldwin just took advantage of that, and they were pretty much side by side between the two Degners. Baldwin just had the inside line and went up the inside, so I think that was actually a fairly clean move by Baldwin, and I don't expect to see anything from the stewarding room coming out of that. But yes, Baldwin's now quarter of a second behind Alvaro Martinez as they're coming through Spoon and up the back straight. We've seen that Baldwin is very eager to capitalise on any mistakes, and should Martinez make one, no doubt Baldwin will enter the top 10.
Yeah, Baldwin there actually making a very opportunistic move, so I wonder if he's going to do the or a similar kind of move, a bit of a dive down the inside of Martinez. He certainly looks like he's up for a bit of a battle, is Baldwin, but the final chicane, he was thinking about it, but look how close he's staying through this final chicane out through the Casio Triangle onto the start-finish straight. Will he have the slipstream? It's actually quite a fairly long straight here in Suzuka down towards turn number 1. Obviously, being a Porsche versus Porsche battle doesn't make it any easier for the car to make an overtake, and he's going to have to sit behind as Ajira Racing now coming around the outside of both of them. We're having to sit behind, as this going to get a little bit awkward now into turn 3. So Baldwin's going to lose a bit of time there in the traffic.
Well, of course, if I remember, it's been a while since I last drove Suzuka, but I think in general the top speed coming up to 130R and the top speed coming to turn 1 is generally the same. But yes, as you said, it's actually deceptively long, that start-finish straight here at Suzuka. You're going to just see how much that LMP2 traffic hurt Baldwin that time round. That gap went up to 3/4 of a second. Well, now it's back down to 1/4 of a second.
Yeah, it's going to flip and flop as we now jump to Turkka Hakkinen, still leading the race in that wooden chair. I have to say, I've got a lot of respect for that man driving the speed that he does on a wooden chair. As you'll see, a lot of the teams, it does seem like he has a sort of an office chair to the right of the picture, but you see some of these drivers have, full-on rigs and, aluminium chassis and all this sort of stuff, and then you got a man with his wheel bolted to a wooden table and still being on the pace. So it just shows you that equipment does help, but it's not everything, and if you're quick, then you're quick indeed. And it certainly seems that Cetra's Nita Velix are doing good, but as we know, those Wayframe boys are hopefully going to be coming towards them later on in the race. We'll have to see how the one works out. Obviously, we're into that. We're into the hour now, so the GTEs who go just a little bit longer than an hour on their fuel tanks will be starting to think about pit stops and that sort of thing fairly shortly, but we won't know until the next pit stop after this one how that will work out with these Wayframe boys trying to do something a little bit crazy, but they're already up into that 4th place.
I think that might have just been me, but I think that cover behind Haken is just made out of stitched together doilies. Certainly did look like that. But yes, as you were saying, with the full with the wooden seat that he has, when I was racing, my seat of choice was the good old Poang IKEA chair. Always reliable as the Poang.
Yeah, it's actually quite an interesting point to see how fast certain drivers are on budget rigs, because there are certain drivers, obviously there are ones who that is wow, that was almost a very huge accident. Whoever's in a Mercedes G-Sports car at the moment saw that coming, managed to avoid that. Berenguer got that all wrong coming into the hairpin. I'd love to see a replay, also like of a webcam footage, if that makes sense, of that Mercedes G-Sports car. But unfortunately, I don't think we've got it for this race, because that would have been a very tense moment, and that's what traffic can do to you. Obviously, that was just probably an honest mistake there from Jose Berenguer, but that could have been a very big accident for the Mercedes G-Sports car.
Yeah, it could have been an incredible accident there for Burst. And again, especially when you get to these sections of the circuit, there's no such thing as a small accident. But yes, Berenguer here trying to attack McGowan and trying to defend from the car behind at the same time. So now have a look at Chinchik and Jordan. That gap now half a minute. And that's been a driver change, hasn't it, in the Vargas Sim Sports car, I think. Was it not Simincic before? Am I just making that up?
Well, it certainly wasn't Simcic, because he's actually not racing.
He's not in the
today, but let's see.
Yes, that's a good point.
Oh, look at that, Dennis Jordan! It was. You saw him just turn out mid-corner. That is very good reactions from Dennis, and yeah, he's obviously probably lost a little bit of time there. But sometimes in endurance racing, you have to lose a little bit of time. And let's see here. You see, he's just going to twitch there just as he turns out the corner. Fortunately, Berenguer actually didn't do such a huge mistake that he was, sliding way out of the corner. But that was enough to make Dennis think. And I'm sure he would have loved that one as well. There's going to be some contact there on the inside of Degner too, is that, as the Setras Nita Velux is coming past. Contact for Berenguer and one of the Speedy Mite cars there. As now that one of the other burst cars are trying to get involved. So all sorts are going on here, and some contact, which is not what we want to see. Berenguer having quite an interesting little sequence of events there. Unfortunately, sometimes that's how it goes. But it was Ollie McGowan who the contact was with. As we now jump to number 60, which I believe has, done a driver change for Christian Michel.
Yes. Here's a tip for all the commentators out there. Make sure when you're speaking, your microphone is actually plugged in. That's always helpful. But yes, Christian Michel now 10 seconds down on the car in front, and as you said, there has been a driver change in that number 60 car, now making his way through the S's, and now we're having a look at Adam Baldwin, just half a second behind the car in front, half a second behind 8th place, and trying to make that move stick.
And Adam Baldwin, as we saw earlier, certainly up for a bit of a fight today. Hasn't been able to quite get past just yet. Although we have seen that this battle has gone on quite a lot between some of these drivers, but I do believe, he got past one of the Body Sim Racing cars. Now he's got to try and get past one of the other ones, although we got the Rookie Monsters there getting in the way. That's going to slow down his progress just a little bit. But as always, the saying goes with traffic that you will lose a bit of time, but then the idea is that the opponents around you will also lose a bit of time at some point. But unfortunately, this time round, it seems that Berenguer didn't actually lose too much, but Adam Baldwin getting a very good run there out of the couple of Degner corners, now up towards the hairpin, but not quite an opportunity to make a move just yet.
Not just yet, indeed. Berengar versus Baldwin, making their way down towards Spoon now. And of course, the GT traffic ahead. Of course, that's going to be a battle for position as well for 7th place. So yes, this 3-car battle for 7th place as it stands, making their way through Spoon Corner. And of course, Baldwin will have a little bit of a double slipstream. Well, I say that. Look how much time he gained on Berengar through Spoon that time round.
And this is going to be a good opportunity down into 130R. We have seen drivers make moves here, but if you're going to back out of it, you need to back out of it early, which it looks like he has done. He's obviously probably done a little bit of a lift there. And we haven't seen too many moves into Casio Triangle. Is he going to try it down the inside there? Yes, he dives on the inside. Can he make it to the apex, though, to that position? And yes, he can. Up into 8th place. Nice move there by Adam Baldwin. He's now going to be chasing down Ollie McGowan. So a good move there from him once again. We saw that earlier. So he's obviously up for a bit of racing today. And now past the other World of Sim Racing car. Can they come back at him into turn 1? Now they're thinking about it. But yeah, Baldwin keeps that position. Now McGowan is his next target up into 7th place.
Yeah, that Speedy Mite racing car. I must say that Speedy Mite racing car has actually got a very, very nice livery. But yes, Baldwin making his way now. That Porsche versus the Ferrari, making their way through the S's and up into Dunlop is next corner. But Baldwin, I don't think is close enough at this moment in time. Indeed, he isn't, trying to make that gap smaller towards that very nicely painted Ferrari.
Was he going to go to the inside of Degner? We saw him do this early. Obviously, that was his Slancy making a bit of a mistake. But no, this time round, he does not, as we get a new best lap time. Excuse me, get a new best lap time from Jordi's Vise for a 1:45. So we are looking at some fairly quick lap times now. So let's get a replay of Adam Baldwin. He's going to go to the left, switch back to the right, and dive down on the brakes. He managed to get his car nicely alongside and then claim the position very cleanly, as Berengar being nice and cooperative, which is always good. It's never good when you see the person on the outside still, turning in and trying to force themselves keeping the position. But Baldwin did that rather nicely, and now he's just half second behind McGowan.
And really, that's kind of a standard move if you want to make one through between 130R and the chicane is textbook move there by Baldwin. As you're now having a look at Polesny. Oh, look at that! What a save by Martinez! That was a 4-wheel drift coming through 130R.
You got to have your wits about you at any time, and a few drivers in the last few laps making some good saves, and he instantly comes into the pit lane. Might have
really, because those tyres are now 50 pence pieces.
Yeah, might have had a little bit of vibrations there. Unfortunately, it's really at that time where you would be owning a pit stop anyways. Now Wojtek Polesny up into 10th place. It's interesting to see how the cars sort of yo-yo in performance, with obviously this car doing quite well. Obviously sometimes accidents happen, or just pace is struggling just a little bit as well. So yeah, quite interesting to see that cars do go up and down throughout the field, but that is why this GTE field has been so competitive this season, because there hasn't been too many teams that have been consistently at the top every single race for one reason or another.
And here we go. What's the angle on this? Oh, yeah, boy. Formula Drift there. A little bit of deja vu coming through 130R.
That was rather good, to be fair to him. He because what a lot of drivers might do in that situation is just smash on the brakes. But once you do that, then the rear's just going to come around. You're going to go for a spin. But he had enough momentum that obviously just with a bit of opposite lock, maybe a tiny bit of brake, but probably keeping on the throttle as well, would have been able to hold that. So fair play to him. Didn't involve anyone else either. So good save, keeping his car in the race, because ultimately that is what you need to be doing, getting yourself. You did mention before, it is effectively a distance race. You just got to get as much distance as you can within the time frame. So keeping yourself in the race, not spending time in the pit lane, is what you want to be doing. As we now jump to Yuri Toman. So we had a couple of driver swaps here. Yuri Toman is in for Vargas Sim Racing, and Alex Siebel is now in for Burst Edge Esports, as we're getting to a quite a crucial point in the race where we've only got 3 stints left, including the one that they are on for the LMP2s. But that battle is still at 25 seconds, so Burst struggling to get close, and even now Zancho are going to be battling with Alex Siebel. So yeah, not ideal for him, and that is Alex himself in a picture, and he's got the old energy drink next to him as well to keep him awake as we get towards the end of this race. Obviously, still getting fairly late. It's 9:20 in Europe, and we've still got an hour and 40 minutes to go.
Yes, I can confirm it is 9:20 at the moment. But yes, still 1 hour and 40 minutes to go here at Suzuka. And Siebel 7 seconds ahead of Jan van der Heere in that Zancho LMP2 car as he's making his way through Dunlop. And really, Siebel's got a lot of time to make up. It's 25 seconds on Yuri Toman.
25 is... it's a lot. It is a lot, and I'm sure that he'll want to try and close it down, but it's easier said than done. As we mentioned, even making up 5 seconds on pure pace can be a little bit difficult.
As yes, Jan van der Heere is now 7 seconds ahead of Michele Ricci in the Wave Freem Esports car, and there is Ricci himself coming through the hairpin now, making his way down towards Spoon Curve. And of course, it's fairly interesting, that little bit of a track that you saw on the left there is a chicane that they use just for the motorbikes if they're racing here.
Yeah, that long right-hander. You have to imagine if you're on a bike, lent right over, it's going to be quite dangerous. So yeah, they do have that chicane in there. I think it's called the West chicane, at least in rFactor 2. On the track configurations, that is actually a possible layout. So if you want to try it, then go do it for yourself. But obviously for cars it's a little bit more awkward, but for bikes you can imagine just how long and how dangerous that corner would be. Because obviously there's the famous, I think it's 10. Oh, it's a bit of a contact there with a lap car. That's sim racing for Holland. Just bonked his front part of the car, and that sent him around. And that unfortunately ends that battle with Morante, who's going to be going up the road because Pelosny lost about 5 seconds there.
Yeah, lost quite a bit of time. We may well get a replay in a few seconds just to see what happened there. But yes, you say how dangerous that long right-hander is for motorbikes, and I find it quite funny that they've got no speed-saving measure coming up to 130R. Anyway, Morante now 5 seconds behind 5 seconds ahead, I should say now, ahead of Wojtek Pelesny in that Varga Sim Racing car. And Wojtek Pelesny will have just seen on the Delta that gap come down by 5 seconds quite suddenly. He'll be wondering what has happened to Morante and whether he can actually get that 8th position away.
Yeah, he's already caught up a couple of tenths. Both tyres aren't going to be the nicest after that one. Fortunately, he wasn't spinning for too long. But that just shows you actually how easy it is for a little incident to happen here and there. The sim race for Holland car, obviously a lap down and just doing their thing, and Pelesny getting caught up a little bit. And unfortunately, in those situations when it's a contact like that, the front gets pushed and they're the one to make the spin. So not ideal for that car, who's already having a little bit of a difficult day.
That's been a driver change for this World of Sim Racing car as well. Martinez is out and San Andres is in. There's been a driver swap. Well, the driver swap must have just been that stop just after we saw Martinez do the drift through 130R and immediately coming in. And right behind Jorge San Andres is Lazarus Filipakis in the Speedy Mountain Racing car, 1.8 seconds behind.
Yeah, getting some driver swaps now, as you say. Getting to that point of the race where that you're going to triple stint to the end. Then obviously you're going to put a driver in now when you're changing those tyres to go towards the end of the race as well. Though a bit of an interesting one for this race length with 6 hours. It makes it quite interesting with the strategy for the way that it works with the LMP2s, because you often end with quite a short stint at the end. That obviously adds to your calculations to basically make it a 9 stint race. So you've got to add in that extra stint somewhere, because normally you do doubles, but then you get that one extra stint in these 6-hour races. So you've got to add that in somewhere. So one of the drivers is eventually going to be doing 3 stints. Now Chris Shepherd is trying to catch down on Stara into P number 7, but he's still got about 3.5 seconds to catch up.
Yes, 3.5 seconds is that gap between Shepherd and Stara in that Go Team Racing car. And again, Shepherd just been caught a little bit behind this GT traffic, and again it's fairly difficult to pass GT traffic, and I must say that World of Sim Racing car not making it easy for Shepherd.
Yeah, the GTs obviously don't have to physically get out of the way for them, so they never try and make it too easy. They're trying to run their own race, but at the end of the day, that number 4 with Chris Shepherd at the wheel wants to get through as quickly as he can, and he ended up losing about a second there during that sector 1, so that is just what can happen with a bit of traffic.
Yeah, and again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and Chris Shepherd has to try and gain all that time back. And of course, he can hope that Stara faces similar trouble in maybe a couple of laps.
And it's now gone up to over 5 seconds as well, so he's lost a little bit more time there as Shepherd over the course of this lap, so not the best for him. So we need to try and work that back down over the course of the next lap, getting past Anita Velik's Corvette GTE there. Now coming through 130R, coming up towards that ground effect sim racing car who's still going. So fair play to them, because they are struggling just a little bit down there in effectively last place, 6 laps down to the next car, but they are still staying in there trying to get to the end of this race.
You're making it to the end of the race, and of course you never know what can happen here in the VEC. You can always gain out some points if rivals ahead make some mistakes and start to DNF. And here's Kevin Yeager now, about 2 seconds ahead of Ricardo Corsari in that Wayframe Esports car.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting one for the strategy situation, because I was told that Wayframe were trying to do something in the region of an hour and 10 to an hour and 15 minute stints, which means they've still got about 20 minutes before their pit stop, if that is true, which will obviously be an hour and 12 minutes, hour and 10 minutes towards the end of the race. However, Kevin Yeager, we need to see what he's going to be able to do with his strategy as well. So he's currently leading the race. They've been in a decent position so far, but obviously we'll have to see how that works out with the strategy as well, because the way that Wayframe are doing it, the theory is that they save a pit stop, and therefore they, like everyone else, has 1 pit stop to go, and they would therefore then still be ahead because they've obviously kept the track position but saved the time for that final pit stop. Whereas with Blackhawk, we have to see how that one works out for them, the number 81, and if they have to make a splash at the end.
Yeah, that splash at the end. Well, we've just got to see how big that splash will be, and of course all these teams will be aiming to not have a splash at all. Here's Jakub Brzezinski, 0.6 of a second behind Andrea Riccielli in that Wayframe Esports car, and of course that Williams Esports car is still incredibly fast. Brzezinski has not lost any pace whatsoever.
Well, Brzezinski, he's always fast, isn't he? He will never, I've never really seen him give up as well. He would always continue, even after, a spin at the beginning of the race or whatever. He will always continue to try and get as high as you can. And obviously we're still pending some strategic elements to this race, but they are certainly in a good position so far to get some good points in this race. That team, that car, I should say, has obviously been very quick over the course of the couple of hours, the hour and a half that we've been on, making a very good move earlier, and he's now trying to get past Raquel, and he's all over the back of him, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move very shortly, because it seems like he's got way more pace at the moment, and this is the issue that the Waveframes have got. They spent the last 4.5 hours getting themselves into this position, as now Brzezinski's going to go to the outside of the hairpin, I should say, all the way around the outside. Will he have enough speed on the exit, or will Raquel give him the space, which he just about does? So he's now going to have the inside, which will be the shorter distance up towards the breaking point, but then that will be the outside to a very fast spoon corner. So Raquel's going to be holding on to this one, because this is going to be a very important position, because this, in theory, is full position, but Brzezinski gets the cut back there. He's going to push him wide, bit of contact now, and they come onto the back straight, but I think Raquel is going to be defending this very hard.
Yeah, Raquel will be defending, no doubt be defending this podium position very hard, and I think Brzezinski is now just flashing his lights at him all the way around the outside at 130R. No, there's almost touching, almost a little bit of bump drafting coming through the corner there. Brzezinski is now on the outside for the chicane, which turns into the inside for the second section, which turns into the outside for the right-hander coming down the hill. Has Brzezinski got the overlap? Indeed he has, he's made the move.
Now it's half lap in the making, but very good move there. Can the Ferrari, the Waveframe Ferrari, come back to him down the start, finish straight? It's going to be very close into turn one, but just a little bit of a look is all that he can do. So Brzezinski there, but I was trying to emphasize that is such an important position for Waveframe, because obviously they've spent most of the last 4.5 hours being behind. You know, they're always in that pack, because of the way their strategy was working out. That's just where they always ended up with the pit stops. Now they're at the front of the field. They've got one stop to go like everyone else, but they're probably still in their fuel saving situation to make sure they get towards the end of the race. So they're probably going to have slower lap speed. So they now have the track position. They're probably going to be a little bit slower towards the end of the race. So can they hold on? That is what we need to look out for. But Brzezinski there getting past. He had to work for it, certainly, but I think that was definitely going to happen one way or another. It's just going to be a matter of if, not when. So he's finally made that move. He has the speed, and now can he catch up those 14 seconds to the other Waveframe?
Yeah, and again, a lot of time there, 14 seconds, as you said, to make up. But look at the gap Brzezinski's already made up over Raquel. He's now 2 seconds already.
He certainly
That
got
Williams
the
Esports car
speed.
is something else on this stint.
Yeah, certainly got the speed in that car, and to be honest, it's not just in this stint, just in general. They've been so quick, because as you can see, they're pretty much the only BMW in the field. The BMWs was the least chosen car, at least in the top divisions, and one would assume that's because it was not competitive, etc. But it seems like it still is. They are very quick in that car, and I wouldn't be surprised if some teams were kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't choose the BMW. Obviously, there's a lot of hype around the Ferrari GTE, which recently got released before the season, and obviously the Aston Martin, which is only in its second season, being released about a year previous to the Ferrari as well. So they're still sort of the hype cars as such, but the good old BMW, she was fast last season with Zano, and it looks to be fast once again this season with the likes of Williams Esports. But as you can see in the background there, it's not quite so dark. It looks like the sun is going to start rising, as we have just under 1.5 hours left in this race. So finally, in the hills of Japan, we're going to be getting some sunlight towards the end of this race.
Yeah, getting a little bit of sunlight at the end, which is, very different to how we normally run races here in the VEC, because normally it's day into dark, but night into day is going to be a very interesting dynamic that we really haven't had before in such a short race. But Corazari 13 seconds ahead of Brzezinski, and that gap just appears to be shrinking, yet still.
Certainly does. And looks like this battle isn't going to be over. So Von der Heide has actually lost time to the Burst Edge Esports car. That was down to a few seconds. Is now up to 18 seconds now. And also with Ricky closing in a bit, I'm sure, as well. Last lap, 1.6 seconds quicker was Ricky, and he is now in an opportunity to try and make an overtake coming out of this final corner. He's so close, has a lot more speed actually through that Casio triangle now. Does he have enough slipstream? He's right there close enough. Is this slipstream going to be enough for him to make a move? Looks like that Zancho car is actually pretty good in a straight line. Maybe a little bit less wing angle for that Zancho Simsport car, to say the truth, because he held on there fairly nicely. And that is going to be a position kept for him, as now they're going round the outside of the Your Name Here racing team. But it seems like Ricky's going to have to try and make a move somewhere else.
Yeah, having to make a move somewhere else, and it's so difficult, especially in these high-powered cars, to make that move. He's a little bit closer though, coming through Dunlop and coming down towards the Degners. He might have a good look into the hairpin, or maybe up into the chicane next time round.
And it will come down to moments like this with the traffic. The Wayframe Ferrari there, ironically, maybe helping out his sister teammate just a little bit. But can Ricky look down the inside of the hairpin? He's dived his nose down there. I can't quite get any sort of overlap or opportunity towards that hairpin. And that is going to put Von der Heide offline just a little bit. Now coming up towards the Spoon corner. So he's certainly trying to work it out. But Ricky, being so tight on that hairpin, obviously got a bit of a worse exit as well. So once again, he's going to have to try and work it in this final sector. He gets very close here, as he did last time around, but he didn't have enough on the start finish straight. So can he now get it coming up towards 130R? We've seen a number of overtakes here during the race, but it looks like he's not going to be close enough to dive down the inside. But here in the Casio Triangle could be a good opportunity under the brakes, trying to get down the inside. Once again, he looks to the inside, but not quite enough to make a move.
Yes, not quite close enough to make a move on Von der Heide. That gap certainly is closing. It's now just 0.2 of a second. He's going to be benefiting from all of the slipstream down this front straight. That gap is closing ever so slightly, but it's not closing enough for a move into turn one.
Well, he's trying so hard, isn't he? But he lacks just those few extra kilometers in top speed to really make the overtake proper possibility. So it's going to have to be somewhere else on the track. It's going to have to be somewhere through the corners. He's certainly very quick out of that Spoon corner, so maybe 130R is going to be his best opportunity. And all this time they're losing a little bit to the burst car ahead. It's now gone up to 19 seconds, so they've lost another second up there. But still, a third place wouldn't be so bad for either of these teams, actually. Especially that Zancho team, who's, as we mentioned, down in Division 2 and now recently promoted once again. And as always with this season, it's pretty much been Burst and Varga in the first and second positions either way. So this battle for third place is really where the heat is at a lot of the time.
Yeah, a lot. Exactly, you are correct. But have a look here. At Ricci going up the inside of Spoon, no. And again, it's the sort of thing that we've seen a few times so far, is that time Ricci tried to show his nose on the second section of Spoon. And to be honest, that's really not a passing opportunity. You can see how much that's hurt him coming up to 130R.
Yeah, he's going to have to really do something special in this chicane to get close. And to be fair, he's actually really good on those brakes. Look how close he's got through the chicane out of the final corner. He's a lot closer, ironically, actually, as Von der Heide defends to the inside. But can Ricky get close enough to finally make an overtake here towards turn number one? I think he's close enough to have at least a bit of a dive down into turn one, but at least just showing his nose. But Von der Heide keeping a cool head and keeping himself in that third position.
Yeah, staying in that third position for now, but he's having to defend quite hard. And look how close Ricci is now coming through the S's. He's going to be coming through Dunlop now. And you were saying about the time change. You can see the sky starting to lighten up now, actually, ever so slightly. So maybe able to get the lights off in half an hour or so. But yes, Von der Heide has to defend so hard from Ricci as they're coming through the Degners again, and Ricci just can't quite get close enough. Will this GT traffic help him?
Just pinching him a little bit on that apex of the kink. Not ideal, but it does seem that once again Ricky is good on the braking. I wouldn't be surprised actually if maybe he is on a different on a newer set of tyres actually than Von der Heide, because Von der Heide is doing well, but Ricky just in certain high load situations is looking very good, and now he's going to get the slipstream, but that is the Arm Sim Racing car is giving the slipstream to Von der Heide just a little bit before letting them go. So that's very nice, and yeah, that sky is really starting to get light now in the background, so these drivers will be able to see just a little bit more in a few moments time. But for now, Ricky getting close in this chicane once again, but will it be enough? That we said that Zancho car very good in a straight line down this front straight, and Ricky just struggling a little bit to stay with him in the slipstream.
Yeah, trying to stay in that slipstream, and Ricci certainly is able to do that because he is still only 0.3 of a second behind. Now there's GT traffic ahead. This may well hinder the Zancho car having to go all the way around the outside round turn 3, but also hinders Ricci an equal amount, perhaps even a little bit more. Look at that gap increasing.
Yeah, Von der Heide doing really well to keep on to this third place. It's a good battle, and Ricky's really having to try for it. He might have to use a bit of strategy as now Jordi Zvaers is battling with Chris Shepherd for 8th and 9th place. I wonder if that's actually Jordi getting past Chris, because I believe at some point that car or that pairing was the other way around, but now Chris down the inside of that drive game seat entry as well. Jordi, you'd expect him to be a little bit higher up, but once again, it's been a bit of a inconsistent season. The only two guys really at the front consistently have been Varga and Burstage Esports. Around them, it's really been a bit of a lottery. Certain races, some people are quick. And that a Gira car you really think would be a little bit quicker than it is, especially with the likes of Jordi Zvaers in the car. But unfortunately, they're down a little bit further. But let's see what Ricky can do here for third place. Can he get close enough? Can he get close enough into 130R? It looks like he's having to just not really go full commit at that part of the track, but this part of the track now is where he goes full commit. But is it enough? There's going to be a bit of GTE traffic to get involved here. That could play a factor with either of them, but it looks like Von der Heide is actually going to defend fairly well now into turn number 1 once again. So that top speed is really holding that position for him.
Yeah, that top speed, it really is helping. And then that again, does that mean perhaps that Zancho car is a little bit less downforce, going perhaps in the opposite direction of the GT counterpart of Sidovaya that we were talking about earlier? Perhaps they decide to go for a little bit less downforce on that Zancho car than the rest of their competitors. So you can really see that helping at the end of the straights. And Ricci, oh, he's all over the rear wing, but he can't do anything.
Yeah, Von der Heide he's really putting his car in all the right places to hold on to this position, as now Ricky's once again trying very hard in this section of the track. But it's a little bit difficult to sit so close to a car like this. They often say when you come up behind someone, you really need to overtake straight away. You need to pounce on that opportunity. Once you sit there for a few laps like this, it gets very hard to build up that momentum to be able to make an overtake work, as Von der Heide is also getting a little bit more comfortable with the situation. He knows where he is quick, he knows where he can defend and make sure he holds on to position. But traffic like this could be an opportunity for Ricky, as that was on the exit of a corner. Now this is going to be the best opportunity that he's got, but he's not really going in the slipstream just yet. So Von der Heide is going to be able to hold on there as we come into 130R. So Ricky was really a little bit too close, now lifting off, coming through the corner. And as we head to the braking zone, once again, I'm sure he's going to close up, but he needs to get an absolutely brilliant exit and try and use some traffic when it comes around again.
Yeah, he's really got to try again next time around. And again, I think that just kind of reiterates the point. I think that Sancho's got less wing than the Wave Free Esports car, just because of that top end speed, essentially. Now we're having a look at the GT counterparts. Andrea Riccielli trying to hold off Christy Michel in that number 60 Cetres Niter Velix cars. They're accelerating out of the hairpin and down towards spin corner.
Yeah, Christian Michel now getting that slipstream up there, trying to get himself ahead. So the Williams car has got past Riccielli and then has gone 12.5 seconds up the road already. So Brzezinski is absolutely on it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Christian Michel can't make that sort of time either. And it looks like for these Wayfield boys, maybe this saving strategy isn't going to work in terms of the race win, because you have to remember, they're going to be pitting only maybe in 1 lap's time already to make their final pit stop. Or maybe if they saved a little bit more, they could do another couple of laps towards the end of this race. But Williams already 6 seconds off the top car, and now Christian Michel is only half a second now off Rickelli, coming down towards turn number one. Not close enough to make a move just yet, but I think this is going to be a bit of a difficult position for Rickelli to hold on to, as Christian Michel is going to be coming up right behind him, trying to make this overtake.
The thing is, it's the amount of time that the final splash and dash is going to take, because as you said, a lap or two, that's going to take them to about an hour and 10 to go. These GTE cars just can't do 70 minutes, I don't think, unless you do restrictive fuel saving. And at that point, well, you might as well have just gone full flat out and do the splash at the end.
Yeah, splash is always an annoying situation, as we saw with the drive-through for a driver early on. I think it was Varo. It's about 15 or so seconds just from driving through the pit lane, let alone any amount of time that you have to stop. So that's quite a lot of time that you have to add, and quite a lot of positions that potentially could be. So would be interesting if they continue with this decision. And also we need to see how far that Wayframe, for instance, are going to go for this battle, because if they can try and hold on and try and make something work, this could be an opportunity for some other teams to try this. Obviously, we only have an 8 and a 24-hour race left, but maybe in another 6-hour race in the future with these cars, they could be trying that. As now Michel going to the inside, so much more top speed. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if that Ferrari's in a bit of a lower fuel mix at the rate in which he came in there. But now, is Rickelli going to go into the pit lane? We have to see. With an hour and 13 minutes left, or is he going to stay out? So yeah,
no, one more lap.
They're going to stay out for now, because we do know is that they're going to be well over an hour for their stint, at least from what the guesses have been. And already his teammate Korazari is in the pit lane with 1 hour and 13 minutes to go. That's going to be a huge stint towards the end of the race.
Got quite a bit of glare from the sun there in that last shot, but yes, as you said, Jakub Brzezinski is now in the net lead. Well, no, I should say the provisional lead of this race in that Williams Esports car. 16.5 seconds, 17 seconds ahead of Andrea Riccelli in that Wayframe Esports car. But as you were saying, we're expecting Riccelli in next time by. That BMW's been so fast since we joined.
It certainly has, and with the fact of them hitting at this time as well, makes me think, especially if the race happens to go a lap extra, Wayframe might be in a little bit of trouble, because this is like right on the limit from my knowledge and what I've been informed as well for this race specifically, that this is fairly close to what this GTE can do. But let's see if they can pull it off. I mean, just getting to the end is going to be a bit of a task, but how far can they finish? Can they get themselves in a good place? What will Brzezinski and Williams Esports continue their run of form in the last few races of being towards the front and then getting themselves a win here today? We will find out soon enough as we get towards the final hour of the race. And the sun has certainly risen here over the Suzuka circuit, so that is looking very nice. Obviously simulating the real time in Japan compared to the European-based league that the VEC is, as now another driver comes into the pit lane of Rick Van Earl.
Yeah, because Japan is what, plus 8 or plus 9? Can't remember.
A lot.
So yes, the sun just rising there. It'd be about 6-7 a.m. in Japan as it stands. But yes, Andrea Riccielli now trying to still hold off Christian Michel on that number 60 Sector Igniter Velox cars. They're coming through the first sector. And that rear wing of the Ferrari is starting to get a little bit annoying for Michel, no doubt.
This is quite an interesting one. So, Riccielli's obviously stayed out. This is, I believe, the second lap that he stayed out as well, compared to his teammate Kurazari. But
yes,
in that previous pit stop, or the previous stint, I should say, Riccielli, we noticed, dropped off quite a lot. Now, we didn't actually see him do a spin or anything, so I assume that was mostly through fuel saving. And if he's done this, and he's saved this extra couple of laps, that could be very important with him getting to the race with no issues, or with no extreme fuel saving either. So that could put him in a good final position, whereas that 10 or 15 second, or it's about 15-20 seconds actually, that he lost, if Kurazari now needs to do that in his final stint, then that could be quite an interesting factor for that stint, because that's always where it's a bit of a difficult situation, because you could save 5 laps of fuel, but then you're going to be 5 seconds a lap slower. So you've always got to be careful with how much fuel saving you are doing, and obviously the odd lap here or there could be quite crucial, as now Riccielli's holding on now once again from Christian Michel, and we need to see if he goes into the pit lane. And also, when the other GTEs go into the pit lane will be quite interesting. I'd assume a lot of them will go in after the hour and probably take less than a full tank of fuel, which means they'll be gaining with a shorter pit stop as well.
And here comes Riccielli into the pits. And something that I was just thinking, because we saw Riccielli stay behind Kurazari for a lot of that stint, we were talking about team orders. I'm just wondering if that allowed Riccielli just to lift and coast a little bit more, just not going full throttle, for example, down the front straight, or coming up to 130R, because you could use that slipstream and therefore save a little bit of fuel that way.
Yeah, certainly a good, that is a good idea. And just in general with driving, I remember speaking to Dennis Jordan a couple of years ago. I was like, how do you save so much fuel compared to other people? And he was just like, don't brake. And I'm like, what do you mean don't brake? And he's like, well, don't brake. Because obviously there are certain corners such as this one, Christian Michel, 130R. Obviously, you're only really dabbing the brakes into that one. So if you lift off a bit earlier and sort of roll through the corner, obviously to a certain point you might still have to use the brakes. But if you use the brakes less, become more efficient with your with the amount of throttle that you're putting for the distance traveled, and even corners like this coming down to turn number 1, you have a lot of time to decelerate through turn number 1, so you can lift off. You lift off a bit earlier, use the aero to slow you down and that sort of stuff. But the issue is, it is still slower. So you need to judge how many times you're doing that, and especially if you're in a battle. So for instance, right now, David Mrocek and Matthias Staha are in that battle right now. But this isn't really the time where you want to be fuel saving too much. For instance, because if you start lifting off at awkward places, that could always end up in an accident.
Yes, an accident is generally not what you want in a race. That's just something that I found through my years of racing as well. But yes, staying out of accidents is what this is all about. As we're having a look at David Mrocek, 0.3 of a second ahead of Matthias Astara in that Go Team racing car, making their way around the hairpin. We've got some GT traffic ahead, but we've managed to get round that GT traffic fine. And Mrocek now still trying to keep that Go Team racing car behind.
Go Team Racing doing a good job here, considering, as you see from their number, 247. So they weren't a Division 1 team at some point in history. They have worked their way up into Division 1 and then fighting within the top 5. And bear in mind, this is a highly, highly competitive LMP2 field. Obviously, the gaps are at the moment a little bit opened up and that sort of stuff, but it's very difficult to get into the top 5 of this LMP2 battle in the VEC Division 1, especially after the merger between the McLaren Senna GTR and then the LMP2. They obviously just increased the size as well, so it makes it even more difficult as their Go Team Racing go into the pit lane.
So Stana, I'm just wondering if they're going to do a driver swap for the final hour of that race in that Go Team racing car. Just get a fresh driver in for the end of this race. We're having a look at Wojciech Polesny now, half a second ahead of Francesco Morante in that drive game seat racing car. And Morante was the one that we saw had a little bit of an off earlier, wasn't it? I think he was the one who had an off when Baldwin went up the inside of Degner too. I think that was Morante.
It was Slanzy.
Oh, it's Slancy.
Yes.
I had an off though. It might have been 130R then.
Yeah, but there was a couple of
them, but yes.
drive game seat entries as well, like with Go Team Racing. One of them starts with the number 200, which means that they have obviously been promoted as well. So that I think was quite a good decision to be added this season. Obviously, it sort of loses as such a Division 2 champion, but it does mean you always end up, overall, you always end up on average with the best teams up in Division 1, and ultimately that is what we're here for. So it's good to see that, getting some different teams the opportunity to show their worth in Division 1 as well. There's now Morante trying to close down on Wojciech Polesny now, with the wayfaring car going past them. And yeah, the sun is really risen here, but unfortunately, especially on this pit straight, you've got all the grandstands in. But at certain corners, when you get the sun in your eyes, it is certainly quite difficult to see.
Yeah, and that glare can really be terrible, but it's kind of lucky here at Suzuka because the sun really rises on the left-hand side of the pit straight, pretty much directly on the left-hand side. And especially coming up through these S's, you never really look directly in that direction. The closest you probably get is the run up to Dunlop up that hill, but really then you never really get the sun in your eyes.
Yeah, it's quite fortunate, obviously, with the way the track is designed. And just in general, there's quite a lot of sort of hills, and you see grandstands and buildings on the foreground. That is a bit of a dive there into Degner 1 from one of the burst cars. Managed to just about make that work. But yeah, there's sort of a lot of these hills and stuff that block out the sunlight as well. So it's actually not too bad of a track to have a time-scaled race, or a time acceleration race, I should say, on it. Because obviously a lot of the tracks that we've had this season have generally been pretty much all sunlight, with only the final hour getting a little bit towards sunset. So it's a good change to have this. But obviously when we get to the 24 hours of Le Mans in a couple of months' time, that'll be a full day to night and then back to day again cycle.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely incredible. I cannot wait for that Le Mans race towards the end of this year. It's in June as well. I shall just quickly actually check when that is. I think it's the first weekend in June, if memory serves me correctly.
We'll just get the calendar up, but yeah, it's as you say, first weekend in June. So that is the one to look out for. But obviously, we still have a little bit of racing left at Sim Racing Club. In a couple of weeks' time, we will have the penultimate round of the GT3 Endurance Series here from Suzuka as well. And a couple of weeks after that, on the 8th of May, we will have the penultimate round of the VEC Championship for the 8 hours of Spa. Then following that, we have the final round of the GT3 Endurance Championship also from Spa. And 2 weeks after that is that race on the 5th and 6th of June, being the VEC 24 hours at Le Mans. So that is certainly very good for everyone. Some nice tracks with Suzuka, Spa and Le Mans to finish the year here at Sim Racing Club. But that's still another 4 races to go after this one. So still plenty of action to happen in this 2020-2021 season.
Yes, still plenty of action to go. But yes, would you like a fun fact about Le Mans?
Go ahead.
It's actually closer to the Prime Meridian than Silverstone is, in terms of east-west. Fun fact. Anyway, Christian Michel now 12 seconds ahead of Martin Dearland in that Jean Alesi Esports car. And Jean Alesi Esports itself is 11 seconds ahead of Adam Baldwin in that GC Motorsport Club car. And we've seen how fast Baldwin is in that car. That GC Motorsport car will come in the next 10 minutes or so, and I'm just wondering if we're actually going to see a driver swap.
I've had to open up the good old Google Maps to look, and I think you are correct on that one, which is quite interesting. It's quite an interesting fact, actually, in terms of the actual physical date line, yeah. With Silverstone being more west, where'd you get these facts from? That is certainly scraping the barrel a bit.
Yeah. That's the sort of fact you pull out at 3 a.m. in the morning while commentating on the ball. Indeed. But yes, Christian Michel, as I said, just let me get quickly the correct tab up. Indeed, Christian Michel, 12.5 seconds ahead of Martin Dearland as it stands. That Nitro Balance car looks like it's in a fairly strong position.
Well, yeah, it certainly does. Caruso and then now Dearland, they've been trying, but they haven't quite got close enough really to challenge that Nitro Velix car that is now wheeled by Christian Michel. We do still have a pit stop remaining, so something could always happen there, and obviously depending on how much fuel exactly they take at the final pit stop could depend how long they're in the box, and therefore what is going to happen with their the outcome of their final pit stop. But that 12 seconds is certainly going to be a difficult battle over the course of just 1 hour remaining as we hit that 1 hour right now. So we have done 5 hours here at the 6 hours of Suzuka, and we are now into the final hour of the race. The sun is rising and we still have a couple of battles for the top positions in both classes, so I think it's going to be a really nice final hour of this race.
Yeah, the final hour of this race, you can see that clock is just ticked down to 59.5 minutes to go. So having a look at Wayframe Esports versus Williams Esports. Now this is Christian Malguera. That's a new driver in that Carson's new driver swap in that Wayframe Esports car. And now Brzezinski trying to make his way past that Ferrari. He's got 8 tenths to do it.
Yes, and obviously with the pit stops, Williams are behind once again, but this is now effectively for the race lead once this all works itself out. You have to remember that this Malguera car was Cortazari, that was the leading waveframe car. So Brzezinski got past Riccelli first of all, then he was chasing down Cortazari, but that has now changed to Christian Malguera, and now coming through the final chicane. That is going to be a good opportunity for Kuba Brzezinski to get alongside, coming down this main start-finish straight. That BMW certainly looked very racy for Williams Esports, and now getting the slipstream down to the inside. This could be a race-winning move for Williams Esports at the 6 hours of Suzuka, and they take victory, or take the lead, I should say, before victory in an hour's time. But we'll have to see if that one works itself out. 6th place at least for Williams for now. We won't get too excited as I just did.
I thought I blacked out for about an hour at that point. No, there is still 58 minutes to go. But yes, Jakub Brzezinski has made his way past McLaren as is now LP2 car goes up the inside of Dunlop there before making their way through the Digners. And have a look with Stara trying to hold off the Agera racing car of Jordi Spheres.
And yeah, Jordi made that move on Chris Shepherd, I think it was, in the One Echo car. Now he's working his way up the field. So his next battle, as you say, is for Go Team Racing and Stara in that car at the moment. Jordi is obviously a race-winning potential driver, very quick indeed across the LMP2, but also the Senna back when he was driving in that car as well. So you'd expect him to be a bit further up and should be able to make this overtake, but it is not the easiest thing in the world to overtake in these LMP2 cars. You really do have to work for it. And now look at that sun glare over the hills. And these drivers obviously will have to take that into account, as now both of these drivers are going to dive it down the inside there off Satellite Racing, just about squeezing through. But you're already getting a bit crossed up on that second apex, and that is going to lose his opportunity down into turn 1.
Yes, losing that opportunity down to turn one, and look, that gap's just increased. It's now 0.6 of a second between Spheres and Stara. Now, Stara has a little bit of breathing room as it stands, just to gather his thoughts a little bit before Spheres will no doubt make his next attack soon. But I say that, you saw the Agea racing cars, a little bit of a wiggle accelerating out of turn 2.
Yeah, certainly pushing that rear tyre. And obviously a lot of these, the LMP2s do have a traction control and ABS system on board, which can be changed. There's, I think, 12 settings in each of those. And obviously a lot of the drivers try and run as low as they can to go as fast as they can, but that does mean you get a little bit squirrely. But now Alex Siebel going to the inside of Lorenzo Risi. Now, for what will be second place overall, you see there, Alex, on your screen coming through turn number 2 now. Very concentrated on his face. And as we mentioned, with that energy drink there to keep him going through the final 55 minutes. And it is quite an interesting one for these drivers, because a 6-hour race isn't actually all too much of an endurance race for some of these drivers. I do remember at, I believe it was one of the rFactor 24-hour races at Le Mans in previous years, Jordi Zvaes ended up doing about 5 or 6 hours in a row just in that one race. And obviously today they need to do driver swaps, etc. So 6 hours isn't always an endurance race for some of these drivers.
Yeah, 6 hours is an endurance race. That sounds quite silly when you say it out loud, doesn't it? But you are entirely correct that, some of these drivers will be able to pull 4 or 6 hour stints, and they may well in 2 months' time when we visit Le Mans. But Georgie Spheres, that gap is closing. It's now 0.4 of a second, 3.5 tenths, 1/4 of a second, 1/10.5, side by side. But Georgie Spheres cannot make it through because of that GT Ferrari.
And traffic not helping them, as you say, but that is just the way it goes. Sometimes you have to try and use it to your advantage where you can, as they now both got up the inside there of that Speedy Mike car. Now off through Dunlop curve, this is going to be a great battle between these two drivers. They're battling so closely, but Jordi needs to find his way through and find a way, potentially with some traffic, as you mentioned, that you get to your advantage. Sometimes you do just get caught up a little bit, and you get a little bit boxed in sometimes, but that is what happens. That number 2 needs to try and find a way past, but for now he's going to have to fall in line and try and get the slipstream once again up towards Spoon Corner. And it seems he's actually got a fairly good run here. Can he get it towards the brakes now in Spoon Corner? That'll be a good late dive there down the inside, but he's actually just looking on the inside with his nose, now diving to the second apex. Tiny bit of contact there on the apex of the corner. But Jordi has managed to get that place. Is he going to give it back? Or is this going to be a side-by-side into 130R?
Be careful, be careful. Please don't have an airplane accident. No, Spheres just backs out of the throttle.
Yeah, I get the feeling he may have been giving that move back. Just with the way he kept to the inside and sort of let that position go, which is a little bit fair considering it would have been a little bit of a bump and run at the Spoon Corner. He had to try something, and he did. It almost worked, but just pushing Stara out a little bit too much for the liking of some people. So yeah, once again, someone was off in the background there, making a bit of a mistake into turn number 1. And unfortunately, they've lost some time for that. I believe that's one of the Speedy Mites. As now Zvaes is going to have to work his way up again through sector 1 and 2.
Yes, Zvaes needing to make up that time. 7/10 now. Of course, you've got to remember, it was 7/10 the gap before they had that GT traffic a lap ago in this very same section of the circuits. And Spheres knows he can make up that time as there is GT traffic ahead. He'll move to the right-hand side of Degner 2. No, he's stuck behind it for a corner, and that's going to frustrate him and make him lose a little bit of time to Stara ahead. Coming up towards the hairpin, that tight left-hander, the tightest corner on the circuit, as they're accelerating out down the hill through this flat-out right-hander down towards Spoon Curve. The corner that tightens, then opens, then tightens again. And really, Spoon Curve really is one of these double apex corners, isn't it?
Yeah, Spoon is quite an interesting one because you want to take a lot of speed through. just because of the nature of the corner, but it's got a big curb on the outside. If you get stuck on that, you're just off, and you're going to be losing a lot of time. But also with the way the second apex is as well, you want to take a really wide entry. So again, that forces you to take a lot of speed through the first apex. So it's really one of those corners where it invites you to send it in, but you can get it spectacularly wrong, as we have seen some drivers over the years. But someone who's done that fairly nicely on that occasion is Brzezinski, who's now working his way up to Breutigam for Blackhawk Racing. And this was the other car that is, some people are saying, potentially on the same strategy as Waveframe Esports. We'll have to see, though, if either of those teams need to make a splash and dash at the end. So this is another time that Brzezinski, if he can get this track position now, that will put him in a very good position to get the victory in this race, because we do know those guys are going to be doing a bit of fuel saving and he can run off into the distance. So this is going to be a very important move for Brzezinski when he gets there.
Yeah, Brzezinski needs to make this move count because, as you said, to try and track down the cars ahead when they eventually make their respective stops. But anyway, half a second separate the two of them, 4/10 of a second now, as they're making their way through the first sector to the final of the S's before making their way up through Dunlop. You can just see how much time visually, and by looking at the time at the bottom, how much time Brzezinski has made up through that first sector alone.
Yeah, he's made up loads. He's certainly been in the two and a bit. Oh, one of the Waveframe cars there coming through the inside. Those onboards are so scary with the LMP2s, but since we've been on the comms for 2 and a bit hours now, Brzezinski's certainly been the quickest guy on the track. He was down in 8th or 9th position legitimately, and he's worked his way up to a potential race victory. Obviously, we'll have to see actually how it works out with the strategy from the guys ahead as well. But that is something that we are assuming, because that is how it worked out previously. We'll have to see, as I said, how that works out with the length of the final pit stops for everyone, as there's still a couple remaining. But this is a good opportunity for Brzezinski, having a little flash there, trying to get Breutigam a little bit unsettled, as he's actually defending now towards 130R and then coming back to the racing line to try and make Brzezinski think about it. Now into the Casio triangle. Is Brzezinski going to risk a dive down the inside? No, he's going to try and get the slipstream. But Brzezinski is one of those drivers. Look how close he's driving to him. He's got so much confidence where the front of that BMW is, and now coming down the start-finish line. Can he get the slipstream? Can he get his BMW down the inside, as he has done a number of times this race? And it seems that he's going to be ball pulling out nice and late there, and he's made the move stick up into 3rd place. Now it's just a question to see what are those cars ahead of Jean Alesi Esports and Knight of Alex doing. How is that going to work out to the end of the race, and how is it going to work out with regarding the winner of this race?
Yeah, Brzezinski's 47 seconds behind that Jean Alesi Esports car, and 59 seconds behind that Knight of Alex car, which of course is about a pit stop around here. So we've just got to wait to see what these cars do. As you say, as we're now having a look at Christian Michel, the leader of the GT class, 11 seconds ahead of Martin Dearland.
And that gap has it's come down just a little bit. So certainly the pace difference between Dearland and Michel is in favour of Jean Alesi Esports and the number 66. But is it enough? Oh, and that's coming down rapidly. So it looks like Michel will be in the pit lane this time around. So let's see. Yes, he is on the left hand of your screen. So he is in the pit lane, and this is going to be very crucial. Where is he going to come out in relation? Oh, he's missed his pit box just a little bit there. That is going to cost him a bit of time, and his car didn't go up in the jacks, so he is staying on that same set of tyres. That's going to be a very quick pit stop, and I believe he could potentially actually come out ahead of Kuba Brzezinski for that fact. Either way, it's not going to be too many seconds between the drivers, and that is going to be quite crucial because Brzezinski, you see, he's already going now. So Brzezinski is going to have to chase him down, but we do know he's on those used tyres as well. And Brzezinski's been so quick that I think he might be able to catch him down 10 seconds in the last 45 minutes or so. Let's see what he can do, and also what Darland can do when he comes into the pit lane as well. So now let's look at Burst Esports. João Matthias going side by side with the Higgy, and now also Butler Powell getting involved there as well. Bit of contact, three-way battle now coming through that final chicane, and a little bit too much contact there from what we would like, but João Matthias keeping hold of that position for now.
Keeping hold of that position for now, as you say, but that Team Spirit racing car is looking to crack that top 10. So now having looked between Brzezinski and Michelle, and look, that gap's 8.7 seconds now. Brzezinski is on a roll.
Yeah, Brzezinski, I think, is going to be chasing that down. Either way, no matter how it's working with the tyres, etc., I think that he is just simply going to have the pace to be able to do this in 45 minutes. But let's see how that one works itself out. It's going to be quite an interesting fact to see if he can do it, because then that will really show their dominance as well. But that is one reason why those moves earlier on with the waveframes and the Black Hawk car, that is why those were so important. And you can just see actually how far behind the waveframes are now. I think that's saving a pit stop strategy isn't really going to work, because they're just too slow on their lap speed. They got the track position when they wanted it, but then they weren't able to capitalize with their pace. And unfortunately, they're now dropped down to 5th and 6th.
Yes, 5th and 6th for this Waveframe Esports car, but still together-ish circuit. So having a look at Hordy St Andreas now in that World of Sim Racing car, defending from Mario Tump in the Your Name Here racing cars. They're making their way through Degner 2, and look at how close those two cars are through Degner 2. I'll be not surprised if Tump makes a move into the hairpin. Will he move to the left-hand side? He does. He just shows his nose though, but isn't able to make a move. Oh, but look at that. St Andreas very wide on the exit. They're side by side coming through the right-hander, but no, St Andreas just managed to stay ahead for now as they're making their way down towards Spoon Corner. St Andreas, I believe, will be able to hold onto that position for now.
A nice battle here between these two teams, obviously both in the Porsche as well, so it's just a dead heat between the two different drivers and what they can do. We've got the Burst Edge Esports there coming past them as well, who are now 34 seconds off the lead. So yeah, they've not quite been in a position to be able to challenge for the lead of this race, at least in the time that we've been here. Now Mario Tump, can he get himself in a good position in this final chicane to get that slipstream down the start finish straight? He's had a good exit actually. The World of Sim Racing car not having the best exit, so he's closing in just a little bit now. And does Tom have enough in the slipstream? It's going to be a bit of a late move if he does, but I think he's just going to be able to get his nose down the inside. But can he do enough on the brakes to try and make it work down the inside of turn number 1? Yes, he can. 10th position there, and Jordi San Andres down into 11th.
Yes, and Andreas down into 11th now. Now Mario Tump has 16 seconds to make up for the next car. That is a big ask, especially with just 43 minutes to go. Martindale and Christian Michelle, 38 seconds separates the two of them now. But what is the gap between Michelle and Brzezinski? That's right, it's 7 seconds. That Williams Esports car is certainly not out of the running.
Absolutely not. And all this is working in favour of some teams and obviously against others as well. But that's just how racing goes, especially endurance racing, where you have so long for different things to happen and different incidents, different crashes. I was just informed that Varga actually had a little bit of the Varga LP2 actually had a little bit of like a half spin, which is one reason why the that gap has actually come down a little bit more. It was actually up to about 40 seconds between them and the Burst Edge Esports, where they lost some time with a bit of a half spin at 130R, which is quite an interesting one for Varga. But they're still in quite a commanding position there. But now, what is Martin Derlin going to do? 38 seconds ahead of Christian Michel. Strategy's obviously got to go back towards them at some point. Just how is it going to work out? That's what we're still waiting to find out.
Yeah, still waiting to find out what the finale of this race will be. Martin Dueling passes the pit entry again and crosses the start finish line with 41 and a half minutes to go. 39 seconds that gap. But the question is, Jean-Louis Esports, I believe, still has to stop again. But the question is, how long will that stop be?
Exactly, and the longer they stay out, the less fuel that they need to take. But with Michel on the fuel that he's at as well, that could potentially be a situation where they could be losing time as we speak. So that gap needs to just check that it's not going out, because if it's or coming in, I should say, because if it's coming in and Chris Michel is gaining time, then that is not going to be ideal for this team. But where is Cooper Brzezinski? He's 6 or less than 6 seconds now behind Christian Michel. So that battle is going to certainly be getting close towards the final stages of this race. It's safe to say that Michel and Darland, especially because how long he stayed out, they're going to have shorter pit stops than I expected. I thought the Williams car was going to have a bit more of a easier time in this final stint, but it looks like he's going to have to work for it, because I think Darland's going to have an ultra short pit stop here, and I think he's going to be able to retain the lead.
Yeah, Darland may well. But also, as you said, the longer they stay out, the shorter that final stop can be. But also, the more chance they have of benefiting from a code 80. Being able to shorten that pit stop, essentially shorten that time delta, if you like, as Lazarus Philippakis has got a penalty for what I presume to be track limits.
Yeah, track limits. It is actually a bit of an issue, or not an issue, but it's certainly a talking point around this track. There are a few corners, especially, where you can do that. Some of them maybe a little bit in a little bit of an unlucky situation, such as turn 1 here. If you run a bit wide, a bit deep, get stuck on that curb, then you can go a bit wide here. And Spoon corner the same as well. There are other corners where the driver sort of proactively does it, such as we saw with, I think it was Varo on the inside of Degner 1. You can cut that, just the driver turning in too early, for instance. So you do have to look out for that as well. So it's certainly possible. And also running wide here in 130R, got to be making sure that you're not taking too much speed. As we look now at Breutigam, 4 and a bit seconds behind Brzezinski, who is now 4 seconds behind Christian Michel, who is losing time to John Lacey Esports. So I think John Lacey Esports are looking good here for a potential victory. However, it just depends what Brzezinski can do with Christian Michel.
Yes, and that really is the key question in the final 38 minutes of this race. We're having a look at how Pateas trying to hold off Jordi Spears coming through Dunlop now, and they're side by side coming through Degner 1. They're still side by side. That's incredible, but Spears is just, I wouldn't say muscled out, but really there wasn't any room for too wide through there.
Yeah, Jordi was flashing there, but I wouldn't say that was overly unfair from Zhao. You just really can't go side by side that bit of the track. And now side by side again, round the outside for Jordi's wires as he gets the move there finally for P9. But yeah, Zhao, he left Jordi enough space. You can't really go side by side through Degner 1 anyway, but either way, Jordi got the race in the end, or the position I should say, in the end, and he's now already going up the road. So P9 for that Jira car, but they have some 58 seconds to the car ahead, then another 39 and 30 seconds ahead of that one. So they're really not in the best position to do too much more this race.
Yes, hopefully not to do much more, but here we have Baldwin trying to get Racon in that Waveframe Esports car coming through Degner 2, where of course Baldwin made that fantastic move an hour or so ago, and it looks like he may well make a move into the hairpin. He's so close. He's going to put it up the inside. Indeed he does in that Porsche. That's the move done. Baldwin up into 6th.
Baldwin's been making some moves, hasn't he? We saw him down the grid a little bit, but is now making some moves over the course of the last hour or so. And he's certainly not afraid. So where is Martin Dahland? Well, Martin side by side, actually. Martin Dahland side by side with Kuba Brzezinski. I think Brzezinski managed to hold on to that, actually. So in the end, Dahland didn't actually have a short enough pit stop. I thought he was going to have just about a short enough pit stop to keep the lead, but instead he is now behind Kuba Brzezinski. So that is a little bit unfortunate for them, actually. I did think that Dahland was going to gain a little bit more for staying out as long as he did. But that has worked out pretty well for Brzezinski, because that means there's still only one car he needs to overtake. And that is 2 seconds to gain in 36 minutes. So he's already gained about 6 seconds in the last 10 minutes. So he now needs to gain another 2 seconds and overtake in the final 35. So Williams Esports are still in a very good position in this race.
Yeah, still in a very good position. I do believe that everyone's made the final pit stop, so I think this is it for the GT class. I think this is the battle for the win.
This effectively is going to be the battle for the win. They've all made their pit stops. And this is the crunch time, isn't it? The final 30-something minutes of the race. Strategy's done by this point. Tyres are done by this point. And now let's see the exit of the pit lane here from Martin Dahland. You're going to see Kuba Brzezinski come around the outside.
Oh, that's
perfect.
Pain. That's pain.
Oh,
that's pain for Dahland.
I guess, yeah, it depends which side you're supporting. But yeah, perfect for Brzezinski. Pain for Martin Dahland. And unfortunately for Jean Lacey, I think with the speed that Brzezinski's got, it's going to be hard for them to challenge him. But if they stay close enough, they might be able to pick up some scraps if they get in a big fight for the lead here in the GTE category, which has certainly been a very entertaining category at the 6 hours of Suzuka.
Yes, just 35 minutes to go, and look at this. Brzezinski is just 1.5 seconds behind the lead, behind Christian Michel, and that's Ceteris Nitor Felix cars. They're making the way through the first sector, and there is GT traffic between the two of them. I can't quite see which one that is, but it is indeed lapped traffic. And look at that last time, 3/4 of a second faster was Brzezinski.
Yeah, he's certainly got the speed, but as we always say, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. So we'll have to see how that one works out. But Brzezinski's been making some very good overtakes, and as the satellite car gets out of the way there, that is going to be very good for him. That traffic obviously getting straight out of his way, so no time lost. And Brzezinski now within a second. I think this move is going to be coming very shortly.
Yeah, that move certainly seems to be imminent on Williams Esports on that Felix car as they're making the way through Spoon. They're not going to have enough time to make up that gap this lap, but I will not be surprised to see a challenge for the lead next time by.
Yeah, Brzezinski now getting very close, within 0.7 of a second. He's doing it little by little. And this Ceteris Nitor Felix is going to be struggling to hold on to this one, that's for sure. As Brzezinski's been looking racy all afternoon, all evening, I should say, or all morning, I should say, here in Japan. And now he's getting a run out of this final corner. It's not going to be close enough on this lap into turn number 1, but he's getting ever closer as the corners go on. Now under 0.6 of a second. Obviously the gap's going to go up and down a little bit depending on exactly where they are in the corner. But Brzezinski getting closer. I'm sure Christian Michel can feel the energy that the Williams Esports number 490 is bringing on the back of him. But it's not the easiest thing to overtake in the world. However, Brzezinski, we mentioned earlier, for whatever reason, he seems to be able to sit right on the back of someone and lose absolutely no time. And look how close he is now, coming up to Degner 1, getting very close indeed. But this is a difficult part of the track, but it's an important one because you've got to stay close and potentially get a move into the hairpin.
Yeah, that hairpin is one of the bigger braking zones on the circuit, along with the chicane at the very end. So those are two of your main passing opportunities here at Suzuka. But yes, Christian Michel, look at that, only a quarter of a second. I must say, Williams Esports certainly do look like the favourites for this race, as long as nothing happens to that BMW coming through Spoon. There is a small braking zone here, but not enough to make a move this time around for Brzezinski. We've seen a couple of moves up the inside of segment 2 of Spoon, but nothing there either. Brzezinski's no doubt going to have a go at the chicane.
And here he comes. This could be for the race victory. This is going to be an important move. Is he going to be the inside? Is he going to be the outside? He'll do is just going to lift off just a little bit. Tiny dab of the brakes into 130R. Can he get something on the brakes here? No, he's going to just line himself up. Look how close he's going to get to the back of that Corvette. And now round the final corner. Is he going to be close enough? Although that Corvette's actually got some really good traction there. And now he's defending because he knows this is going to be basically for the win of this race. He doesn't know if he's going to be able to fight back, as Brzezinski has been so quick. But no, Brzezinski there, not good enough exit as that final corner, and he'll have to try again next time.
Yeah, going to have to try again next time. I thought they were incredibly close actually coming through chicane. I thought Brzezinski almost touched Michel on the braking zone there for chicane, but oh, look how close these two cars still are. Nose to tail, almost touching all the way through the S's. Brzezinski certainly is the overspeed. Brzezinski certainly is the faster car, but can Michel hold him off for the next half hour?
And this is going to be very difficult indeed. Brzezinski's getting very close. A dive into Degner 1's not going to be the smartest idea, but through that part of the track, he just has so much more speed. We saw him already got the inside of someone at Dunlop Corners. We hit 30 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Suzuka, and now coming into the hairpin. He's getting very close, but not quite close enough to have a dive. And now he's going to get the slipstream once again. He needs to make sure his exits out of the Spoon corner and 130R are just absolutely perfect, and then he will have a good opportunity on the start-finish straight. Or is he not going to even wait that longer and see if he can get now down the inside of Spoon corner? It's not going to be enough as we come out onto the back straight. This could be a good opportunity for him. With that slipstream, we've seen how powerful the slipstream actually can be when you're this close. Intervelix getting on that gravel just a little bit, but now to the outside of 130R. It's going to be blocked off there just a little bit because that's not where you want to go, but now almost touching once again, coming into the Casio trouble around the outside. That's going to be a brave move if he can make this work. We've seen him do it before already. Christian Michel leaves in minimal room.
Oh no,
Christian Michel goes for
him! He's turned him!
That is going to be a controversial move there for Christian Michel. Kuba Brzezinski takes the position, but it certainly looked like Michel, first of all, pushed Brzezinski a little bit deep and then turned across his nose on the second apex. I'm not sure that was Brzezinski's fault. I do think that was more towards Christian Michel's fault there. And unfortunately, he was the one who ended up with the resulting spin. Brzezinski put his car in a great position on the outside to then have the inside for that second apex, but unfortunately, the angles and the entry didn't quite account for both of the drivers, and Christian Michel now down into 4th position. And also, not only that, but he's about 7 seconds behind 4th position as well.
Yes, that's going to be, no doubt the forums are going to be fairly active after this race. But yes, Brzezinski, as you said, in the lead of this race, Christian Michel down to 4th in that Niter Velix car. 2 seconds gap between Brzezinski and Derland.
I wonder if Derland can do anything about this. It's only 2 seconds, albeit Brzezinski was probably being held up a little bit from the battle with Michel. But yeah, that was a tricky one, really. Brzezinski certainly got his car in a good place, and Michel was certainly being very aggressive in his defense. I'd like to see it again, really, just to see if Michel was the one turning in too much as we assumed. But I'm sure we'll find out in the future either way. But also, we have a battle to look out for the lead of the LMP2 category, because Vargas Sim Racing have done an extra tyre change, which means they are now in 2nd position and Burst Edgy Sports are leading the way. Only 3.5 seconds, and Burst are on older tyres. So this is going to be a very difficult defensive drive from Alex Siebel. They managed to do it in Indianapolis, but can they do it here in Suzuka? We do know in the LMP2s it is a little bit more difficult to overtake, and with only 25 minutes remaining, that 3 seconds could be just what they need.
Yeah, that could well just be what they need, as you said. And, 26 minutes to go. I think for Brzezinski, that would mean, 13, 14 laps, roughly, for 26 minutes?
Yeah, it's about 2 minutes a lap for the GTs.
The 13, 14 times more around Suzuka for Brzezinski. That's all he needs to do, and he only needs to keep that gap at 3 seconds. He doesn't need to push anymore. He just needs to keep that gap constant.
Yeah, it certainly does, but Brzezinski's already brought that battle out towards 3 seconds as well, so I think Brzezinski's in a good place, and he's been, as we said, since me and Neil joined at the halfway point in this race, Brzezinski's been the fastest driver. He's just worked his way up place by place, position by position, and he's made himself being in this position, and I think he will have this towards the end of the race, but we'll have to find out. And that is what the final 25 minutes here is for, as the sun has now pretty much fully risen over the Suzuka circuit, getting some shadows now from the trees. And we also have a battle, as I mentioned, in the LMP2 as well. So both lead battles are still up for grabs with 25 minutes to go.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, 25 minutes to go here at Suzuka, and both lead battles still up in the air for LMP3. Well, for LMP2s and the GTEs, it's both about 3 seconds. The gap for the leader, Brzezinski, 3 seconds ahead of Deerland, as we can see at the moment, coming across the start-finish line. And indeed, Martin Deerland, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to make up that time.
Yeah, Brzezinski's just doing a very good job. And on that last lap, he was half a second quicker. So that is looking pretty good. But someone who was also only half a second quicker was Yuri Toman on Alex Siebel. So the pace difference, despite those fresh tyres for Varga, is looking pretty good as all. Pfeiffer is off at turn number 1 and 2. And he is now going to be a little bit further behind Dennis Duna than he would have wanted, with only 24 minutes to go. So he's now going to have to chase that down and try and see what he can do.
1.4 seconds separating the Sim Racing for Holland car and the Your Name Here racing car, making their way through Dunlop and down towards the Degners. And again, Dennis Duna, as you said, currently in that Sim Racing for Holland car. And there goes Pfeiffer off at Degner 1, and that's a big hit into the wall.
Yeah, that's going to be some big damage. He's potentially already got damage on his car, which is maybe why he went off at turn 1 and 2 anyway. And that's going to be, I would assume, him coming back into the pit lane for some damage repairs, because that's not what he's going to be wanting to do. As we see the situation of Lazaros Philippakos going into turn number 1, with Chehatch chasing him down there for 16th place. Only 8 tenths of a second between them. So despite us having raced for over 5.5 hours now, there's still some really close battles out on the track.
Yeah, still some incredibly close battles, and that's pretty impressive after 6 hours of fierce racing here in the land of the rising sun. And we can see Lazaros Philippakos on screen, as you said, 8 tenths of a second ahead of Chehatch in the Black Hawk racing car. They're battling for 16th as they stand, and they're counting down to the Degners, just where we saw Pfeiffer had that big accident a minute or so ago. And Philippakos turning into Degner 2, and Hatch is closing.
Yeah, Chehatch getting very close indeed. And remember, it goes a little bit deep there actually. But Philippakos, as far as I understand, is pretty much the only person to be using a Xbox controller gamepad to drive, which for those who don't know, very difficult to do indeed, to control your tyre wear, to control the car. Certainly not the easiest thing in the world, and for him to be able to do that is quite remarkable, to do the pace that he's doing. But now coming down the back straight, can Che Hatch get close enough to make an overtake? He's certainly getting there, diving his nose down the inside, but just lifting out of it actually to try and have a go maybe into the chicane, or like many others, just using the chicane to set themselves up for a run down into turn 1.
Yeah, running down into turn 1. Look at this Hatch in that Blackhawk racing car, trying to get a good launch out of the final chicane. And Hatch went for a little bit of a wider line through the final corner there, which is fairly interesting. A little bit wider than Philippakos as he's making their way down towards turn 1. Looking up the inside. No room this time round, though.
Yeah, that outer line is generally a little bit quicker overall, but obviously if the defending driver uses that inside line, it is potentially a little bit slower due to the obviously you scrubbing off a bit of your acceleration through the tighter radius, but your the car behind then doesn't get the slipstream, and the slipstream is what's so important in making that overtake work. You want to be as close as you can, and those 100-200 meters of slipstream are very critical for that, as Mark Vates gets a penalty now. So that is another drive to add to the list. There's always a bit of contact there with Che Hatch. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, massive wiggle over there, right on the apex of Deckner 2. And Hatch has to try and make all that time back up again, because that gap is back out to 8/10 of a second again.
And look what is coming just behind this battle. Alex Siebel, Yuri Toman, 1 second between them with 20 minutes to go. And this is, after strategy, after everything's played out, this is what's left. 20 minutes remaining, exactly, on your screen. And now, can Alex hold on? As we mentioned, they managed to do this. Burst Edge Esports managed to hold on from Varga in the Indianapolis race a couple of races ago. Varga weren't able to make an overtake on that day. But now what can Yuri Toman do? He's finishing the race this time round. It was Marcel Chinchik who was chasing down, I believe, Dennis Jordan on that, or in that race, but is now Yuri Toman, Alex Siebel. Only half a second between them now. Is the top speed of that car enough? We'll have to find out now. Siebel still looks fairly concentrated, doesn't look too flustered. And of course, he has that energy drink to keep him going throughout the final, now 19 minutes of this race. And it's going to be certainly a very difficult task, because Vargas and Racing, the reason why they are there is because they took a set of tyres in the final pit stop, whereas Burst didn't. So Burst have older tyres, and that is always going to be more difficult in itself, let alone with the fact of having a very motivated Yuri Toman at the wheel.
With the piano there behind Siebel, I hope we get a victory anthem played after this race if Burst Edge Esports win.
Well, that is a big if at the moment, as Toman certainly look like he is the quicker driver. But the important factor for Alex is the longer he keeps him behind, the more tyre wear and the better his chances are, due to Toman's car effectively slowing down, and also being in the dirty air. That's always going to make the car slide a little bit more and things like that. So this could be quite good, but Alex needs to make sure he nails every single exit out of these corners, and obviously use the traffic to his advantage where he can. Going to be a bit of a look here from Yuri Toman. Obviously the traffic's going to be helping him a little bit, helping Alex there a little bit actually, make him naturally defend towards the inside of that corner. But now we come out onto the start-finish straight, and this could be another opportunity for Yuri Toman. But what can Yuri do? He's very close indeed. Alex is going to have a tough time defending this one. This could be Yuri Toman's best opportunity. 17.5 minutes to go. Can this be the potential race victory for Yuri Toman? As you can see, the slipstream is just not enough to make it easy. You're going to have to really work for this one.
Yeah, and to be honest, you have to work for every position, here in the VEC. That is certainly no exception for Yuri Toman, with 17 minutes to go to try and overtake Siebel. That's only about 10 laps or so, and he's gone up the inside of... I thought he went up the inside of the S there. That was so close. Toman does appear to have an overspeed at this moment in time. The question is, where can he capitalise on that?
Yeah, that was the Varga GTE trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to help their sister teammate out, but all is fair in love and war, as they say. And certainly a good battle between these two teams over the course of the season as a whole. And now this battle is going to continue. There's not too many points between them in the standings. There's only 18 points between them in the standings. Varga leading the way with 470 points, with Burst Edge Esports on 452. And it is really just a two-horse battle between these guys, as they have been so dominant and so fast. But now, what can Alex do once again? It seems that Yuri Toman is getting some good slipstream here, but once again the traffic splits it up just a little bit. And I think this Casio Triangle could be a good opportunity for him to try and make some time with that GTE just ahead of them. But it seems like Alex has actually got the GTE just in a good place where he didn't get held up. But once again, Yuri so close, but is it enough? Is the slipstream enough? Or can Alex hold on here? He's coming. He is coming. It's going to have to be a lunge to the outside. But that's not going to be enough once again. So Siebel is managing to hold on. But he's just got to do this lap by lap, corner by corner, as Toman is there and will pounce on any mistake.
Yeah, ready to pounce on him. Oh, look how close Toman is now. He can almost taste the exhaust fumes coming out the back of that Burst Edge Esports car. There's nothing he can do at the moment. Can he make a move into the Degners? He's just a little bit too far back, I feel. So having looked from just behind the driver now, coming through Degner 1, and this GT traffic ahead could be very helpful for Toman.
Yeah, certainly can be helpful. It just depends when you get them, and it seems they actually both pretty much went through nicely. And remember that just in general, these two teams, Burst and Varga Sim Racing, the last 6 months or so, they have been fighting each other in this LMP2 in every single competition, it seems, but also just every single race that it comes up again. So I mentioned the 3 hours of Spa. That was the invitational to introduce Spa to rFactor 2. And that was a very controversial incident with Varga actually protesting quite controversially an incident that happened in that race as well. So there's a lot of backstory between these two teams. It's not just simply them racing for this victory. It's gone over many races, many different championships, and it's all about here and now. 14 minutes to go in Suzuka. Toman a lot closer than he was on previous laps actually, but doesn't quite get the exit. Actually, Siebel manages to defend quite nicely there coming out of that final corner. And once again, Toman is going to be catching, but very late indeed. So as long as Siebel can replicate those corner exits out of that final corner, I think he's going to be in good places. Oh, 2 GTEs were off there. I think that was one of the Juice's car, maybe one of the drive game seats as well. As now this traffic's going to be very awkward. Toman's got himself side by side, but he's now going to get blocked off. Siebel's now going to have the outside. Siebel's going to get pinched here. Siebel's going to get pinched, and he's lost the position. That is so unfortunate with how that traffic has worked out. He is going to be so annoyed with that. Toman's got gifted that position because of the traffic, and that is just how it goes, unfortunately. Too many cars in one position. Toman just managed to choose the right line, and unfortunately, Siebel is going to struggle to come back with this one.
That was an incredible reading of traffic there from Toman. Read it perfectly, and now he just has to try and hold off Siebel for another 13 minutes. That gap is already up to 1 second. Varga has the tire advantage. Baldwin's gone off, and that looks quite bad. That looks like suspension damage.
Yeah, there was definitely going to be a big accident there at the first corner. We saw him off with another car, and I do believe this could be a very slow in-lap for Adam Baldwin. There's only 12 minutes to go. But as long as he can get back safely, that might work. But now let's jump to Jordi San Andres on the back of one of the Speedy Mike cars for P13. I think it's the number 51 car at the moment for that 13th position. And now he's going to have to try and have a good final corner. We've seen this is one of the most crucial corners that there has been. That is actually Sean Jacobs in that car at the moment in the number 51. But can San Andreas get close enough towards turn number 1? We see many overtakes into here, especially in the GTEs. It seems to be a good dive there down into turn number 1. He's made it work. Sean being nice there. So let's see this replay of Adam Baldwin.
Going up the inside of a competitor into turn 1. Is there contact? Oh, yes, there is. He's been tipped. Oh, that's a big, big hit.
Ouch.
That's a Blackhawk that was in 20th place, I believe.
Yeah, out of position. So...
And Baldwin's got a penalty.
Yeah, he was cutting
that
those
incident.
corners. Well, yeah, but he was cutting those corners on his in-lap as well, so he probably
This is true, this is true.
Yeah, he probably just cut one too many, unfortunately. Doesn't seem to be a code 80 or anything like that, but he was keeping off the line. He still had his rear wing. Somehow, don't know how he kept his rear wing after that, but yeah, that was a heavy, heavy impact. And unfortunately, that is not going to be them out of the race, but that's going to be them out of the chance to get some good points, because that damage repair is going to be quite a long time as well.
Yeah, that damage repair is going to be painful, and to be honest, that's probably damage repair for the rest of the race for that Jesus car, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. In general, just got to make sure that you're keeping your car alive, but unfortunately, sometimes things do happen. You can see him there on the side of the track, and that's going to be quite an interesting one with his penalty, actually, because he's going to obviously have to do his damage repairs first, and I don't think he'll be able to serve his penalty whilst pitting for his damage repairs, or is that San Andreas there going really wide? So I think he's then going to have to come back in to serve the penalty.
Yeah, that penalty is going to be painful, and to be honest, I don't think we're going to see that car out again this race, as Jordi San Andres 26 seconds to the car ahead. And yeah, so it looks like San Andres is going to stay in 12th place for the remainder of this race. He's got a yellow in sector 3 for someone probably going a little bit sideways at the chicane. But really, since that Varga Simsport car passed for the lead, they haven't really been able to extend that gap. It's only 1 second still.
Yeah, it's looking like it's certainly possible, but with 10 minutes remaining and with how not close it's remained, would be surprised if there's still going to be a battle there. And just to finish that point on Adam Baldwin, that penalty was actually removed from him, which was nice. So he will not have to serve that, because obviously he's struggling a bit to get that car back to the pit lane. He's trying to do it as safely as possible off the track, and obviously just received a penalty because of that. So he will not have to serve that.
Jimmy's
but
nice. Since when did that happen?
Yeah, you know, it can happen. It can happen.
It happens very occasionally.
So
Jimmy feels sorry for someone. Yeah.
Yeah, so he will have to obviously just serve that damage repair, which is not going to be short. Plus, the probably lap that he's lost in time just getting it back to the pit lane. So for now, Yuri Terman leading the way by 1.3 seconds. So it's not over, but it's going to be a little bit difficult there for Alex Siebel. So can Yuri Terman actually hold on to this? That is really what we need to find out. It does seem that Alex Siebel has actually stayed close enough to keep into a shout for this. You've seen how traffic can simply change a battle so quickly. So now we need to see if that can change back. But it does seem that Terman just has the pace to hold on to it. But I'm not going to count anything out, considering the way that traffic played out a couple of laps ago.
Yes, Siebel in that Burst Edge esports car trying to recreate that moment, and he's only got 7.5 minutes to do it and 1.5 seconds to gain. It's going to be very, very difficult, I think, for Siebel in that Burst Edge esports car to make that happen, as they're coming down towards Spoon Curve now. And I must say, this was only about 4 laps to go for these cars now.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do around a 1 minute 50 or 1 minute 48 per lap. So
Yeah, they're
that
going to
is
cross
going to
the
be
line with what, 650 to go?
yes,
Roughly.
it's going to
Yeah.
be somewhere in the region of 4 laps to go, I believe, when we get to the check flag. You are correct, or to the start finish line, I should say. This lap, so it's going to be about 4 laps to go, and obviously with this being the race leaders, that is going to be the ones that we are looking out for. As soon as the clock hits 0, the next time that the leader crosses the line, that is the finish for everyone who then follows them through the start finish line as well. Alex Siebel, as we said, he is staying there. He's only a second and a bit behind, but Toman's doing just enough to hold on, and the traffic hasn't gone too negatively in his way over the course of the last couple of laps. But can we just mention as well that these guys have got a 40-second gap to the next car. They've been so dominant once again. They've been such a good input to this input into this season. They've had such good battle, and obviously there's still 2 races to go, totaling 32 hours of racing. So there's still 32 hours of racing for these guys to work out who's going to be the champion. And obviously we have 1.5 points in Le Mans as well to look out for the championship. So it's going to be all open no matter which way this race ends.
I might have to make a matrix on Excel at some point for Le Mans, for possible championship implications. I could do that at some point in the near future, but here we go. Jakub Brzezinski, we are now looking at 7 seconds in the lead at the moment. It looks like that Williams eSports car has the GTE class done and dusted.
Yeah, he's in a nice position, isn't he? 6.5 seconds, and then a further 9 seconds to the car behind. They've done all that they need to do, and really, to be honest, it's actually been this final 3 hours of Kuba Brzezinski, I have to say. They weren't in a great position after the first 3 hours when we jumped in, but he's got themselves up there. He's done the strategy. He's done ultimately the overtaking and the speed, to be honest. He was so fast, made all those overtakes. And as we get towards the start finish line with just a couple of laps to go, I'm sure he's going to be enjoying the drive, now finally being in the lead and in control of the race.
Yes, and indeed, probably just sitting there looking at that relative time and just making sure it doesn't grow. Sorry, it doesn't reduce too much, I should say, rather. Jiri Toman, we're now looking at 2 seconds out of the Burst Edge eSports car. Vargas Sim Racing still can't let up, though. That 2 seconds can go in an instant, and it almost did there. I think I saw a little bit of a wiggle coming through Degner 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a wiggle as he's obviously still pushing. He knows that, well, he has got up to about 3 seconds now, but he knows that Siebel's still just about within a shout if any traffic or any little incidents happen. But once again, Varga just being so good. They're just so good on the strategy. Everyone's always said, this Burst Edge eSports car with Simoncic, Siebel and Jordan. Over the last few seasons, they've been a trio, obviously winning the championship a couple of years ago as well. They've been so good, mainly on their speed, but also their strategy has really helped them. But Varga, they've been matching them. They've been absolutely killing it with the speed, but also their strategy today with that choice to go to that new set of tyres in the final stint, put them in the position to not struggle, put them in an aggressive, proactive position to be able to get the victory. And he managed to make that work, albeit with a bit of help with traffic. But now he's just got 2 laps to go in this race, 3 minutes in total, and he's got a 3.5 second gap.
3.5 seconds, Siebel has to make up. But as we were saying, that gap is just extending. It was 1.5 seconds a lap or so ago, and it looks like Siebel does not quite have the pace at this moment in time to make up that gap and challenge Jiri Toman for the win of this race. But 2.5 minutes to go almost now for the LMP2 leader, which means it'll be the white flag next time by.
Yes, certainly will. So this is Alex's real final opportunity to try and get close. but it seems like he is just running out as we now see Chris Shepherd coming on the back of the third burst car. There is 3 of them. Only the burst edge car out the front, then also the 2 just burst entries now coming towards 130R. Chris Shepherd is trying to get past, and it's going to be a little bit of a difficult one, as we know the LMP2 is not the easiest to overtake, but this is Jacques Bataillus in the car. We saw him having some good battles earlier on as well, so it's not going to be easy for Chris Shepherd, but getting into the top 10 is always a good omen for a team to see that they are getting a pretty decent result. But now Chris Shepherd coming along the start-finish straight, he's not going to be close enough to make a move this lap.
Yes, not close enough. But you say that 0.3 of a second, that's easily a small lunge, and there's a lunge there through turn 2. Shepherd side by side that one Akko car, and there's more contact coming through 3, but he can't make the move done.
Yeah, Jacques has not been quite so confident there in turn number 1 and 2. I was expecting him to be able to hold him just that little bit better, but Chris Shepherd being so aggressive, especially in turn 2, really diving it down there, trying to get the opportunity, but instead he's lost that little bit of momentum. He's going to have to work that one back up again. But we're now into the final minute. We're on to the final lap, and Tom is just pulling away now. He is 5.5 seconds in the lead, and to be honest, you can't really argue with that. They have been so quick today.
Yeah, they have been incredibly quick today, and you can say that really for both the class leaders at the moment, especially Brzezinski. Since we came into the commentary box, Cam, Brzezinski's been the cream of the crop in the GTE class.
Yeah, it's been a great watch to see Varga, but also Kuba Brzezinski for Williams Esports. Both of them had such good races today. Slightly different ways of getting there, but they're both in fairly comfortable seats as we get towards this final sector, at least for Yuri Toman. And with 5 seconds to go, we are 100% on the final lap of the race. And now we hit 0 here in Suzuka. So it's been a great 6 hours. Strategy has been so important, and Varga, with those new tyres and a bit of good strategy with the traffic, managing to get themselves into the lead. And on the final lap of the race, they're coming around the final corner to win the 6 hours of Suzuka. So congratulations to Varga Sim Racing. They extend their lead in the championship with only 2 races to go. That is going to be very crucial as we get towards Spa and Le Mans to finish the season. Burst Edge Esports will finish in 2nd place with Wayfreen in 3rd. But now our attention goes to the GTE field. Kuba Brzezinski leading the way by only 10 seconds from Martin Dyland. But that 10 seconds was too much for them to overcome. And Brzezinski now coming into the final chicane. No one is going to be complaining with their victory. He was so fast, made so many good overtakes. So congratulations to Williams getting another victory. They joined late in the season, but they are certainly proving their worth here in Division 1. So really good drive from them. And it seems that it will be Martin Darland for John Lacey Esports in that 2nd place. And Nita Velux will be rounding out the top 3 for the GTEs.
Yes, rounding out for the GTEs, and as you said, a very, very good job by all the podium finishers in both classes today. But yes, the Williams Esports car was, I would say, probably the best GTE car of today, and Yuri Toman really nailed that win with that move that we saw in the last 10 minutes with the GT traffic in through the S's. That was really an incredible move by Toman, and after that he deserved the win.
Yeah, certainly indeed, and we're missing a couple of drivers there, but you can see at least for their positions where they are. So we've got Yuri Toman getting that victory, Alex Siebel in 2nd place, and Lorenzo Arisi in 3rd place for Wayframe Esports. Burst Esports Complexity in 4th place, Xantro Sim Sport with Tony Miller in 5th place. Rookie Monsters in 6th. Go Team Racing in 7th place. Ajira Racing in 8th. Yodis Wise A little bit of a difficult race for them. You'd expect them to be a little bit higher. Maybe next time out they can improve a little bit. Decent race for Undercover Sim Racing in 9th place. And Jabatias holds on from Chris Shepherd there for 10th place. Williams Esports take victory in the GTE field, followed by Jean Lacey Esports and Cetres Nita Velux. Then Wave Freem Esports there in 4th place, ahead of Blackhawk Racing with Broitigam. Good result for them in 5th place. Drive Game Seats getting 6th. The other Wave Freem in 7th place. Vargas Sim Racing in 8th. Bit of a disappointing day for them. Your Name Here Racing in 9th. And Zancho Sim Sport in 10th place. And from a bit of quick maths, it seems that Vargas Sim Racing will be leading the championship by 23 points in LMP2, and Nita Velux will be leading the GTE championship by 10 points. But here on screen, you can see the schedule. We've done Silverstone, we've done Germany, we've done Imola, Nola, Indianapolis, Sebring, Suzuka, and now we have the final 2 races of the season. The 8 Hours of Spa on the 8th of May is up next before we get to the big one on the 5th of June. So it's been a good day here in Spa. Myself and Neil Heatley have enjoyed our final 3 hours here, and we hope you have too. Don't forget, GT3 Endurance is returning in 2 weeks' time for their penultimate race of the season back here at Suzuka for 3 hours of GT3 action. So from Sim Racing Club, we'll see you then in 2 weeks or 4 weeks for the 8 Hours of Spa. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.